you wanna tell me? Tell me about the time that we felt free. Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. watch me win.
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! Oh, what is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
For decided JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. A 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last correct.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and KT Roser Y, Taku made a perfect setup with a Skull of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of KT Roser Y. It was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Forge God knocks up 3. Gensa's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution from BMM. And still alive of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes. But is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around. And this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just gonna die, and this game is gonna be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Wan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J-Team, 3 people tried to chase down Zhang Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J-Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage.
Oh,
There we
Faye,
go.
and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tries to chase him down. An explosive cast to deny, and Faye was able to survive. Never mind, DY was able to follow up with the kill. Onto the backline though, Pawn fighting against Geshan. Duwanyo might not be able to survive this fight against Soldier, but no, never mind. X1 is also gonna die on the hatch of Duwan. And he is gonna get the 1-3. And that is enough for them to say.
And number 1. We craved wanting to see Fiddlesticks into action in professional play, knowing how strong it is, and is always respectfully banned in almost every game. But in this highlight, we see exactly why Fiddlesticks is always banned. 10 minutes into the game of BRU versus Team Flash in a battle for Second Dragon, BRU got caught with a wombo combo of Team Flash, but through the perfect positioning and timing of Baldus, he landed a 4-man Crow Storm with Fear, completely turning the fight around. This play allowed BRU to secure a 4-for-1 trade plus the Dragon and completely take control of the game.
Oh, now they're going to be going in. G68 doesn't have a lot of time.
Never mind.
Keegan goes in. Doesn't have a lot of ways to go through. And now the knockup comes in. Horde of the Forge God is there. Wasn't able to knock up anybody. But now with the Crow Storm to the back line. Finishes everyone off.
Which highlight did you love the most? Let us know through the comment section and keep supporting the teams and the tournament by liking and sharing. My name is Giyang and we'll see you in the next video.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
These are tough times in the Dreamscape. The Phantom roams the dark corners, corrupting ideas and stealing dreams, leaving nothing behind but his calling card. Calls himself Thresh, and he doesn't play by the rules. But neither do I. That's why Detective Cinna put me on the case, I think. So, Swirly, what are you planning next? I thought I was up to the job. I had the whole picture. But it's all out of focus now. Thresh and his Dream Raiders took everything. Guess I'm out of my league after all. But what about all those stolen dreams? Those people? I can't give up. Maybe I am out of my league, but there has to be something I can... Wait a minute. What's this? A piece of art? I've got to stop him. I knew Thresh was up to no good. But this was bigger than anyone at the agency imagined. I tried to arrest him, but he slipped through a portal. Not before I busted his lantern, though. And that's how I saved the Dreamscape. Sure, Thresh got away, but I restored the stolen dreams. Not bad for a rookie. And now for the paperwork.
Ride out. Crush them underfoot.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an Aram, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, got late on the first day.
有啊，这个球。菜呢？
Welcome back, everyone, to another day here at Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And this time around, we're back at it again. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Giang. Giang, what is up? We're back to another day in the Rift.
Yep, this time we're gonna be seeing the Titans of the CN Conference battle against each other. Though we have one APAC team battling today, INV Esports, in an attempt to redeem their not so good performance so far here in season number 2. We came from a sad day for our Filipino fans as 0-2 commenced in all 3 series yesterday in their games. But congratulations to Cerberus Esports, to Trace Esports, and Edward Gaming as well. They have secured 2-3 points already towards their score, and they're looking to improve their performance as well.
Yeah, CES, I mean, they were really just winning a lot of their fights over the past few days, winning up against their fellow Vietnam team as well in the APAC conference, battling up against G2 Blacklist yesterday. They want to go up against them. Then it was really just unfortunate news for APAC fans out there. But today, we have a new set of teams coming down here in WRL-A Season 2. We have INV Esports, as you have stated a while ago, that will be battling up against Thundertalk, Nova, OMG, FPX, and KBG. But before we dive deeper into the series today, let us look at the current standing for the CN Conference.
The CN Conference standing are about to be changed today. Woohoo Games so far is taking the top 1, though their points are tied up to Thundertalk. But since Thundertalk does have a game today, if they win even one game, they will be up securing the top 1 later on. FPX as well will be battling against Keep Best Gaming. So let's see how the scores are gonna go through, because KBG, they want to secure the top spot once again after their sad loss against Trace Esports.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate, right? So there's just a lot of things right now that we could expect, especially coming into Thunder Talk. We could expect them to actually dominate the first series for the day, but if they actually lose into 0, if miracle will happen in favor for INV Esports this time around, it is Thunder Talk who will lose the top 1 spot up against WHG. But on the opposite end, let's look at the APAC conference with basically Naos and G2 Blacklist leading the charge. But we're seeing a lot of teams already having a shift when it comes to the rankings here today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Cerberus Esports right now on top 4. Definitely looking so good on their standings. BRU, as as good as they are, isn't really securing the spots that they formerly secured during season number 1. They struggled against G2 Blacklist, lost against KT Roser Y, and recently lost to Woohoo Gaming as well. So it will be a big challenge for them stepping up once more, but I'm sure they're going to be able to do it as well.
Yeah, 100%. I believe, BRU just needs a couple of time, needs ample time to be able to reach their peak point coming into season 2. But right now, looking at the matchup here today, this is what we're talking about a while ago. You have Invade Esports up against Thunder Talk to be the starter for today's matchups. Then you have Nova and OMG to follow, and then FPX and KBG as the last match for the day.
Honestly, Infinity, I'm kind of nervous for Invade Esports right now, especially that they're going up against Thunder Talk, because they're the ones that really are receiving a lot of beatdowns lately, especially during their match against FPX last time. It was the fastest game so far in season number 2, and also the highest gold lead a team has ever acquired. FPX definitely dominated them during game number 1, and also similar to game number 2. They even tried out the Aurelian Soul. So hopefully, after the series of sad times for Invade Esports, they would be able to draft something really nice today and perform so better than the past few games that they had. Here's the roster lineup here of Invade Esports. Still the same players. Typrofam has been trying to step up as well in setting up for the team, though the follow-up hasn't been that top-notch. But maybe this time against Thunder Talk, they will.
Yeah, and right now, looking at the opposite end, we have Thunder Talk, who is currently the biggest titans right now in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, not just in the CN Conference, but overall in both these regions, in both these conferences, in the tournament. We have Sin in the Baron lane, Xby in the jungle, Z in the mid, Soil and SMY in the bottom lane. Currently, they are undefeated, and pretty much this series is a David versus Goliath storyline.
Definitely a nightmare here for Invade Esports. To think of Thunder Talk being able to 2-0 in a dominating series against FPX, which FPX dominated Invade Esports. Doing the math, it's not looking good for Invade Esports. But let's see, maybe they can pull up a miracle here. Maybe even secure a game number 1. It all starts from the Pfeiffer side, of course, in which they will be getting their momentum alongside with their side selection priority. But the stats does dictate that Thunder Talk does dominate in every single category, just like here.
They're just hunters. They're just killers coming into the Rift, right? You have Bank and Soul with their stats. As you have stated, stats don't lie. And looking at it, you have kill participations that is leading across the board coming in for Soil. You have KDA that shuts across the roof. 7.78 KDA and 75.13 kill participation really dictates how Thunder Talk really slays out there.
Oh yeah, Soil has been really stepping up. Bank has been trying to pick up the slack, though it really hasn't gone towards any success. But I do love that they're trying. I do love that they're still having their fire reignited every single time in their game. They're not really giving up just yet. And I hope they never will, because they have a lot of games set in store for them. Approximately 12 to 13 matches per team is here, especially on APAC. So as long as they get their wins, even one win against the CN Conference team can actually be good, because the only competition you will have after this are the matches you're going to be having against the APAC.
Yeah, and the reason why this head-to-head is actually really important coming into the Rift is because of the current meta that we have. It is revolving around the ADC. It is revolving around mid lane and bot lane. And looking at it in the same topic, we're looking at Bluff X and Z.
Ooh, Bluff X. He had his shining moments at times, but compared to Z, this guy is just notorious for dominating even the top 1 mid laner of KBG. Anran9 got mid-diff last season with the Z's Akali performance, and right now he can even pull that off. And lately, he has been trying out so many different champions in the mid lane as well, including the Jace, including the Gwen as his former favorite in the mid lane in Season 1 as well. And his Vladimir is just top-notch too.
Yeah, and I think right now it's a mid lane who revolves or who has that possibility of just having a complete shift when it comes to composition. You could try champions coming into the same lane. As you have stated, bring out the Vlad, bringing out the Zeri. You just have a lot of champions to be able to pick up. Now it really depends on these players on what they want to prioritize and what are their active practice champion pool.
There's so many things that they can actually try out in the mid lane. I believe we have seen already even a Twisted Fate being pulled up once, though it's not
even.
really... Yeah, Aatrox. And it's very surprising to see so many adaptations just on the few weeks we've gone through in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And a lot more can be done here by all these teams.
Yeah, 100%, right? Especially considering that we're already down to week number 3, I believe. Down into Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, wherein a lot more times have been there for all of these teams to be able to adapt into these changes and to be able to go across what type of compositions they want, what changes do they need to accomplish for them to improve in the following days, in the following weeks in this tournament. And that, I believe, is something that INV Esports really does need over the past few weeks wherein this tournament has started. But I don't think this will be the time for them to be able to have that David Goliath storyline wherein David wins, because at the moment it is ThunderTalk who's really just the strongest out of every single team in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
While Goliath didn't have a slingshot during their battle against David, this time the Goliath does have some sort of like a machine gun at this point since it's ThunderTalk. So INV Esports really needs to step up, pick up a different map, and pick up different composition here in their attempt to at least secure a one game here against ThunderTalk. Maybe a different mid laner, maybe they can actually switch into an aggressive composition, but we go towards the stage. It's in a short while. You're just gonna be seeing our faces for the meantime as we talk about what can happen here in this game, though it's kind of anticipated already, right? ThunderTalk will secure this 2-0, but we'd love to be proven wrong.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, ThunderTalk at the moment has been performing out of their minds, out of our minds, having a complete win when it comes to their series. 3 series thus far, 3-0 overall, no losses, and even looking at the respective games, they haven't lost one bit. That is the reason why they've received a +6 in the current point system that we have here in Wild Rift League Asia. So expectedly, ThunderTalk will dominate the very first series that we have up against INV Esports, but as we have mentioned a while ago, if INV Esports could look for a way to be able to change up their playstyle and have to adapt coming in from the very first week to the second week, now to the third week, they have that fighting chance to be able to match up.
I mean, INV Esports still has a lot of games next up for them, though the next one is not going to be looking pretty as well, because this Sunday they're going to battle against Keepas Gaming. So they really need to find ways in order to improve their performance, maybe through the draft, maybe through their execution. Team fighting has been one of the biggest differences on APAC versus CN conference teams, because they're just so busted in terms of team fighting. The CN teams are just so good, especially in the clutch moments. So maybe they can learn a thing or two.
Yeah. But before then, we will be jumping into the host with Yoho introducing the teams.
还未取胜的 INV 面对上爱杯金王 TD， 他们将会作何应对 Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho. Today, the third day of the third week, and today's first best of 3 is Bangkok INV Esports versus ThunderTalk Gaming. What would INV do when playing against to the new king of Ionia Cup? I will leave a question mark here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome ThunderTalk Gaming and Bangkok INV Esports.
The mood is very bright and full today, like years ago.
What? Alright. I love the
看了你们的比赛，我现在怀疑你们在冒充职业选手。
Maybe one day we would be able to understand what they're saying. I've been trying to like learn Mandarin, Chinese. I have not succeeded at all. But let's see if the words can be backed up with their movements, with their playstyle, with their win.
Yeah. Can they walk the talk? That is something that we have to look forward into to the very first series. But we're seeing these banters come across these two teams, right? The moon is bright, like your score right now. So can they live up to their banter? Can they get a 2-0 up against ThunderTalk this time around?
Ooh, that will be a dream. Hopefully that does come through. That will be surprising. I mean, we have seen a lot of surprises already during the past few weeks, including the first ever APAC loss of Nova Esports, and congratulations to Naos Esports for being able to pull that off. That really gave them a huge momentum boost in the next games that they had. Right now, we have to see it on INV Esports as well.
Yeah, 100%. So there's just a lot of difficulties revolving around the series today for the side of Invade Esports, and Thunder Talk really just is the favorite coming into the series. But as always, there are a lot of opportunities for change. There are a lot of opportunities for adaptation coming into the opposite side. And right now, let's just set the footing coming in to the series. Gyang, do you have any expectations, the changes coming in for Invade Esports that they can do to be able to at least match up to a toe-to-toe, hand-to-hand combat up against Undertalk?
Well, surely we're gonna be seeing Z kind of like prioritize here in terms of the bans. Hopefully, INV Esports does secure blue side, so they won't have to ban away the Hecarim, possibly even the Fiddlesticks as well, despite that champion not being prioritized anymore yesterday. But Z is just so notorious in the mid lane. He could pull up any assassin champions and pressure mid lane, make those outplays. So maybe targeting his champions, including the Akali, can actually work here for Invade.
Yeah, 100%. I think that is the unfortunate part about being on the red side. That is the current reason why there's always a huge priority going into the blue side selection, because it gives you just a lot of opportunities to go for the respect bans. And even on top of that, going for a lot of priority picks, given the fact that you have Camille always being prioritized, Fiora, you also have Gragas, the Ornn, to come through to the very first pick on the blue side selection, and that could be something that we'd expect coming into the very first game, depending on which team will get into the blue side.
Absolutely. The Ornn yesterday was so good coming towards the side of Akeno that actually allowed Cerberus Esports to find ways to cripple down G2 Blacklist during their series. Maybe that can be channeled here by INV Esports later on. So they're just going to be preparing for the fight first side. Again, for everyone that is just tuning in to the live stream right now, the fight first side is going to be on the map of Aram, the Howling Abyss, in which whoever wins that game will be the one to decide whether they go on blue side or red side for game number 1. And the loser decides on the side selection on game 2.
Yeah. Although something that the viewers has to take note that Howling Abyss or the fight first side is a huge drastic difference coming into what we could expect coming into the very first game. Yes, you could see how these players play when it comes to the micro things, and also how they perform in an individual level and how their chemistry works around these players and their teammates. But the champions are totally different when it comes to expectations, because coming into the Howling Abyss, there are a lot of early game, mid game champions that are really, really strong, and even AoE team fight compositions that could work in the form of Ornn. The Jace is really strong as well, that is to be expected, and even Wukong. So that's just a little bit of a point of view when it comes to expectations here in the fight first side.
So they have to put in more and more effort, right? Even if it's just the fight first side, even if it's not gonna count in terms of the scores here in the tournament for both of these teams, especially for INV Esports, they really need to invest everything on the line here for the fight first side in order to at least dictate which side they're gonna go for game number 1. And we have seen teams actually go all in the fight first side in yesterday's games as well. I believe it was a match of Trace Esports and Naos Esports that they had like full like solid lineup for the Howling Abyss, like from Baron laner to support line, and great champions as well that was selected, that actually allowed them to secure that game win in the fight first side. So maybe INV Esports can try that out as well, secure fight first side or side selection, and then maybe even have a great game in game number 1 against Thundertalk.
Yeah, 100%. If they win the fight first side, that could mean something when it comes to their adaptation into the game 1 and game 2, or even game 3, if ever that comes to the distance.
I'd love to
see that. Series number 1.
I love to see that happening. David and Goliath stories are one of my favorite things to watch if there is a sign of life on the one that's on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you have the capabilities of destroying the Titans.
The David side. It's gonna be how much gold and lead that FPX, how clean, how perfect that game was for them. But on the receiving end of INV Esports, it definitely wasn't fun. Maybe this time they can channel up something, put up something, maybe a surprise against ThunderTalk, maybe a great pick coming in on their side, and then surprise them overall.
Yeah, channel up their killer instincts, their inner killer instincts in them.
Yeah.
To bring up against ThunderTalk, but really just looking at it for the viewers watching at home, once again, it is ThunderTalk who is currently undefeated in the CN conference and is currently just unbeatable across the board. If Invade Esports can destroy ThunderTalk this time around, that will be a change of pace for the whole league.
The only thing I don't like in this matchup right now, the Howling Abyss, is that the Samira is on the side of ThunderTalk. It's gonna be very scary, but since they have a Blitzcrank, maybe they can just cancel that Inferno trigger.
Yeah. The only good thing about Samira is the late game, plus the capabilities of denying these long-range shots, these long-range engage coming in from Invade Esports. And I believe if it's going to be someone who could utilize the Samira, it is going to be ThunderTalk.
Absolutely. They have the slicing Maelstrom available as well from SMY. This combination, I think we have seen already 2-3 times, and it's devastatingly strong, especially with properly timed.
Goes for the hook, the knockup is there, but first blood goes to Invade Esports. You have Z going into the backside, goes back out. It's just a lot of difficulties for the side of ThunderTalk in this early game. As we've mentioned, Samira is not really that good when it comes to the early matchup.
Absolutely. Oh.
Next buy goes for the knockback. Nasus goes down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's Invade going back in on the leash. Going on to Z. The snowball connects, but no follow through. He goes through. Z with a flash and ultimate connects onto one, and that is the ace, or well, the unofficial ace, going to ThunderTalk.
Yep, 5 kills immediately, and even possibly this tower though. Azrael is doing a great job defending, and will pick up SMY as well in the process. But man, Wamakobo pre-level 5 already strong here for ThunderTalk.
Man, I love that. I mean, the snowball connection also coming in from Z to go into the backside. Ultimates onto one. That was just phenomenal outright. But right now, once again, for the viewers watching at home, the winner in this matchup here in the Howling Abyss will be able to get a priority in the side selection for game 1. X-Buy goes in for the knockup, goes back in, has to use and force out the ultimate to get extra sustainability. Now Z goes through into the front lines, but Soil and X-Buy already really low. The triple ultimate coming in from Thai Pro Pam, but will not pull through with an all-in.
Great damage coming in. Follow-up still better on the side of ThunderTalk. Invade Esports needs to be careful. Rely on the rocket grab here of Thai Pro Pam, because that's how they can actually cripple the numbers here of ThunderTalk. If they get the kill onto Z, maybe on Chin as well.
The repose just denies the CC coming in from Blitzcrank. And that is ThunderTalk who will get a kill, but instead it is Invade who will get the tower first blood as well. Azrael will fall down. Slicing Maelstrom already used by SMY, but no follow through without any mobility coming in from Kennen. But they're still able to secure that kill onto Bank.
Great follow-up by ThunderTalk. This is why they're just so good. Even in the map Aram, we see so much synergy on this team. Hard to discount them. See?
Love X goes in for the flash, will not be traded, but Soil follows through with a quick in on the leash. Is now on the front line. Sin will be able to go through with the repose stunts onto Andalish, but in the end, with a numbers advantage, Invade will take the kill.
Invade Esports now can start pushing this lane right now. Possibly towards the second tier tower, but I think they're just gonna go on the reset back into the base once again to cash in for their items. ThunderTalk will easily take that kill on Andalish.
Yeah, so far it's all about the defense game right now for ThunderTalk. They just have to buy time for Soil to be able to get a good item lead up against the opposing teams. The in front lines already one man down. Surfin's gone. ThunderTalk is now having the numbers advantage with Bank pinned down, nowhere to run. Azrael is trying to hide, but Z catches up, and now on the leash and Pam, the only last man standings for Invade. With them trying to look into the back lines, but will unfortunately be killed in the process. And Pam, with the last hopes of surviving, will be finished by Z. The trade will be secured by ThunderTalk. They will be able to bring down the inhib turret.
And also, this game is looking not good for Invade Esports right now. I think that we want Invade Esports to be the one to secure this fight for side, so maybe they can have a better chance against Thunder. But looks like it's not gonna be the case at all. Still, so much prowess on team fighting here for this CMP, and it's just so common on them. They're just able to outplay anybody, especially in these clutch moments.
Yeah. I think it's just right now going to be the time that is really important for Thunder Talk. Soil, most expected, he already has a couple of items to be able to match on par up against Invade. Now goes for the snowball onto Unleash. It will not follow suit. Oh, I was mistaken. Now X-Bite goes through with a snowball, knocks back onto Unleash. And now you have SMY to follow up. Facing Maelstrom, 4-man CC. And Thunder Talk just shreds them apart bit by bit.
This might be the fastest game in the fight for side that we're seeing right now. It's still just 5 minutes and Thunder Talk can actually end this game.
Nexus is already open. Super Minions already coming through. Pam is really low. Really close into dying. Snowball connects. Could potentially go into the backside. Already one man down. But that is from Invade Esports who brought down Soil.
The fastest game has been 7.5 minutes so far in the fight for side. Roughly 8 minutes, I would say. Thunder Talk getting the inhibitor tower early is paving ways for them to even beat that record so far. But Invade Esports actually resisting well.
Flash coming in with a knockoff as well. Azrael and Bank is in danger into the backside session. From once again from SMY. Perfect execution of the ultimate. Now Unleash pinned out 3v1. He's gone. Now X-Bite stuns onto Bluff X. Just has to run, just has to hide, goes on the fountain, and that is over. Thunder Talk gets the ace, and the Nexus shall fall.
6 minutes, the fastest fight for side in Invade Esports. Oh man, this team has been the receiving end of all these record-breaking moments of the other teams. Hopefully, they do recover from this. Hopefully, they still have a great chance here in this game number 1. But as for the side selection, it will go down to Thunder Talk right now. We have seen them a lot picking even blue side since they did like to secure their wins. They want to maintain great standing on their scoreline right now, which is 3-0, all 2-0 series sweeps as well. And they actually have a balanced win rate on both blue side and red side, or at least selecting blue side and red side.
And that's totally fair. Currently, it's Thunder Talk who's just the Titans in their breath, and this far their name still stands even in the fight for side, winning up against Invade. And that is just something of an expectations coming into game number 1 or even in the series.
Man, 6 minutes? That was quick. Not faster than the usual fight for side that we're seeing last season, right? Since it was a 1v1 that can end up even at like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But definitely fastest we have seen so far in season number 2. And it's Thunder Talk. Not surprising that much, but kind of upsetting here for Invade Esports. I was honestly hoping for them to at least secure this fight for 7. Maybe in this game number 1. If ever... Okay, let's go down to the theories here. If Thunder Talk gets comfortable and picks red side once again, so since they have picked red side or got their games on red side 4 times, blue side 2 times so far. So if they go on red side, then maybe Invade Esports can focus on banning out the champions of Z, maybe onto X-Bite as well, including the Nilla, and draft a wonderful composition and maybe pull up a win. I'm just hoping here.
I mean, that could be like one of the hopes for Invade, but it's just really difficult to assume that at the moment Thunder Talk is going to prioritize red side selection, especially considering how they could prioritize a lot of picks for their mid laners, their bot laners as well, or even other roles that has high priority. Ornn could be open for them to pick up, right? But as you have stated, yes, if they go in for the blue side selection, there is a lot more opportunity for Invade, or rather, if they go red side selection, there is a lot more opportunity for Invade to be able to have a more flexible ban rather than having to force 2 of their picks, 2 of their bans going into the likes of Hecarim and Fiddlesticks.
Everybody just got news. Infinity. It is a red side securing here of Thunder Talk. They're just flexing right now in the series. Not scared at all to just go on red side since, well, they have the stats to back it up. 4 wins already, 4-0 so far as they are undefeated in this turn. Not even a single game thrown out here by Thunder Talk. They're looking pretty good. Very confident going towards the series against INV Esports and might just possibly try out these creative picks once more, like Vanilla, like the Gwen for Z. I believe he's the only one to actually pull off a Gwen in the mid lane. That's how strong he is.
Yeah, although I think there are still advantages coming into the red side selection, not going to be the ban selection, but rather going into the first 2 priority picks in the first picks for both sides. Then you also have priority coming after the second phase bans. So I think that is what Thunder Talk really wants to utilize coming to game 1.
Shen gonna be denied. We have seen a lot of combinations with this Shen, especially when there's a Camille, when there's a Fiora or a Jax as well. Oftentimes we do see even a Galio picked up just for that global pressure and combination to secure that backline access when you have that Shen. Right now it's gonna be the standard bans here on red side. Evelyn, Hecarim, possibly the Fiddlesticks as well is gonna be taken away unless Thunder Talk prioritizes the Camille. Never mind, Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, it's really just expected. Fiddlesticks and Hecarim at the moment is one of the most broken champions in the league so far in the current meta. That's an immediate ban coming in from Thunder Talk. From the red side selection, Camille already prioritized by Invade, but that leaves the Ornn for Thunder Talk to pick up.
Great pick off here. Also early, Vladimir hovered here by Thunder Talk. Definitely they're just wanting red right now, as well, Z is just notorious for this pick as well. One of his new favorite champions for sure to add in on his high pressure champion. It's so hard to ban him out, and they have invested even a ban on his Akali, but even so, it's untouched. He's unfazed here.
Yeah. And now for the side of Invade, they could still go in for Galio. They could go in for Alistar as well into their support. But Braum also works into the composition. Braum also works into the bottom lane. And now Zeri is left open for them to pick up if they want to match up against Vladimir. But early game also speaks volume in the mid lane matchup if they want to take the early lead.
This Lucian can go in the Dragon lane or in the mid lane. We have seen some mid laners actually try out Lucian in the mid lane to at least bully out the Vladimir in the early game. Because this champion is just so OP from mid game, late game. Fiora gonna be picked up here by Thunder Talk to secure that Baron lane. Since in this second banning rotation, surely Baron laners are gonna be banned away if ever that Fiora doesn't get picked up. So now, INV Esports can focus on the jungle here on X-Buy. So it's going to be so difficult as well. This team, Thunder Talk, has such a vast champion pool that it's so hard to take them out.
Yeah, and now expectedly Invade could go in to focus on the jungle as well to ban away these champions away from Thunder Talk. Now Vi is removed. That's really good. The point and click CC remove for X-Buy. Now for Thunder Talk, they could remove Zeri. They could remove the likes of these strong bottom laners and have the bans directly towards Bank.
Great respect as well coming from Thunder Talk. They spot out that BluffX actually tried out picking the Ziggs in the mid lane during their battle against J-Team, though it did not turn into a win, but it actually delayed, at least stalled some of the pushing power of J-Team during their game number 1, and they don't want that. They want to accelerate. They want a faster game possibly than FPX as well. Jinx is gonna be so fun to see if ever, but if they want to be serious here in this game, the Zai is such a better option, but that opens up the Lee Sin here for INV Esports.
Kai'Sa is also open for Invade if they want to pick it up into the bottom lane. We've seen AP Kai'Sas before. We've seen hybrid builds, and that could be the potential for INV Esports if they really want to have that late game insurance. So far, they're really heavily relying on early game champions, but Orianna locked in.
No hesitation as well. INV Esports, I do love the confidence. And I do love this composition. It's very well balanced, but still, how do you deal with these so much backline penetration here of Thunder Talk? Fate Sealed now unlocked here with the Yone pick off here of Thunder Talk, and there's not much resistance except for the Glacier Fisher, possibly the Dragon's Rage here of Bank, and also just the Shockwave. But other than that, it's so hard to push back the members of Thunder Talk.
And the thing is, this 2 composition is such a drastic difference coming to game number 1. INV Esports heavily relying on early game, having the Lucian into their composition. You also have the Lee Sin. Orianna really not that strong, especially coming into the early echelons of the game, especially up against Vladimir, as well. A lot of things to really think about, especially coming into Thunder Talk. If this goes the distance for game number 1, Thunder Talk will have the advantage.
Let's see who will actually get this advantage right now. Definitely, the approval rating are gonna go towards Thunder Talk, right? 90%, possibly even 95%, since this team is just so good. But INV Esports, not discount them. This is still a team that is looking to redeem themselves. This composition is actually pretty creative, and I'm loving this. They have great access to early game, possibly through the Baron lane with Lee Sin and the Camille pickup that they have gotten, and maybe transition towards mid game later on with team fighting prowess with that Orianna.
And here we go, we're jumping into the Rift, and INV Esports is utilizing the switch in lanes, hoping to have the advantage up against Sin into this early game matchup. Will force Thunder Talk to be able to switch up later on, but thus far, I really like this start. INV Esports, we've mentioned it a while ago, and they're changing things up here today.
I love the Orianna pick. It's a champion that we really like seeing, though in terms of damage, that champion doesn't really have much in the early game. I do love the late game team fighting capability.
On the leash. Now being informed, Xby and Sin is there to contest. But you have Pam and Bank also here as well to play. But given the fact that you have the switch in lanes for the side of Invade, it's a 3v2 overall. And Thunder Talk has to force a difference to go into the mid and have their jungler rotate somewhere else.
They have their dragon laners or their duo in the bottom lane for you. They're just gonna be exchanging jungle camps here. Xby just a little bit late on his securement on the camp. Now that gives access to INV Esports to secure a couple of plays here in top lane. 2-3 plays already.
2 plays already secured in favor for Invade, so that is a huge goal injection as well, coming into the likes of their ADCs and their jungle. So far, at the cost of their mid lane and the bottom lane, hugely pressured across the board by Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk says, okay, INV Esports, you're gonna be pushing 1 lane, we push 2.
Yeah, and now 2 plates left into the bottom lane. And remember, if Soil has this acceleration of gold into the early game matchup, it's over for Invade because of that sped up power spike for the likes of Saya. But this is a Tower First Blood race from both these teams. With 30 HP left, it is Invade who will be able to secure it.
Unleash nearly got taken down there in the mid lane, just trying to dissuade Shin and Z. Bottom lane about to be secured here by Thunder Talk. A great pickup here by Azir, at least delaying it.
The Esports still holding on, but both these laners have an accelerated amount of gold already. Soil and SMY will be able to take down a turret into the bottom lane, and Invade, as said a while ago, has secured the Tower First Blood. And so far, considering the fact that Invade really focused on into the top side and getting Tower First Blood, Thunder Talk now has a couple of gold lead from that early game delay.
Just a slight one, but still equally impressive, right? They don't possess something like a Ziggs, but still able to get the first tower through the movement, through the invade, through the switcheroo of their dual bot laners going towards top side. And now Thunder Talk is has been a little bit late on their tower push, but still it's okay. Now what's the question here? Or like, the question here for INV Esports is what's next? Do they secure the RH and then go towards mid lane later on at minute 5? Do they try to scale up using the dragon? But because I think it's going to be a tough decision for them, especially that you should never give any sort of goal lead to Thunder Talk, because they will accelerate it tenfold.
Yeah, 100% the priority would be onto the dragon because Tower First Blood is already secured from both of these teams. But the thing is, INV Esports really needs that acceleration when it comes to gold. They have their early game lead, so expectedly they could be able to prioritize Rift Herald to really have that extra push, extra gold in their pockets.
Ooh, great parry there by Shin, just countering Azrael in that short exchange of blows. Has to pop in that Honey Fruit just to heal himself back up, but does have the tactical sweep as well to sustain himself. Shin, definitely very scary despite being bullied a little bit there in top.
Now, on the leash is there to be able to respond up against Azrael, but the pop onto the Scryer's Bloom gave information onto Sin that someone else is just shadowing the top lane.
Let's see what's gonna be the next move here for INV Esports. So far, early game has been clean. I gotta give it to that. but cannot discount Thunder Talk. They will find ways to earn gold, and they are already at a 1.3 thousand gold lead just from the plays that they have secured in mid lane, just from the exchanges that they've had over this short period of time. And now they're also prepping up for both objectives. XY secures his topside scuttle and might actually get this RH as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Currently 4 minutes and 30 seconds in. Expectedly, everyone is now going in for the reset to be able to buy items right now in the bottom lane. It is a 3v2. SMY is in danger, but Ornn is a little bit tanky. Goes in for the kick, still alive. And now you have the Feather Sword coming in from Soil, be able to secure a kill of their own. And now Bank going into the back. XY with a fate sealed. It's 2 men locked in. Thunder Talk secures the advantage. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
And again, exponentially increases their gold lead just in time for this dragon to spawn up. And in Esports, they couldn't answer back towards the top side objective. Thunder Talk might just get double objective here. And you look into this replay and how it actually happened. There was a gank, but it didn't seem to matter here for Thunder Talk. They have superior team fighting prowess. SMY being able to stall out for so long thanks to the Honeypot healing him clutch moment there as Soil just picks up the kill. But topside,
Rift Herald now being prioritized by INV, but Thunder Talk is here at the contest. Looking at the backside, you have Z as well, but Sanguine Pull pushes them back. Ornn goes for the call of the Forge God into the hills, into the jungle, and now INV is pushed back into their very own turf. And now Thunder Talk secures both objectives, gets the Rift Herald.
They can use it into the mid lane to secure yet another tower here. The only thing standing as an outside turret is just top lane here for INV Esports. This is now becoming such a big problem for INV Esports. Thunder Talk is just too good.
It's just too good. They were able to utilize the overextension coming from INV, especially considering a while ago that the bottom lane didn't have tier 1 turret already for INV, but they still pushed the 3v2. And the quick response for Thunder Talk just gave them the advantage, secures them the double objectives.
863 HP remaining here. Thunder Talk sending 2 people out. Basically just posing a threat here to INV Esports. If you leave this lane, if you don't send out people in the top lane, we're just gonna be securing this tower again and increase our gold lead, possibly towards 7,000 right now. INV Esports trying to respond, maybe he's getting this turret in the bottom lane, but XY is here just to cancel every attempt.
Goes in for the knockup. The priority is the clear of wave. That will be Thunder Talk. That will be able to do that. That denies the engage from INV.
So clean for Thunder Talk, man. Infinity, this team is one of the most anticipated teams back in Season 1. Almost even defeated Keepas Gaming during the CN Finals. And now looking so strong, started this tournament 3-0 and a 2-0 sweep in every single series that they've had. And now looking to solidify it even more. In this game, we see them just completely controlling the whole map as well.
Yeah, their macro play was just outright amazing. And the thing is, it started from the lane and switch. You have that advantage coming into their bottom laners, but at the end, it was Soil who was able to get a huge gold injection into their favor, and it was them now who has lane priority into the bottom lane, wherein it is now Lucian and Braum has a much harder time to be able to match up against the like of Soil and SMY.
I want to see how BluffX can actually withstand the likes of Thunder Talk later on, because Z is starting to scale up.
SMY goes in with a knockup onto Pam. That is a 3-man roam coming from Thunder Talk. The knockup is there. Sonic Wave comes through onto Sin. Will not pull through. Call of the Forge God goes in for the knockup. To counter the engage, you have the Glacial Fissure as well. But Thunder Talk, with their advantage, they could just landslide this fight out of control. INV loses a member.
Brute force their way to secure at least 1 kill as Z is just pushing mid lane, securing resource after resource, focusing on the goal to just reach his second, possibly third item already in this 8.5 minute game. We see 1,000 gold lead per minute by Thunder Talk. Such great prowess from this team right now. Definitely it's a big struggle for INV Esports.
Goes in for S1. Undeleash is really low. Ignite might take him down, but is enough to be able to retreat. Now Soil and SMY in the front lines in the mid lane, but INV Esports good call to not overextend.
BluffX struggling in this mid lane matchup for sure. Vladimir on Z is a nightmare for any team. in the times that he have secured this champion in the mid lane, he always gets the MVP, if not the other members, just because of how useful he is and so good in his mechanics. And it's not even that much part of teamfight just yet. He has been focusing on farming in this game right now. But later on, we will see INV Esports definitely regretting not banning this champion up. We see a Magi Soul Stealer, something that we haven't seen yesterday just because of the patch 4.4a nerfs on this, adding 300 gold to the cost of this Magi Soul Stealer. But still,
I mean, yeah. It's something of an expectation already with the amount of lead that Thunder Talk has. 10k gold lead, right? But yeah, you've mentioned it. It's just a really niche item to pick up. Now, Invade Esports being pincered across the board by Thunder Talk.
Scary.
Stuck in between every single member. But for now, Ocean Drake the priority.
Do you actually contest this if you're INV Esports? A 10,000 gold deficit against Thunder Talk? I don't think so, but they're gonna try.
They're gonna try indeed. SMY already seen getting those poke damage in, coming from Bluff X. And knock up is there. Amy will be able to go in. And now look at Z into the back lines. Goes in for the Dragon's Rage, but will not connect. Z goes in for the Sanguine Pull. Now Call to Forge God is casted already. Pam is gone. Pam is dead. And so far, it's a 1-for-1 trade. As SMY also fell down, but Ocean Drake is in favor for Thunder Talk as they secure their second dragon.
I mean, we already know that Thunder Talk will secure this dragon. But props to INV Esports. Having just a 1-for-1 trade, I think it's better for them. Look into the streak and how it actually happened. The main reason for them being able to survive is because Z actually made a big mistake on his Hextech Protobelt, going in, hit the wall, and got delayed with his burst there. And INV Esports had a chance to walk away.
It's just too much of a lead. And now, even looking at Soil, overextending into the mid lane, it doesn't matter. Right? Because he has so much lead across the board. And now Xby is seen by Unleash, forces out Dragon's Rage to be able to deny that engage. Goes into the left quadrant jungle with Invade and Thunder Talk having information, but Z single-handedly gets the bottom lane kill up against the Baron laner of Invade.
Oof. Nobody can 1v1 against Z at this point. Not with 2 items already. Not with the Magi Soul Stealers getting the stack. We look into this Reaper and how it actually happened, because it was off screen, off camera a while ago. Just one combination already done. He even followed it up just to make sure that he will get a kill.
Protobelt transfusion and then Ignite taking him down. It's just no escape. And even at that, it was a 2-level advantage for the side of Z compared into the Baron laner for Invade. It was just a drastic advantage overall for Thunder Talk.
Right now, we'll look at the gold lead. Well, at least it's not 1,000 per minute anymore for a lead by Thunder Talk. But still, definitely massive in terms of this game. What we do see some scaling capability of INV Esports maybe later on through one perfect shockwave. But we're just wishing here at this point. Thunder Talk might just get caught off guard.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate, right? Because the thing is, at this moment, their only long-range engage is going to be Orianna. And potentially even their Baron laner for Azrael going for the Hextech Ultimatum, but at this point, it is only Bluff X who has that huge dependency for Invade.
Typro Pam.
Pam overextend, goes in for the face check, knocks up his dare, fate sealed into the back lines. Lee Sin is gone, Pam is dead, Thunder Talk secures the double.
Great dodge as well by Soil on that shockwave. Bluffx could not find anyone. And Thunder Talk finds the Baron free, uncontested. Not at all gonna be contested by INV Esports just because they lost so many members in that last fight. And again, Thunder Talk just keeps on accelerating this game, keeps on stepping on the gas pedal, making sure they have their hands grip on the next year of INV Esports.
There's just no possibility of winning onto that objective. And now Bang going in for the kite up against Sin. But the grand challenge is there as well. Follow up by SMY. Secures the kill with a 2v1. Now Xby almost getting the kill onto Ezreal, putting them at a very low state. But so far in a 2v3 situation, Thunder Talk still has that huge respect.
Come on, SMY. This is just straight up bullying at this point. Shin already got that for the kill on Delusion, but still interrupted.
Azrael goes in for the hog shot, but the thing is, it is Soil who's just able to bring him to the ground. And now Pam into the front lines as well up against SMY and Z. There's just no escape, failed sealed into the back. Lee Sin is gone.
Man, that hitbox is just so busted as well. The fate seal had an on just 1 millimeter on the edge, but still got hit. And now 14 minutes just ending.
And now With the Nexus already open and Thunder Talk having still 5 members in their composition with Bank, the lone wolf for Invade. This game is over. Thunder Talk focusing on the Nexus as they strike first in the series.
Man, Thunder Talk, a dominating game number 1. They picked red side as well for this reason, be able to secure those champions. And not at all scared, just banning away the few picks a while ago, like the Hecarim, the Evelyn, and the Fiddlesticks, because they know they have a vast amount of champion pool. In 14 minutes, they end this game. Not even a single chance of comeback felt there from INV Esports. It's just sad.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. But it boils back into the composition that we've seen a while ago. It was Invade Esports who doubled down completely into the early game, having a Lucian pickup, having a Lee Sin pickup, having pretty much no expectations and no dependency of damage aside from the likes of the Orianna into the mid lane, but it was just lacking overall into their composition compared to the likes of Thunder Talk, who went big time when it comes to picking up Saya, especially having that huge gold injection in the early game.
It might actually have been better if BluffX picked up the Zoe instead of the Orianna. Because Zoe is still like a great counter, a great matchup against the Vladimir. And that champion was actually available in that game. So maybe a big adjustment should be made here by INV Esports. Be more aware on what they can actually use as a counter to the compositions here of Thunder Talk. Because yeah, the Shockwave would really be great for team fights. But if it's going to be at a cost of late or like laning phase dominance by Z, and also early team fights being won by Thunder Talk, and just a big snowball of a gold lead by Thunder Talk as well, not worth the risk.
Could even go for the Jace jungle, then go cast it into the mid lane as a counter onto Z. Right? So there's just a lot of options that Invade Esports could pick up into game number 1. But overall, as expected, Thunder Talk being one of the big giants and big titans in the CN conference, this was one of the expectations. But the question is, can Invade bring it back into game number 2? Because looking at the stats coming in from the very first game of the series, Z and Soil's damage was off their roofs.
Man, Z might just possibly secure yet another MVP in his name, but Soil actually had his moments as well, especially in one of the fights in the bottom lane that he had great counters, SMY as well being able to survive clutch moment with the Honey Fruit. And overall, just every single member of Thunder Talk outplaying, outmatching, overwhelming INV Esports in every single part of this game and every single part of the map is just proof that Thunder Talk is just such a good team, and INV Esports needs to step up once more. I have been saying this quite a lot, not because I don't like INV Esports, I definitely do, but I also don't want to see them on the receiving end of so many losses. I want to see them step up, I want to see them improve, and maybe challenge the likes of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, there was just a lot of mistakes coming overall into that game number 1, even sourcing back even into the early game as well, wherein Lee Sin also prioritized the top lane push up against Thunder Talk, which had huge delay when it comes to jungle clearing up against the opposing side in the individual jungle matchup.
Man, INV Esports, they need to eat a lot of carbs, eat a lot of protein in order to get buffed up here in this series. It's gonna be very difficult to do so mid-series against Thunder Talk. But now we look at the positive side of Thunder Talk. Soil gonna be securing the MVP, definitely well-deserved with 29% damage and 86% skill participation. This is his second MVP, by the way, and is looking for more as well.
Yeah, I mean, huge potentials onto Soil, just change the tides of that game number 1. But that is it for this very first game of this series. We're gonna take a short break, so don't go away, because when we come back, it's game 2 of series number 1.
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! What is that, Draw? You were unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
For the side of JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. A 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a smite. Last correct.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and KT Roser Y, Taku made a perfect setup with a Skull of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of KT Roser Y. It was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Forge God knocks up 3. Gensa's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution for BMM. Hence the life of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes, but is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around, and this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just going to die, and this game is going to be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Wan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J-Team, 3 people tried to chase down Zhang Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J-Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage.
Oh, Faye, and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tried to chase him down. An explosive cast to deny, and Faye was able to survive. Never mind, DY was able to follow up with the kill. Onto the backline though, Pawn fighting against Geshon. Duwanyo might not be able to survive this fight against Soldier, but no, never mind. X1 is also gonna die on the hatch of Duwan. And he is gonna get Duwan 3. And that is enough for them to say.
And number 1. We craved wanting to see Fiddlesticks into action in professional play, knowing how strong it is, and is always respectfully banned in almost every game. But in this highlight, we see exactly why Fiddlesticks is always banned. 10 minutes into the game of BRU versus Team Flash in a battle for Second Dragon, BRU got caught with a wombo combo of Team Flash, but through the perfect positioning and timing of Valdez, he landed a 4-man Crow Storm with Fear, completely turning the fight around. This play allowed BRU to...
Welcome back to game number 2, or well, series number 1 of Wild Rift League Asia for today's games. I mean, it's already match point in favor for Thunder Talk, as one of the expectations can invade, turn things around.
I hope they can, and if they can, they do. Because Thunder Talk again just wants to continue on their dominance right now. Again, all games so far that they've had since week number 1. And it has been 3 weeks already. Has been 2-0 sweeps and one-sided beatdowns as well. Not even JDG, FPX, and Weibo Gaming can stand their ground against them. And they even only secured 1 game that reached 20 minutes. Every game has been so swift, so fast, and one-sided as well. So INV Esports, if they can step up through the drafting phase, I suppose, have a better mid lane champion to be used to counter out something like a Vladimir, maybe take out the Vladimir of Z as well. Maybe they can stand the chance. They secure blue side once again.
Their micro and macro is just so good. Now coming into game number 2, we're already jumping into the draft here. Akali immediately removed. Already on expectations for the side of Thunder Talk to have a similar type of ban, banning away Hecarim and also Fiddlesticks for their follow-ups. But for Shen and Akali to be banned away by Invade, still huge respects onto Z and Xby.
Gragas ban, I'm gonna put an asterisk on that if ever INV Esports does ban it once more, because we saw SMY's performance on the Ornn is top notch. Even if INV Esports tried out the Braum as a counter, it didn't actually work. So might as well just take away the Ornn, yeah, just like this, and have access towards Gragas later on.
Yeah, and I feel like INV could also prioritize onto the likes of the Fiora or even the Gragas even coming into this matchup, because the thing is, if they pick up the Camille, yes, it's a really good Baron laner overall. It could set up the plays for them, but ThunderTalk could pick up the Fiora. So when it comes to the dual matchup into the top lane, it could still be ThunderTalk who wins it, and that is the reason why we see a Fiora priority for the side of INV.
So it looks like we're gonna be seeing a switcheroo on the champions here. This time, Azrael is gonna be picking up the Fiora, Shin gonna pick up the Camille, and Gragas as well gonna be secured here by ThunderTalk. I'm not gonna be surprised if we do see something like a Varus here, possibly in a Zeri as well, because that champion can be untouchable later on with the amount of frontline power that ThunderTalk has with just these two picks.
Yeah, and I really like ThunderTalk's way of going in for the compositions thus far. Now, INV Esports could go in for the Alistar to be picked up as well into the support role, or even the Braum once again, considering that you have ThunderTalk who has 2 Bruiser already into their composition. Galio could also work into their favor into going into that long range engage. We've mentioned this a while ago that this is what they lack into their composition, and now with Galio locked in, this could accelerate into their engages later on, and now they could have a priority into their carries or to the jungle, with Vi being one of the really good picks at the current meta that we have with its cease and desist.
I love it! I love it! They have so many frontline power this time on the side of INV Esports. They have Lockdown, they have so much Chain CC, and also great chances for INV Esports, and particularly Azrael, to be able to proc that Grand Challenge later on with the help of the CC chain provided here by Typro Pam later on, with the Hero's Entrance and the Assault and Battery coming in from Indelish. Now the Zeri, this is something we have anticipated early on. It's going to be picked up, and again, still very difficult to catch despite the frontline power of INV Esports.
Yeah, now I really do like the pickup of Zeri into the side of ThunderTalk. And now expectedly Vladimir could be removed for the side of ThunderTalk if they really want to target INV Esports. They're still lacking onto the carries here. Ziggs also removed by ThunderTalk as well. The current situation, INV Esports really just has their carries that is currently missing into their lineup. You still have Saya, you still have Kaisa available into the champion pool, but currently INV could ban away Kha'Zix as well, remove the possibility of those assassins being picked up by ThunderTalk.
Alright, great ban on the Vladimir. Finally, INV Esports, you caught that, you caught that. Just remove the champions here of Z. Possibly even the Gwen, because since INV Esports banked in a lot of frontline champions, is not gonna hesitate picking up the Gwen. So INV Esports, you need to catch that as well.
Now, I like the Saya ban. This is one of the expectations that we had a while ago before jumping into the second phase ban. Now, INV Esports has to remove one of the jungles capability of ThunderTalk, have the focus onto X-Buy. If they really want to have that double carry possibility of having INV Esports, Lee Sin or Kha'Zix is a good option. With Lee Sin being the priority here, ThunderTalk could have the possibility of picking out the Kha'Zix, but that Volibear is something of an unexpectation into game number 2.
Oh, man. This is why I just gotta love XY. He has such a vast amount of champion pool, and he even used the Volibear before in like the Ionia Cup, and it was so fantastic as well. Though not as good as this kind of lineup right now to back it up as well. We are also going to be seeing last pick for Z, so it's going to be such a high pressure situation here for INV Esports. What do they pick for their Dragon laner? What do they pick as their mid laner as well? Because they're going in blind.
They could even go for Jace if they want to have that huge balance when it comes to their early game, late game type of potential, and have Bank go in for the Kaisa and have their mid laner go in for the Jace as well. Have that huge priority up against Zeri into this game number 2. And that is open. Could be locked in by INV. Now for the side of ThunderTalk, they're still locking into their bottom lane. Could still be Lucian and have a switch in lane. Have the Zeri go into the bottom lane. Have Lucian being picked up for that Jace and Lucian to face off each other once again into the early game.
Yeah, they're gonna lock it in. On point. Nostradamus here by Infinity. Definitely top-notch players here of INV Esports and Thunder Talk. Definitely going in hard. And potentially this last game of the series, since Thunder Talk is already match point. Let's see if BluffX can stand his ground this time against Z in this last match, potentially by Thunder Talk.
Oh my word. I'm really excited for this game number 2. I'm like, this composition is so much better coming in from game number 1, and this is what I'm looking forward into. And now this could be the adaptation that Invade needs.
I'm excited as well, Infinity. This game definitely is gonna go the distance. INV Esports has a great chance to be the one to dictate the flow of this early game. They have Fiora, they have Vi as well to rotate towards all the lanes, and every single lane can actually follow up to the engage as well, to the Vault Breaker in the Assault and Battery. They have the Galio as well to follow up later on, pre-minute 5 to prepare for the first objective. Meanwhile, Thunder Talk's composition, yeah, they have the Lucian, yes, they have the Zeri, especially for late game with the long range damage, but it will take some time for them to be online, and the presence of the Vi is definitely threatening for them.
And now we're here, game number 2, match point already in favor for Thunder Talk in this series, with 1 game away to be still unbeatable in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
Thunder Talk again. Lucian for Z. Even if this is not an assassin champion, we cannot discount his prowess and his movements as well. He can actually even win against the Jace, and we have seen this kind of matchup so many times already, even a lot more during season number 1. And with Z having also the Volibear and the Camille later on to back him up during team fight, can be a challenge here for INV Esports.
And at this point in time, this is one of the classic matchups in the mid lane. You have BluffX, or well, like the Jace Lucian matchup, because these are both early game champions. With having Jace with so much capabilities in the early game, especially coming into level 3, and as for Lucia, the passive just really snowballs out of control into the early game matchup. But thus far, this is one of the expectations coming in, really quiet, especially coming into the bottom lane. The Kai'Sa is really not that strong into the early game matchup. Zeri is super squishy into the early game as well. So, and expectations for those early hyper engage is not something that we could look into game 2.
I'm kind of nervous for BluffX right now, since he's being so bullied by Z. Will be delayed on his recall as well, of course, interrupted by that second skill. And Z will just have access towards pressuring this tower, denying more and more gold for BluffX. He doesn't have any mana as well, so tough situation for him.
Yeah, the thing is, he can't go in for the retreat. Bottom lane, Bam will still be able to go away with 1 HP left. Thunder Talk lost their support. Invade secures the first blood.
Quite fascinating start here for INV Esports. Despite the top lane and the mid lane having a bit of a hard time, we see a great rotation coming in from Undeli, securing the first blood, or helping out their Dragon laner secure the first blood here in the bottom lane. We look into this replay and how it actually happened. SMY just completely slowed out, CC chained, and kited back here by Bank. And Thunder Talk has no answers because X-Spy is just too far away.
Yeah, it's the amazing capabilities of these roams coming in, especially with a Vi. That is one of the strengths of the Vi, especially early game and level 5. You have the Cease and Desist and the Vault Breaker available into them on the leash. Vault Breaker knocks up onto Z, but a lot of safety net coming into the mid laners of Thunder Talk, having the tier 1 turret still available into them. But right now, X-Spy coming into fray as well, into the bottom lane, looking for that trade. Palm is gone!
Great pickup once more, and this time they hit harder than the gank here of Unleashed a while ago. They get a couple of plates as well for Thunder Talk to gain the goal lead that they want to accelerate this game for their side. And INV Esports has no answer. They try to gank in top lane, but Shin is standing his ground.
Yeah, and the thing is, Thunder Talk could just stay put into the bottom lane how long they want, however they can. Because the thing is, they have information that Unleashed is on top side, so pretty much no one will support Pam, no one will support Kai'Sa. And they just got 4 plates out of that. Cease and Desist into the mid lane. Z as well, who is pushed back And now it's Invade Esports who's just able to clear down the waves.
Great disengage coming in from Thunder Talk, especially with the influence of SMY. And this is gonna be one of the many problems here of Invade Esports in closing the distance. Even if they have so many engaged champions, again, Gragas is just so good at enabling a disengage, paving a way for Thunder Talk to either close in distance or create distance and space away from Invade Esports.
Yeah, and at the moment, it's just Invade Esports still being able to match up the pace. And the reason that Thunder Talk also has this huge, massive gold lead at the moment is centralized around bottom lane. How they were able to accumulate 4 gold plates or turret plates up against Bank and Pam.
Yeah,
that is the reason.
Soil as well secured most of it as well. So lots of gold funneled, injected towards this Dragon Lane of Thunder Talk.
X-Spy rotating into the bottom lane. Bluffx and Unleash just on the bottom quadrant jungle as well. Thunder Talk has no clue, but good call for Thunder Talk, not going in for the overextension, just clearing out the wave, and X-Spy just shadowing the bottom lane.
Azrael, standing his ground, Grand Challenge used there onto Shin, but not enough to actually secure a kill or force him to go on a recall. So now, it's Shin that has a bit of an upper hand here in this matchup right now. That's Azrael that does get the chance to pick up the Sonic Flip as well. He will in a short amount of time. But we're now about to start in the major fights. Objective spawn up. It's going to be the Ice Dragon that is here.
Ice Dragon, and you have Thunder Talk as well, who has a little bit of a priority into the bottom lane, especially if they secure the Tower First Blood here. The tier 1 turret into the Dragon lane, they could definitely take the objective away from Invade Esports, but Unleashed actually starting the Ice Drake is something of an expectation. And now you have Galio going in for the Hero's Entrance, uses up the flash coming from Thunder Talk to be able to reduce and deny that ultimate coming from Galio. Now SMI really low, goes in for the body slam over the wall, will not be able to go back into safety. X-Spy now pinned out by Invade Esports, uses up the flash, but yeah, back goes in for the Killer Instinct, catches up, they killed the jungler from Thunder Talk.
And will have access towards this dragon as well. Can they actually secure this? Looks like it's gonna be the case. We see as well Bluffx pushing the bottom lane, the bottom wave as well, but Z will secure at least a trade in objective, getting this tower in the top lane. But man, Infinity! Invade Esports winning a fight and getting an objective, that is new and that is very exciting.
It was just an unfortunate timing coming in from Thunder Talk. They went in for a 4v3, 5v3 on a team fight into the bottom lane. And once again, as we mentioned a while ago, the numbers advantage is really, really important into these fights, into team fights more specifically. And now, Thunder Talk going to start up the Rift Herald. Invade Esports has information as well.
They will just be giving this RH straight up objectives here. Thunder Talk can use this now in the mid lane. They have chipped up 1 plating already here and just can use the RH to push this finally.
And as you mentioned, Shelly already spawned into the mid lane. Will be able to go in for 1 push, 1 bump. That will be another turret secured by Thunder Talk.
Great response. Again, this is Thunder Talk. They can make a mistake first and then capitalize.
Comes into fray, going into the bottom lane. Hero's Entrance as well. CC chain is flawless. SMY has to run, has to hide. SMY falls down. But you have Z coming into this fight. Comes to the party as well. But the calling, putting out a huge damage onto Unleash. Vault Breaker already charged up, but will not pull through with an all-in. And Thunder Talk will just stay unscathed.
I just love this coming in from and Thunder Talk. They're not giving an inch towards each other, and whenever Invade Esports find the chance, they don't hesitate at all. Even if they're behind 3,000 gold right now, the fact that they're resisting, finding picks, finding rotation, finding weaknesses on the side of Thunder Talk is just amazing to see.
It's really amazing to see, 100%. The back and forth from both these teams, really, really good overall, but at the moment, it's not looking like a successful journey. As early game stated a while ago for Invade Esports, it is already 3k gold lead for the side of the CN Conference Titans.
Let's see. Thunder Talk still has a very big chance in overwhelming Invade Esports despite the attempts. Since looking at the scoreline, looking at the stats, 3 turrets to none favoring Thunder Talk. X-Spy tried to chase down.
They have the level advantage. This is level 10 versus level 9 jungler. And now Bank goes into the backside as well. X-Spy is melted. And that will be Thunder Talk losing their jungler.
That was an odd rotation coming in from X-Spy. Definitely no one's there to actually back him up. But the rest of Thunder Talk is finally here. And they fight. They do.
SMY Body slam on the leash. You also have Soil here coming into fray. Now Zeri uses up the ultimate as well. Good capabilities to go in for those team fights. But the thing is, they have the numbers advantage. They have the HP advantage. Bank is melted. And on the leash has to force their retreat.
Overextension by INV Esports. They already got one. And they know that they are low already in terms of HP. Knowing as well that ThunderTalk can just turn the tides around since they do have the Zeri with massive range. And that was a big mistake, a disrespect by INV Esports, and they got punished heavily for it.
Sin and Ezreal into the bottom side, a 1v1. But ThunderTalk actually losing a lot of their HP. Sin is already down to half. SMY coming into fray.
The only positive thing here on INV Esports so far is that they are able to get a couple of picks, able to get the first dragon objective. But they have yet to secure any tower so far in this game. They need to step up. Maybe they pick.
Goes into the backside, goes to Pincer, but you have the hammer as well onto their jungler, and now this is 2v1. A little bit late response. They lose 2 members for the side of Invade.
That one kill turned into a buy one, take one.
SMY, body slam denied as well, coming in from Bank. But there we go, Soil! Raw damage! Pam just walks into retreat. No capabilities of facing SMY and Soil.
Yeah, goes straight into the coffin, straight into the grave, and ThunderTalk secures 3 kills, possibly even another tower here in the top lane.
Azrael uses up the flash and just catch up onto Z. Grand challenge is there, more sustainability, and Z is very low. But I like what Z is doing, despite being killed by Azrael. Just sticking into the walls for the grand challenge to not proc. But overall, good utilization of skills there coming in for the top laner of INV Esports.
And because of the resistance that INV Esports is doing, despite the not so good series of events, and also the pickups of ThunderTalk, they're able to mitigate the gold lead to just 5,000.
SMY Body Slam will not be able to connect onto Pam. X-Spy follows through. The stun connects. And now you have the X-Tech ultimatum locking it all in. Explosive cast is really good for SMY. Disables the team fight engage from Invade. Now Soil uses up the ultimate, connects onto everyone. Has the free hit capability. Invade is gone. The ace is secured. ThunderTalk wins the fight.
Perfect cast as well by SMY to deny the kill that INV Esports wanted in the early fight. And that paved the way for Soil to just have the fullest of confidence. Even going in beside all the members of INV Esports, popping the ult and free-hitting for days. That cast separated members of INV Esports, unable to get the kill onto SMY, and then the rest follow up. Look at Soil in front of everybody, flashing in, popped in the ult, and just being backed up by every single member of ThunderTalk, securing this clean ace and the second dragon as well.
Yeah, the explosive cast just went berserk from that fight, then Soil just followed through. Is just too much. And now Baron Nashor will come up really soon, and Feral Drake still has a long time to go before it comes up. But at this point in time, with the capabilities of ThunderTalk, they could definitely take it down in a couple of seconds if Invade Esports loses another team fight.
That's the benefit of having double marksman and having this kind of gold lead. While it was just 5,000 Infinity. Suddenly, oh man, I think my fault. I jinxed it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Invade Esports. Now it doubled to 11,000 even. Going towards 12,000. ThunderTalk just preparing vision and even setting up some traps here to Invade Esports to prepare for this drag.
I don't
for
like
this Baron
this.
fight.
On the leash, faces check. That is ThunderTalk signal to come in. Jungler is gone from Invade. You have the ultimate coming from X-Spy into the backside. Back is already very low. And you have the flash coming from Sin as a finishing blow onto the carries of Invade.
Shin sweeping them away with a tactical sweep, and now ThunderTalk in just pressure for this Baron. Well, 2 questions for Invade Esports. Do you go in or do you give this away? Looks like they're just gonna be giving it away.
If Invade overextends, this will be the turnaround that ThunderTalk will want. And now, Baron secured by ThunderTalk. One of their winning conditions to win up against Invade in the series.
12 minutes in, right? Suddenly, we see 1,000 gold per minute by ThunderTalk after just one beautiful team fight in that dragon. Secure 2 kills before the Baron takedown. And now they're just pushing mid, pushing side lanes as well. And Invade Esports cannot do anything but watch.
Now X-Spy into the backside on the leash, charging onto the Vault Breaker, targets onto the jungler for ThunderTalk. Good utilization of to go in for the retreat. And now Pam is pinned down. X-By goes in for the flash. The 1-for-1 trade, a 1-for-2 trade rather, has been secured. And now it's just C going in as the finishing up crew. And now it is INV Esports losing every single bit of hope into this matchup. Thunder Talk will win it all. They will open up the mid lane. A Baron buff is utilized to a T. Unleash as the Lone Wolf goes for the defense as a 1v4 occurs. Thunder Talk will get EA's Nexus will be targeted. And Thunder Talk will remain the Titans of Wild Rift League Asia as they win the series up against INV.
2-0 Thunder Talk basically is saying, well, you had your fun in Esports in this game number 2, at least in some parts in the early game. But we had our fun as well. It's time to get serious and finish up the game and the series. 2-0 by Thunder Talk to add in on the number of teams and bodies that they have scattered all over the floor to get a chunk in their score right now. 4-0. 8 games, consecutive wins so far here by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, it was really good overall coming from Thunder Talk. It was a bit unexpected that they brought out the Volibear out from the blue, but they were able to still utilize that to a point wherein they needed another frontliner. And on top of that, they were just able to, once again, their macro playstyle, their macro strategy across the board is just something that is unbelievable.
Yeah. Out of this world, right? Top notch by Thunder Talk. This is why this team is just so full of potential. And again, this is one of the only 3 teams of the 12 that initially have registered or is part of the Wild Rift Season 2 that retained their roster. Everyone else changed up their players. But Thunder Talk, alongside with Nova Esports and Keepless Gaming, at least on the player side, has kept their players and has now been securing so many great wins, including this win against INV Esports, and now just looking forward towards their next match because as they get this win, their next match is going to be up against Team Flash and then with Woohoo Gaming. So still, with this great form, they're just looking forward.
Yeah, and the thing is, with Thunder Talk also winning the series, they remain undefeated. They retain their undefeated title here right now in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. No games losses, no series loss.
They're the only team actually to have this kind of scoreline in the whole of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. No games thrown out, no series thrown out. Every single game has been a dominating one as well. 13 minutes and 57 seconds. Just 23 seconds faster than that game number 1 a while ago.
Yeah, and the thing is, from Thunder Talk, I just want to give like a huge kudos to the draft, how it went out overall. I didn't like the Volibear pickup, but the thing is, if they're going in for the double ADC composition that they're going in for, Camille and Gragas is sufficient enough, but they wanted that extra layer of protection, and X-By going in for the Volibear is also a good pickup in that sustainability aspect of things.
Props to INV Esports as well. We came into the series thinking that this is just gonna be a one-sided beatdown in every single part of their games, in both of the games. Game number 1, yeah, it was. But game number 2, they actually put up more resistance than ever. So there is some improvements being made by INV Esports, and they're not giving up despite them being beaten down so many times. This is their 6th loss. Every game has been 0-2s as well. But I'm still hopeful that one day they will find their win and get their groove back. But for Soil, it has been full of wins. Back-to-back MVP, this time with a Zeri.
Yeah, utilizing the Zeri really well. One of the most damage coming in from that game number 2. And now Soil just received his 4th MVP title. That was just really good. But that is only series number 1. We have a lot more in store for viewers watching at home. But for now, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, it's series 2 of today's Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river, but despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! What is that, Draw? You are inhuman!
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
These are tough times in the Dreamscape. The Phantom roams the dark corners, corrupting ideas and stealing dreams, leaving nothing behind but his calling card. Calls himself Thresh, and he doesn't play by the rules. But neither do I. That's why Detective Cinna put me on the case, I think. So, Swirly, what are you planning next? I thought I was up to the job. I had the whole picture. But it's all out of focus now. Thresh and his Dream Raiders took everything. Guess I'm out of my league after all. But what about all those stolen dreams? Those people? I can't give up. Maybe I am out of my league, but there has to be something I can... Wait a minute. What's this? A piece of art? I've got to stop him. I knew Thresh was up to no good. But this was bigger than anyone at the agency imagined. I tried to arrest him, but he slipped through a portal. Not before I busted his lantern, though. And that's how I saved the Dreamscape.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那首先恭喜 TT 是2-0拿下了这场 BO3 的胜利，我们也是邀请到了他们的辅助选手 SMY 来到我们的赛后采访，欢迎 SMY， 可以跟大家先打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TT 的辅助 SMY，
欢迎。那也是再次恭喜 TT 啊，因为非常漂亮的一场胜利。首先想问一下，就是今天也注意到你染了一个新的发色嘛，就是造型大王，为什么对吧？上周还是黑头发，这周就换成红色了呢？
这个就是理发的时候陪我们队友去染了个头发，跟我们打野。
有哥几个商量好了，对吧？就是想换个发色，或许也换一种心情，换个状态。So the first question for SMY is why did you dye your hair color into red? And he said, well, actually we just made the decision when we do our haircut and we try to change a color, maybe a new color, new me, new TT in this season. 第二个问题想问一下，就是 因为你们现在已经拿到了4连胜，然后并且是一场小场都没有输过，所以有没有一些就是说这个赛季要拿多少连胜的这样的一些目标呢？
有的吧，就这个赛季就这么要求自己，希望自己一直赢下去。
就还是会有这方面的要求，也希望能够尽可能一把不输拿下这个赛季，对不对？好的，那 the second question for SMY is: Have you ever thought about how many winning streaks you will get in this season? And he said, well, actually, I don't think that we will lose anyone, and we will try our best to win all of the matches in this season. 那第3个问题想问一下，因为在第1局的时候，其实他们是选到了一个卢锡安加布隆，然后再加上盲僧的这样的一套阵容，然后选择在前期的时候换线，然后进你们的红区嘛。然后当时你们的反应非常快，把打野叫到对方的红区去了。当时你们的这个队内的沟通是怎么样的呢？
队内沟通都比较冷静嘛，因为他们就是临场是这样跟我们换嘛。那这样下去的话，我们就只能跟他们换，看谁哪边做得快，做得更好就可以了。
就两边换着班区打，就看谁的力度更大。OK。The third question is they have swapped the lane in game 1 and they use like Listen and Braum to invade your jungle in the top side of the map. And what is your communication at that time? And as MSY said, actually we are not surprised because we are prepared for this. So we call our jungle to the bottom side of the map, and we think if they're gonna punish our top lane, then we're gonna bully their bot lane and harder. 那第4个问题想要问一下，就是在这个赛季，我们注意到，就是你们基本上吸血鬼这个英雄只要放出来了就把拿吸血鬼，就这个英雄，你觉得它好用的点在哪儿？
这个英雄就是很强嘛，就是能 C 的力度非常强，基本上打到后期的话，就是打团怎么样，就是伤害很高，
就是后期的一个保障。OK， in this season you are 100% locked down Vladimir in your game as long as he's out there. So why you like this champ so much? And his answer is, well, Vlad actually is a hyper carry in this game, and he is use Vlad can make sure that you won't lack of damage in the late game. So that's all for our interview. 那以上就是我们这一场的赛后采访了，我们稍事休息，精彩的比赛马上回来。
I knew Thresh was up to no good. But this was bigger than anyone at the agency imagined. I tried to arrest him, but he slipped through a portal. Not before I busted his lantern, though. And that's how I saved the Dreamscape. Sure, Thresh got away, but I restored the stolen dreams. Not bad for a rookie. And now for the paperwork.
Out. Crush them underfoot.
Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an Aram, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and
Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and we're now here on to the second series for the day. My name is Infinity, and together with me is still Giyang. And Giyang, last game was an absolute sweep from the CN Titans.
Absolutely. Thunder Talk securing yet another series, another additional score in their name. But also props to INV Esports. They actually put up a really good fight, especially in that game number 2. Game number 1, it was a one-sided beatdown. But game number 2, even if the conclusion was very much towards the side of Thunder Talk. In the early game, they were actually able to pick up a couple of kills, pick up team fights, objective as well. But now, since we're going towards Nova Esports and OMG, this is gonna be, I'm gonna say it's a lot closer than the previous series. But still, Nova Esports, after 2 consecutive series losses against KBG and even against NOW's Esports in the reverse sweep, they're definitely hungry to finally secure their first win. In OMG, they want to recover as well.
Yeah, 100%. Especially considering that it was Nova who won the very first Icons Global last year, 2022. They were the very first ones who's able to do it. They beat J-Team in that matchup, and now they're still looking in for their very first win here in Season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia. Really just a difficult time so far for them.
And even last season, right? They almost qualified towards the finals, if not for Keepest Gaming being able to finally secure a win against them, a series win against them after 2 trials, 2 times battling against them. 3rd time's the charm sometimes. But this time, they will maybe have their first 3 times the charm, maybe in their 3rd game against OMG. At OMG, after 2 wins against EDG and against Cerberus Esports, both in 2-0 as well, they suffered a 0-2 loss against J-Team last Saturday. So after that, they're definitely looking to redeem themselves, possibly through a win against Nova Esports that is so far in a slump as well.
Yeah, it's a really difficult time for rather both these teams actually coming into this conference. You're looking at Thunder Talk, you're looking at Woohoo Gaming, you're looking at FPX, J-Team, and the likes to be really the kings of the CN conference. So far, it is OMG and Nova Esports who's looking to creep into the CN ranking.
This is gonna be a fun matchup. Yitze and Whitecat. Because Whitecat loves Camille, right? But Yitze has picked up Camille 4 times already in the 5 games that Nova Esports had so far in the whole Season 2. Picked up Jax, but didn't actually pull up a win with that as well against Keepest Gaming Game 1. But Whitecat has been trying out various champions, including, of course, the Fiora. Has picked up the Jax as well, I believe, but has yet to, get a win on the majority of the games that they've had so far. So it's up to them and how they are also going to be adjusting this. Maybe they can pull up a different champion as well, because we have been seeing just Jax, Camille, Fiora, no other champions just yet, since those are like the top 3 titans so far in the Baron lane.
Yeah, and one of the interesting points here as well, looking into this Baron lane matchup, is the kill participation, right? The 30% coming in for the side of Itze, and then 37.76% coming in for the side of OMG. And it's one of the expectations coming into the Baron lane that these two players, or well, generally the lane and the roles, are a little bit more isolated from those team fights. And I think that is one of the expectations later on as well, that you're expecting these split pushes to happen. You're expecting these Baron laners to have the capability of just always pressuring the opposite side of the map.
Now here's gonna be the interesting part as well, Infinity, because mid lane, Neon often gets denied already on his Yasuo, of course, because it's one of his signature pocket picks in the mid lane, especially when they do secure like an Ornn or a Gragas. Right now, SMK has been trying out various champions as well, including the Zoe, including even the Corki during their including even the Orianna during their battle against Esports. But they go to the stage
欢迎各位回到
for the
2023 英雄联盟
introduction
手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。今天的第2个 BO3 将由 Nova Esports 对阵上 Oh My God。在不在今天，对于 OMG 似乎成为了过去，但是在 Nova 看来，他们最近似乎也在遭受着同样的问题。那今天的 Nova 能否从这支 OMG 手里拿到属于自己的赛季首胜呢？让我们一起共同期待。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho. Today's second best of 3 is Oh My God versus Nova. It's the day today seems to be the past for OMG, but for Nova, it's been really tough recently. So can Nova get their first victory of this season from this OMG? Let's wait and see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nova Esports and Oh My God.
重铸 Nova 荣光，我辈义不容辞。听说你们冒充世界冠军，今天就由我们来把你们逮捕。
See more energy on OMG's side actually. I think it's just wanting to be chill, just saying that Nova Esports will win.
Banter ready to wreak havoc in the ref. So far, Nova, the champions of Icons Global, back 2022. Looking for the very first win up against OMG.
This is gonna be very exciting for sure. Are you ready, Infinity, for this one?
Oh, I'm definitely am.
We're ready.
It's really exciting. It is Nova Esports up against Oh My God.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。In the solo
lane,
Nova 一泽 OMG White Cat
battle it out in the rift up against Invade Esports, and this time around the question is if Nova Esports will be able to take this win.
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, Nova Long OMG 应援。
You'd say it's probably one of the chillest players in the whole of Wild Rift League Asia. I don't think I ever
有请双方中路选手登场。In the mid lane,
He's always
Nova
like smiling or
OMG
semi-smiling, even if
SMK.
right now they're on a lose streak, right? Still, so much positivity radiating around him.
Yeah, and I think that's also like one of the good things.
有请双方射手登场。In the dual lane, Nova Remake OMG 雨。
Playing up against a lot of teams is really an expectation already that there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of each and every
最后有请双方辅助选手登场。And a support Nova Yami OMG 花花。
happiness or having that joy, having that good vibes coming into the stage is being averting of that pressure coming from the fans.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Not the Nova Esports that we actually know. It's the first time they have secured, or they have received 2 first times in history, right? A Keepus Gaming winning against them in day number 1, a massive redemption by KBG after last season, and also being a team having their first loss against an APAC team So props to Now Esports for being able to do that. But for Nova Esports, they really need to step up. Long has to carry his name right now as the jungle god once again, because he has been dethroned so many times already and has been more holes in the chink of the armor here of Nova Esports. So in the series, maybe through some adjustments, maybe Nova Esports, especially for Long, needs to pick up champions like Yone once again in the jungle, possibly other carry champions as well, so that he can dictate the flow of team fights and find opportunities as well for Nova Esports in general.
Yeah, or the likes of Lee Sin, or the likes of Kha'Zix, Evelyn coming into their composition as well, if they really want to dictate the pace, control the pace of the matchup in the early game. So that's something that we could expect coming into game number 1 or even game number 2 in the following games in this series. But for jumping into the Rift, we have Howling Abyss, the fight for sides, Nova between Nova up against OMG. And once again, there's a huge drastic difference of the fight for side, but this will be one of the indications that we could expect coming into the Rift, how these teams will perform to the day series.
Oh yeah, it's also a warm-up game for them, right? That's why I love the Howling Abyss this time, or the Aram as the fight for side compared to the 1v1 fight for side last season, because there's only one player being able to warm up. Though these players for sure has warmed up already prior to them meeting here, but I think this one is just a much more spicier way for them to warm up as well. Especially that it's a cramped up map in the Howling Abyss, and we see lots of like great clashes as well here.
Yeah, and the OMG so far having a little bit more of a late game composition compared to Nova. In front, it is Wawa, and that will be the first blood secured by Nova.
Not gonna be laughing this time around after getting cut out there by the members of Nova Esports. They have a Thresh as well. This is the first.
Yeah, and I think that's like one of the important things as well for Nova is to utilize their early game. You have the Thresh, and you also have Misfortune. You have these early game poke damage up against OMG, because looking at OMG's composition, really this early game is just a huge detriment for them.
Kassadin, Jax, Yone, so many late game
Rhythmic,
champions here.
CC was a really good crowd control from Oh My God. And Nova loses a member. The trade was there. Now Yami to follow up. No follow suit for an all-in for Owen.
Unfortunate then for Yami. Did not hit that play a while ago towards you, so weren't able to get that kill, but still has so many chances. They get him this time.
Sentence. Yeah, it was a good call coming in from Nova. That sentence followed up by the CC from the Riven. It was just no escape for you. That was their second kill of the game.
I think this is a bit of a ticking time bomb here for Nova Esports. So many late game champions here for OMG. 4, in fact, can just run it down in this one lane of the Howling Abyss later on.
Yeah, every single one of these champions have that capability towards the late game. And you have Kassadin as well to deny the CCs and the capabilities of damage to Remake. And now White Pat ignited, will take it down. Another kill for the side of Nova. Fate sealed into the backside, double man knock up. Really good setup coming from Inyan. Will secure them another kill, or they'll 2 kills from that fight, from that engage. Neon still trying to survive there, but a CC followed up by a Rift Walk from SMK secures them the kill.
3 for 1. Definitely worth it for OMG. Boom! It's a dynamite.
We'll be able to go in for the CC, for those shields as well. Followed up by Cannon. Followed up by long slicing Maelstrom. Was the double man stun. And so far, still an even level playing field. 6 for 6 kills.
Man, I just love Set. This champion is so fun to use, especially because of that Haymaker that you can just return the damage straight into the faces of your opponent.
Remake goes for the poke once again. CP Trouble Bubble onto the likely Set, but so far it is under the third. There's just a lot of safety net so far for Oh My God. Nova already pushing in. That sentence onto 1, that's Yone, but the ultimate coming in from Set. Locks in onto Neon. Oh my God, just can't find a way to be able to counter engage. And that will give Nova the numbers advantage. Another death sentence connects Yone, or well, Zoe. Goes in for the long range pokes, SMK. Looks to follow suit. But at numbers disadvantage just really just pushes and denies their possibility to go in for the all-in
Nice
team
kill.
fight.
Wawa a little bit short there a while ago on the showstopper. I think in terms of angling it is a bit difficult, especially with so many mobile champions here on the side of Nova Esports. Neon being very playful.
Snowball blocks him in. Neon has to force out the flash, but White Cat follows suit. Neon with one more shot that will secure the kill with the lead from White Cat.
And again, it's just the early game. OMG, even if they have been losing quite a bit, is still able to equalize the kills here against Nova Esports. It's a bit of a bad sign for Nova in general, because later on, again, 4 late game scaling champions, Set as well a while ago has picked up the Warmogs. It's very scary now.
So much damage coming in from Remake. SMK has to force out the flash to catch up onto Remake, and now Long goes in for the trade. It's a 1-for-1.
Bullet time as well is massive for this misfortune of Yitze. And we'll be angling it so good later on. Especially this map, it's just so narrow.
White Cat gets snowballed by Long. Has to force out the counter-strike to disable the push of Nova. But OMG is on their wits end, still holding back under turret, but Nova slowly but surely chipping down the HP bars tier 1 turret.
Yeah, especially with its damage, right, on this misfortune. OMG needs to find ways to slow them down, or else they're gonna be overwhelmed. Ooh.
That sentence onto 1, has to escape. SMK is down. Long goes in for the slicing Maelstrom as well. Followed up, there's a 3v5. OMG has to force out the flash to go back away. And Inyan is very low. 2 remaining members for this team. You, the lone wolf. That sentence connects. That's over as the ace is secured by Nova.
And will secure the tower as well. Possibly even the second turret here in the lane. Never mind. They're just gonna be going straight back into the base. But they're 4 here. SMK is here. So it's just gonna be cashing everything.
TB Trouble Bubble goes in for the CC. They just has to focus on the turret. But SMK is still having to fight in a 1v1. What? Neon still takes it down.
Alright, White Cat will secure a double, at least here for OMG. But man, so many gold cashed in here for Nova Esports. And we'll be able to use it for their items as well. I want to see the items. Oh, thank you, Prod. They are showing it to us right now. Collector for this misfortune.
Oh, good utilization of the pull along with Hex Flash. That was really, really good. And now it is Nova going to battle it out in the tier 1 third, but OMG is just so sustainable. This is what we're talking about a while ago. When it comes to the late game, it is, oh my god, who has the better end.
Blade of the Ruin King, Bloodthirster picked up already by Inyan.
Fatal double man knock up. Remake is gone.
Absolutely wiped out.
And now Neon is just pinned out. OMG can now focus on the tier 2 turret, secures the inhibitor. They now have the lane priority up against Nova.
And you just free hitting for days, knock up.
And now Nova is just stuck under their Nexus. Inyan is very low. Could potentially go for the reset. Will still secure a kill in the process.
Nova Esports though able to at least stall them out. But OMG getting so many kills. This draft is OP. To be honest, here in the map of Aram. And Nova Esports has been trying desperately to get at least some turrets, some kills. It's about to be turned over. They're about to be overwhelmed by this late game composition of OMG.
The CP Trouble Bubbles though by Remake is quite phenomenal. Always connects up against OMG. Now SMK leading the charge with the ref clock coming into bush. Goes in for the face jack Remake. Not pushed through. Really dangerous position. Yami, that sentence onto Huafa. Still remember the capabilities and sustainability of the set. Pushes them back with a flay. And now the ultimate comes through into the backside. Forces that the flash coming from Neon. Bullet time as well to follow suit. Now another death sentence secures you. Loses one of their members. Down number advantage for Nova.
They're chasing them down. They want one more death sentence coming in from Yami. Will not connect though. OMG will be safe for at least a little while. Now, they just have to defend this tier 2 turret from Nova Esports. Ooh. Almost.
Post damage. Pretty good. Snowballs comes in into the backside. It's Long with a slicing Maelstrom connects onto every single one. Now Wawa has to retreat. One member falls down once again. Wawa with 1 HP along with you. They're remaining members for OMG to defend.
Can they do so though? Wawa's just so low.
Trouble Bubble could go in to follow up with a death
Deleted.
sentence, but instead it's Remake who goes in with a poke. Deletes you. Hua, the last man standing for OMG.
We have still the shield. One last try. Wow, will
Ultimate
not
to the
get
back.
him.
We'll just be able to delay this wave. That will buy time for White Cat to come back in. Inyan to follow suit as well. 2v1 Neon. It's just gone. OMG secures the ace.
Can they push this though? I think no. 28 seconds for Neon to actually spawn up, but since OMG doesn't have a wave, they might not able to clean out this game, especially with the mega minions right now coming from Nova Esports. Remake is up, but needs to be careful!
Oh, Sleepy Triple Bubble onto Inyan. Has to force the soul unbound to go back into his body. Now Remake will successfully defend the wave for now.
Buying some time. They can still surprise them later on, especially the plays coming in from Long. Whenever he connects that snowball, you know that he's gonna go in hard to the members of OMG. They need to be careful.
OMG as well. Really poised. Really has a lot of risk. Hua goes in to battle it out up against Yami, but really difficult as both these champions are really sustainable overall.
Great traps as well set up here by Remake, especially with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. So OMG kind of hesitates every time that is placed in the lane. And Nova Esports as well. Particularly Yami has been setting up here so good for Nova Esports.
And now Hua once again goes in. CP Trouble Bubble to deny it, but Remake, good positioning coming from them. OMG signal to come in. Long, slicing Maelstrom, denies the push coming from OMG. But so much sustainability into the front line. It is White Cat single-handedly just denying Nova to go into the back lines. They lose 4 of their members now. It's Remake, the only last man standing for the side of Nova. OMG already now pushing in. Yu is gone, or well, one of the members is gone, but the next will fall. OMG gets the side selection priority.
Great play coming in from OMG, and since they have secured side selection priority, they might just pick blue side. They have 3 games that they've won so far on blue side, 1 game on red side. But if you want to win against Nova Esports, you will want to maximize your winning capacity against them, continue giving them a hard time, and this fight for side being won by OMG is the start. And interesting lineup, surely, by both squads. Props to Long for being able to set up plays with the slicing Maelstrom a while ago, but after an adjustment in position by the members of OMG, it was completely negated.
Yeah, it was just, as you stated from the very beginning, it is Nova who was on a timer from that fight for side, given the fact you have pretty much every single one from the side of OMG who has late game possibilities, even the likes of Hua using the set. It's not so much in the aspects of damage, but when it comes to sustainability, Hua could just really set up the play for OMG. And that is what we have seen come across in reality for that fight for side in the Howling event.
Let's see what's gonna be the adjustment here of OMG. What side are they gonna be choosing? Looks like we have received the news. Blue side is the way to go for OMG.
That's one of the expectations already. It gives you a lot more flexibility in the banning phase, and it also gives you the first prio pick priority for any of these teams. And at the current meta, there's just so much to pick off from. Right? You have the Gragas, you have the Ornn, you have the Camille, the Fiora. These are really strong champions to pick up. The Evelyn as well is something that has seen a better light of day in this current patch that we have.
And also White Cat so far is on a 3-1 scoring on the Fiora. 3 games won, 1 game lost during their match against J-Team, Game 2. So maybe they would want to secure that champion as their first pick, and maybe it's also the reason why they picked blue side, to secure at least the Baron laner here of White Cat and dictate the flow later on, since we have talked about the matchup a while ago between him and Yitze. And since he's gonna be very, very comfortable with the Fiora, looks like they're gonna be able to at least find 1 win in the 3 lanes so far here against Nova Esports.
And now we're jumping into the draft. Jace immediate ban comes from OMG. Could dictate that they're looking for that late game possibilities for this game. Zeri, Kaisa, and the likes could be the dependency for Oh My God in game number 1. For the side of Nova, banning away the Hecarim was already an expectation. Fiddlestick is also one of the expectations to the red side into this matchup when it comes to the draft. Now, OMG could also ban away the likes of the Lee Sin if they want to double down into the late game possibilities, but Nila removed from the champion pool is something that I did not expect.
Actually, kind of expected this. And we saw the reaction of Long as well. It was like, oh man, Nila kind of wanted to pick this up. It's a great way to deny some of the pocket picks here of Long, since yeah, Kha'Zix is one. Yone as well gonna be respected. This is the luxury of being on blue side and OMG is just making so much on this decision that they've made.
Right, Fiddlesticks is still open and Nova is thinking about it, because if it's left open, OMG could pick it up for themselves. Currently, when it comes to the jungle pool, they still have Kha'Zix, you still have Fiddlesticks, you have Evelyn still available into both these teams.
Now, this is one way for Nova Esports to spice up this game actually. Instead of banning away the OP champions, why not just open up 2? So that gives now an option here, a big choice, a big question to OMG. Which one will they prioritize? Looks like they're gonna be picking up the Galio first, and maybe take the Fiora later on, since Yitche will just hover the Camille right now, possibly even pick up either the Evelyn or the Fiddlesticks here for Long. I think it's too early to call it though.
Yeah, Orange still open for the side of Nova Esports to pick up. Go in for the Camille as well. Kassadin is a good option for them, but I think it's a little bit too early when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, true. Because OMG can just invest so much on AD, right?
100%. Yeah, right. Especially considering that you have the bans onto the Jace already, that are like these early game possibilities for a target onto Long. So OMG could definitely pivot themselves into the double ADC, a composition that we have seen always being shown across the current meta and the past few weeks of Wild Rift League Asia. And Tristana already to be expected. You can also pick up the Kaisa for yourself. You could also go in for the Saya as one of the priorities. But considering the way that the composition is made for Nova, I think Baron Laner is one of the better options here for OMG to instead pick up.
You know what, Infinity? It's been so long since we've last seen a Zed. Do you think it's going to be possible for us to see it right now here, especially against the Kassadin? No?
Zed is just a Zed I think is a really difficult champion to pull off at the current meta that we have, because you just have the stasis engine to deny the possibilities of these huge damage capabilities of the Zed, right, with the death mark. So that is the reason why we see a lot more Evelyn, a lot more Kha'Zix comes into play, not the Zed.
And since Yone has been banned away by OMG, right, the options to counter out this Kassadin gets towards a threat to OMG instead of Nova Esports. And now they ban the Ashe, maybe to just mitigate some of the early skirmish plays that Nova Esports can actually make before the objective or during objective spawn.
This is a little bit interesting with the Ashe pickup, the Ashe ban, because considering how Nova has played their composition thus far, going for the utility bot lane is not something I expected for Nova to even do. I think they really still need a carry for their lineup composition, and I think banning away ADCs is a clever move for OMG, but Ashe is a little bit of an expectation. Now, Varus removed as well for the side of Nova really denies that capability of that utility bot lane possibility for the side of Nova. But as we stated a while ago, Lee Sin, Evelyn, Kha'Zix still open for any of these two teams to pick up. And now if Nova locks in onto Evelyn, Kha'Zix will be left open for OMG.
So much magic damage actually present here on the side of Nova Esports. Early game to late game. And that is just stability being shown here by Nova Esports right now. So many ways to interrupt the formation of OMG as well, especially because of the Gragas here for Yami. But Aatrox might actually just serve great purpose here for teamfight, especially the extended ones. Late game scaling present right now for OMG massively as well. Tristana, Jax, and Aatrox. Maybe they need to add in a bit of early game champion here so that they're at least going to be able to dictate the flow here against Nova Esports.
Yeah, and for the side of Nova, I like to see a Saya coming into their composition, because thus far with 4 Bruiser or with 4 melee champions into their composition, Sai's just gonna have a free time into the backside. We'll be able to go in for the roots as well. OMG. Ziggs as a pickup is, I think, also a good option for them, considering how much frontliners they have into their composition with Aatrox, with Jax, and also Galio. That is something that is not the worst, because they have Tristana coming into their composition as well, so they need something of an AP into their lineup. For their side of Nova going for Ezreal, it's not the worst pickup.
Not the worst, but also not so great, I will believe. Yeah, Ezreal would be able to at least kite away and also be safe in the back line, since there's so many chase downs present here on the side of OMG. But Xayah also possesses that, and she has some sort of crowd control with the Blade Golf. And it would have been kind of better as well, maybe if they picked up the Zeri, since even if there's chase down ability by OMG, Zeri's just so hard catch, and since there's no buy on the side of OMG, that could have been great as well for Nova Esports. But let's see how they're going to be making this composition work for Nova Esports. We do see approval ratings favoring OMG, and I do agree as well, this draft is very nice.
Yeah, overall the draft is really nice for both these teams. The only reason why I dislike the Ezreal coming into this competition is because when we look at the opposite side, when we look at OMG, they have Aatrox, they have Jax, they have Galio. And with the likes of Ezreal, those tank champions, if they're a little bit fed up, the Ezreal will not be able to shred down the HP bars of the likes of these strong tanky champions into the front line. And Xayah will be able to do that. Zeri will be able to do that. Kai'Sa will be a much better option when it comes to bringing down these HP bars. But when it comes to the early game, I'm not disliking the Ezreal coming into the bottom lane, having a lot more capability to even outpace, especially up against these Ziggs if they're put on the same lane.
Nova Esports investing 2 champions for late game. Possibly 3, since Camille does scale really well into the late game as well. But compared to the Jax, definitely we're going to be giving it towards the Jax. So OMG, since they have 3, possibly, 3 scaling champions, including the Aatrox and the Tristana, they do have so many options, or opportunities rather, to be the one to threaten late game, especially 15 minutes onwards. And Nova Esports needs to find ways to maybe through the top lane, through the Baron lane, enable this game for their side. OMG has ways as well, but I think Nova Esports has more.
Yeah. So for this early game, one of the expectations set for the viewers watching at home is that we're not going to expect any of these early engaged fights, because across the board, both these teams really strong when it comes to the late game. The only champion that could have that potential is the bot lane for Nova Esports, with the Ezreal being locked into their favor, having these long-range pokes, having these long-range capabilities to match up the pace into the bottom lane. That is the only place where we can expect these engages to happen.
And Yu, since he did pick up the Ziggs here, it's just gonna be clearing of wave as much as possible. And also what the great thing about Ziggs, right, is that they have so much wave clear, especially for the side lane. Just 1 Mega Inferno Bomb can do the trick, deny a push as well for Nova Esports, even if they have like the advantage in the early game, if they will secure it. And OMG just being very, very safe in all areas here in this game.
Yeah, in addition to that as well, we have to remember the champions of these junglers. Evelyn has a really good clear time when it comes to these jungle camps, but the thing is, he will not be able to fight at a level 1 to level 4 phase. He needs that level 5 for that passive to happen for himself, that invisibility to be able to go in for those ganks successfully. So that is not an expectation of those level 1 to level 3 ganks. And now for Aatrox as well, not really that strong when it comes to the early game. So that's just one of the expectations, but Long already at level 5 goes in for the charm. You will be able to go in for the satchel charge back into safety. A good use of skills to be able to retreat.
Yeah, but this will enable Nova Esports to get at least some plays in the bottom lane to get their gold lead rolling, going towards 1,000 gold lead actually right now by this one. And it all is thanks to Long actually on the timing, rotation toward the bottom lane.
Yeah, and in addition to that, what we have stated a while ago, it is Long with Evelyn, who has a much faster time to clear down the wave. And that is one of the aspects for him. It is Nova who has the better lead when it comes to gold as well. You also have Nova Esports into the bottom lane, who has the better advantage when it comes to getting the clear in waves. It is Ziggs who is pushed back consistently with those duos of Ezreal and Dragons in the same time.
Let's see what Long is going to be doing here in the mid lane, if they can actually set up something here. Since Yami isn't level 5 just yet, so no cast, no isolation, no setup just yet present for Nova Esports. They're just going to be looking to rotate, possibly checking the jungle here of Enyan, though it's all cleared up already. So.
Yeah. So far, Long just clearing down the Raptors. There's already one of the stands, right? Having a very late game centric competition for both these sides. And yes, there is an exception with Ezreal and the Ziggs, wherein Ezreal is just poking, always consistently. Ziggs just clears down the wave in the early game as a bit of a standard. But with the likes of Evelyn into the jungle, Aatrox into the jungle, there's just no hope for those early game stages to occur, except of a mistake and a misstep for any of these two teams. And thus far, everyone's playing it really decent.
And it's going to be much more dangerous actually here for Nova Esports if they make a mistake, especially Long. Because once the E goes in, once the ult has been invested, it's pretty much useless already. It needs to be a lot more creative, needs to be a lot more precise in his entries later on. So many counter plays are present here on OMG side, especially the Aatrox. If he pops in the World Ender, it's definitely going to be the end year of Nova Esports, at least in some of the team fights. In theory, they're just, that's like what you mentioned, playing it safe, waiting for the first objective. OMG though might just go for the scaling one, the Dragon.
Yeah. Now 4 minutes and 30 seconds, the dual laners are now going into the lane. This is already one of the standards. For the viewers watching at home, this is what these teams already do to just gain an advantage when it comes to objectives. Because if a team fight breaks down, you really want to play onto that numbers advantage into those team fights, and having your dual laners come into mid, it's a much shorter distance to go into either the Rift Herald or to go into the Mountain Trade.
Actually, OMG, they can go either Dragon or Rift Herald. Since they have the Ziggs, they can open up mid. And Nova Esports might have a bit of a hard time controlling the wave since it's a Kassadin and an Ezreal. Very, very difficult to actually prevent any sort of engages from OMG. So Long gonna be starting the RH, and the Dragon started by OMG.
Yeah, they really could. But the thing is, it is OMG who really wants to play the late game. So going in for the Dragon is also an expectation for them, but I like what you called out, right? You have a lot of CE champions available into the side of Nova. Again for the bomb onto Rhythmic. Good utilization onto denied that explosive cast. And now it's a 1-for-1 objective trade for both teams.
Yeah, Wildcat wanted to engage, but thanks to Yami, was able to dissuade them, just deny the entry, and they secure the RH, possibly to be used in the mid lane or top lane if they want to dive Wildcat. I think it's gonna be better if mid lane gets pushed instead, since they have the Zig.
Long is on top side as well. Not go in 2v1 as Wildcat plays really safe. You also still have the counter strike available for himself. Now Enyan goes into mid lane to just defend. And so far, I really like the pace of the game. It's really quiet. It's a really standard, but coming into the 10-minute mark, 12-minute mark, this is where those team fights will blow up for both OMG and for Nova as well.
Rhythmic is so tempted to get that plate, but Long is just gonna help him out. Spawning the RH, okay. I'm here for you, buddy. They will be able to at least secure this tower in the mid lane. 28 HP, but the wave will be there.
That's okay. Locked in with actually ultimate on the body snap follow up. It's already a done deal. Nova secures not a kill! What? SMK within an inches of death there.
What just happened to Nova Esports? Oh man! They got too cocky, they got too overzealous right there. And they thought it would be a sure kill with a tactical sweep, but they did not expect that jump coming in from the Tristana of SMK. And they weren't able to secure first blood.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for their side. But now, Neon switches up into the mid lane instead, which is a bit of a curiosity coming into the side of Nova. Why the switch inside, why the switch lane, having mid lane to go on top, and now they're going into the bottom lane. Really, really interesting switch so far, OMG and Nova. Meeting one of our expectations and one of calls a while ago. not having that aggression come through. But without these aggressions, Nova is just building up their land and gold advance. 3k gold lead already with no first blood as of yet. It's all about how they're doing their macro and how they were able to utilize their Rift Herald to get the Tower First Blood for that huge, massive golden jump.
And utilize the 3,000 gold lead that they have as well, right? What's going to be the next year for Nova Esports? Do they push the side lane? Do they group up to help out Yitze or maybe Neon on the side lane? Because OMG is going to be liking every single minute being stalled out here in this game because they have superior late game scaling. Long is stalking you, but Indian is there to back him up. Rusat Paraj will not connect onto him as well, so very little chance to assassinate. But
Long goes in for the charm. You is very low. Remake Arcane Shift gets the finishing blow.
Great timing by Long. He basically stalked him so close. Remake as well helping out, paved the way for them to just get that kill. Unfortunate for the Galio.
Long going to the bottom lane. Hexed ultimate, good setup coming from Yitze, but under the turret, the ultimate coming from Whitecat gives him extra sustainability. Last caress secures them the kill.
Inyan this time getting a little bit late, but World Ender has been popped off. He's wanting to find Long or maybe Yitze, but will not be able to get either of them.
Good hook shot coming from Yitze to under turret, so the ultimate was just wasted.
He basically just screamed. And we look into this replay and how it happened. You unfortunately wasn't able to escape. The hero's entrance was also late, so it got casted onto a different member of the OMG instead.
Unfortunate so far, Nova. Already at a 5k gold lead, coming from 3k gold lead a while ago. Really good utilization and capitalization of their Rift Herald early gold lead injection into this game number 1. Infernal Break is now up for anyone to take down Nova. Macro plays, going to the Infernal Break, gets information that OMG is also just around the corner, but this will be a 5v5 brawl.
Lian might actually be able to fight back harder this time around. Whitecat is chipped down so hard to 40% HP. Nova Esports can just basically get this now.
Already down very low, gets information from the Sky Boom. SMP just hiding on the brush onto the riverbed. Long into the back. Inyan is informed that Evelyn is just around into their back. Two-shot barrage gets that instant.
Oh no, you
was in danger. Goes in onto the Dragon's Spit. You also have Long. Goes in for the glass caress onto the Dragon's Spit. Well, making
steal
secures the damage, and now it's OMG who takes the Infernal Drake of their own. And now Nova is on the meat grinder. OMG just shreds them apart. And now it's Inyan in the front lines. World Enter to the face of Remake with a flash as well to catch up. One hook. One knockup to the ground. Inyan secures the kill.
3 kills and a steal by Inyan. Absolutely glorious inside of OMG. And we look into that replay on how it actually happened. Long tried to stalk. It worked a while ago in mid lane to get the kill onto you, but this time it didn't. Inyan was there to back him up and go for the punish. And that steal after that slam by Inyan definitely was top notch, cancelling out any sort of counterplay by Nova Esports. Definitely dissuade all of their plan, devastating Nova Esports. Whitecat being able to survive, and Inyan just cleaning the rest of the members here of Nova Esports is one way to jumpstart this game for OMG.
Yeah, it was one of the winning conditions of that fight for Nova to be able to get a kill first, because they had an assassin in their pocket. But the thing is, that was Long, and the Drake was open for them. It was a lot of isolated fights that won Nova, or well, that won OMG into that team fight. And now with that second Drake in their favor, this is quite a disruption for Nova's capabilities into winning this fight. Now OMG now starts up the fight once again. So the Rand goes in for the double dance on Yam. Screams away to go in for the retreat. Explosive cast, go back. With inches of death there. Now Inyan goes in for the knockup on the Remake. Yitze goes in for the hook shot. Go into fray. Whitecat just shadowing the top lane as well, but going for an all-in means that 5v5 fight. The Baron Nashor is available. The losing and the lose Baron.
That could have been great by OMG, but it could have been disastrous as well because the rest of Nova Esports was going towards top lane. It was a good timing for them to actually just back away. Because that could have been an opportunity for Nova Esports. If they went for the punish and got 2 kills, could have been barren for Nova. But that didn't happen. OMG is still the one dictating this flow of the game and has completely mitigated the gold lead of Nova Esports. A while ago it was 5k. Now it's just 1.5.
OMG just utilized their late game killing. This is their winning condition, right? It's all about those patience game. Because they are heavily reliant onto the likes of Tristana, Aatrox, Jack. Ziggs could also be their supported damage as well, coming into the late game with that extra poke here in waves. This is really important for this team. So at this point, OMG just has to play it a little bit more on the safer end, rather compared onto Nova, with Long being their assassin, who has to constantly look for ganks and look for play.
Great itemization as well by you. Since he has a crown already, it's gonna be much safer to the burst of Long. And it's not that much scared at all. Rotating and also just stepping forward in the lane. He knows that someone is also there to back him up. Always Indian this time around, since Wawa is there for SMK. And it's a great rotation by them.
Inferno Bomb pushes down Long. Remake also in a low state of HP. Indian denies the blasting tone away from Nova. So far, OMG taking down the turret in the top side. Huge sword injection.
Nova Esports hanging by a thin thread. Even if they're the ones who have the goal lead right now, they're just one team fight loss away from OMG being able to get so many objectives. One dragon fight away from Nova Esports being denied of a soul here. OMG wants this right now. If they get this soul, basically they're gonna be unstoppable, unkillable. They will get the shield from this mountain dragon soul.
Yeah, that's an instant winning condition for you. When you get the soul, you're pretty much just on the road to success. And on the precipice of just getting the win into that specific game. That is the reason why Noble doesn't want to go for an extension. Even if they could, and even if they want to look for ganks.
This is a nightmare for Long. Oh!
Now, Yami haunted by Hua Hua. But looking into the backside, it's also Inyan who's pushing back Nian and Yitse.
White Cat just inside the Dragon Pit. They can commit, but Wawa is a little bit low in terms of HP. Will be able to heal himself back up with the War Mode. Will they fight?
They would. And now Yitse into the backside. Goes for the Exec Ultimatum onto Inyan. But Ocean Drake really low already. And Nova denies the Ocean Drake from OMG. White Cat into the front lines. Go for the counter strike onto Yami. But there's no more value into prolonging that fight, and OMG just lost their soul.
Crucial mistake by Inyan, not being able to check the Dragon Pit in time. And props to Yitse, he was the one who actually interrupted. And now they're going for double objective. Inyan is late two times in a row.
They got the Baron Nashor uncontested. It is OMG who got the information, but they lost it.
Man, back-to-back outplay in macro-wise by Nova Esports. OMG is now shocked in the series of events that is happening here in this game. They lost the Dragon, lost the Soul, and lost the Baron as well. And Nova Esports now is getting so many chances to be the one to redeem themselves this game.
This is really good for Nova. They denied every single objectives from OMG. Because the thing is, if OMG gets in, they have two siege champions in their composition. They have Tristana and they have Zig. So taking down turrets will be so easy for them. And Nova just denied it out of their hand.
So easy. It's starting already. Top side getting pushed. And Whitecat cannot do anything. The bottom side being pushed by Neon as well as the rest of the crew of Nova Esports is pushing mid. And now it's helping them secure so much gold in their name. Remake will be able to escape.
Going for the bombs. Planted on the Remake. Just outright. Impeccable from OMG.
Topside though being pushed. Yitse and Long helping each other out to secure yet another tower. In a minute or so, we see the gold lead from 1.5 thousand rise up back to almost 5,000 just because of the great macro play that they made. The biggest outplay so far as of today is made by Nova Esports. And OMG is definitely questioning the series of events and their decisions so far.
just really good. And just remember that Long with the Evelyn as well. Evelyn just has so much damage built in. And they're clearing out the Baron after clearing out these objectives is really good for them now. Elder Drake spawns up.
I just saw Neon just wipe his hand. Definitely this is a high pressure, high tension situation by Nova Esports. They have the highest chance to turn this game around.
Neon into the backside as seen by SMK. White Cat already down half HP.
Let's see if OMG will commit. This time, will Inyan slip? Or will Nova Esports be able to punish them once more? High tension, high pressure situation. Wawa is low. Nova Esports is timing. Long is stalking. Neon is stacking.
Wawa goes in for the shoulder Durant. Goes in for the double taunt as well. Galio is gone. 5v4 situation in favor of Nova. And now the Elder Drake already down to half HP. Jax wanting to kill Yitze, but will not be sufficient enough. SMK down to his last breath. And now it's Elder Drake that won't be in favor, coming for Nova as they have full control. But Inyan still alive. Smite's still capable into getting them. The Elder Drake, but Nova zoning them away. They will secure the Elder Drake in their favor.
And OMG getting their base pushed right in front of their faces, getting the objective taken right in front of their faces, and getting this game stolen in their faces.
Now no resets as well, has to force out of stasis. Nancha Neon overextended. Inyan punishes.
Nova Esports getting a little bit complacent there. And Neon was punished, but it's not the end of the world for them. They have so many chances this time. Baron is going to be the way to go here for Nova Esports. OMG! You need to be very careful. This time, Nova Esports is being very cautious.
Oh my word. OMG loses the Baron Nashor. They will lose this fight. And yet already down low! Executed! And that will be Nova who takes every single one of them alive.
The Elder Dragon buff devours every single member there of OMG, and Nova Esports devouring OMG as well as this Baron gets taken 20 minutes in. OMG definitely is the reaction right now by this team and everyone that is supporting this team right now.
And with them getting the Baron Nashor in their favor, the Elder Drake still up for Nova Esports. Winning conditions are secured. 8.4k gold lead in their favor. And oh my god, has to make a miracle play to be able to make it back alive.
And Nova Esports is the one pulling off such a great miracle this time around. After being beaten down hard by OMG, they look to finish.
SMK wanting to get that push. Neon is already down low, but there's so much people who's down to their last HP. Yitze pushing down the top side already. 2 inhibitor turrets already down as well. Massive wave coming into the mid lane. Long utilizing the Baron buff to push down the bottom lane as well to secure that last inhibitor turret in their favor. Nexus is already open, down to the 1.2k HP left. Inyan is gone. 5v4 situation. And the wave pushing in the Nexus. 700 HP left. The minions are finishing it down as Nova will secure the first game of the series.
Such discipline at the side of Nova Esports. Definitely, they're not playing around anymore. And they gave it to OMG, punishing them for their gruesome mistake. That dragon fight a while ago, that started it all. Yitze being able to interrupt them and distract them, paving a way for Nova Esports to deny them the soul. And then the great macro decision by Nova Esports to get the Baron is just the start. And then that Elder Dragon outplay by Nova Esports paved the way for them to again deny a chance for OMG to turn the tides around into a Baron takedown again and into that push. Definitely making OMG regret every single decision that has happened ever since their delay in that last dragon a while ago.
Yeah, and it was Nova Esports who has great adaptability for that game number 1. Because the thing is, a while ago, it was Long who was looking in for those ganks, who was trying to zone away the enemy team when it comes to these objectives. But the thing is, if Long is outside onto those objectives, they're going to lose the objective because Inyan has a better position when it comes to getting those smite in. And that is the reason why they changed things up. It is now Neon who was always looking for those ganks. It was Neon who was always looking into the backside when there was an objective available. And it was Long who was waiting patiently to jump in at the
Patiently.
right time to secure the objective.
Man, so much patience on Nova Esports side. I just love seeing this kind of redemption on Nova Esports. But it's also very upsetting here for OMG, especially that they're the ones that were stacking up the dragon stacks. They're the ones who was scaling up until that major mistake that they've made in that Soul Point dragon. And Nova Esports, they're not the team to joke around with. They're not the team to make any sort of even slightest mistakes, because they will slap you with the counterplay that they've prepared. And look at how much they've turned over here by Nova Esports. 9 minutes into the game, it was a big lead already in terms of goal by OMG, and then the dragon fight occurred, and then Nova Esports just snowballed from there.
Yeah, it was a very, very quiet game. Overall, it was only 6 kills for the side of OMG. It was only 10 kills for the side of Nova. It was under 20 kills overall for both these teams in game number 1. As stated by the composition, it is going to be a really, really quiet game for both these teams. And the thing is, Nova's macro plays all throughout the early game, coming into the mid game, coming into the late game, was impressive.
Man, Infinity, I'm not even sure which player to give the MVP here. Every single player deserves one, but if we were to choose at least 2 people, I would say it's gonna be either Long or Yitze. Because Long was the one who secured the objective and got them all like very paranoid, especially on objective fights. But it was Yitze that actually started it all in that Soul Dragon part. But it's Yami that gets it, and he's been there in every single one as well.
Yami was just so good with Gragas, being able to put out those very important explosive casts, because at the end of the day, it is only Yami who's just capable to really disrupt the flow of those team fights up against Oh My God, and it was just him who brought the crown. Game number 1 for the side of Nova Esports, but there's still another game for OMG to make it back and bring this to game number 3. But that's it for now. It's already match point for the side of Nova Esports. We're going to take a short break, so don't go away.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an Aram, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
小子不得惊奇呀！
So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat back, stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Welcome back everyone to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. It's already down to our second series of the day, with Nova Esports having the match point in the series.
Man, that comeback a while ago, absolutely insane. Definitely a big learning lesson for OMG. But let's see if OMG will learn their lesson, or will Nova Esports continue to punish them as they retain their sights.
Dude, that was really quick. We're already jumping into the draft here with bans already locked in for both sides. Cassidy and Jax, Nilla already moved. And these leaves the Jays open for Nova Esports to pick up if they want that early game lead. But for the side of Nova, once more, Hecarim, Shen, and Akali remove opens up the Fiddlesticks. The Vladimir is hovered in and locked in by OMG.
No hesitation at all coming in from OMG to lock that champion up, maybe as an investment towards the late game or team fighting. But that opens up the Camille here for Nova Esports. And we saw how good Yitze was with his champion in disrupting and delaying the response there of OMG in one of the most crucial fights and objectives a while ago. Long as well, not so bad with Evelyn. Gonna be picking that champion up once more.
Yeah, and I like what OMG did here. They banned away the Khazadin, and that opens up Vladimir as a choice for them because there is no more soft counter for that champion. They could still go in for the Zoe, but that opens up their front line more open for OMG to pick up, especially considering that they're now going in for a little bit more of an early pace champion, such as the Lee Sin.
And Whitecat is back on the Fiora. This is looking good for OMG. So far, they have secured 3 wins and just 1 loss on this champion, and is wanting to continue getting the wins. No support just yet here for OMG, and Nova Esports will pick up yet this Gragas that Yami secured an MVP with. So mid lane might just be banned here for OMG, maybe denying the Zoe, denying the one more champion here from Neon that can be used as a counter. You cannot discount the Yasuo of Neon just yet, and OMG might just need to ban it as well.
Yeah, I like the bans coming through. Such huge respect onto the support here. Ornn removed from the table. Alistair is the left open for OMG. A soft counter onto the likes of Camille as well. A really good support that has seen a lot of light of day in the past, especially considering that Galio has been removed from the champion pool of Huahua. Now for the side of OMG, they could remove another Ashe once more, along with an Ezreal into their second phase picks.
It's like they're not going to be scared of the Zoe. They will respect the Ezreal and the Ashe instead, but the Lucian being hovered. We talked about the Zai being a better option for Remake a while ago on the ADC side, but the Ezreal actually proved worthy of a choice a while ago in game number 1. Kai'Sa this time around will be picked up, and that's so much burst and mobility for Nova Esports.
Yeah, this is already an expectation. If Nova picks up Kai'Sa, OMG will pick up Saya, and that opens up Rakan for them to lock in. It's been quite a bit of a time. We last seen the Rakan coming into the table.
So much explosiveness on the side of OMG. The dynamic duo of Zaya and Rakan will definitely just increase their influence in team fights, and Nova Esports needs to be ready. The Aatrox will be locked in for late game scaling and team fighting capability. This is looking good for both teams.
And this could be an Evelyn mid lane. But Camille mid lane as well could be that option for Nova Esports. This is another coin flip coming for the side of Nova. But once again, they did this in game number 1 and they're doing it once again in Nova's Esports draft for game number 2. Having a Protect the Queen composition with Kaisa being in the center of it all.
Everyone is going forward for sure on the side of Nova Esports. Even Rhythmic can go in if he wants to with a Killer Instinct. Long gonna be stalking SMK and you the entire game for sure. I'm not so sure with the matchups though of the solo laners, since OMG, the Fjord of Whitecat, the Vladimir of SMK can actually win their lanes. So Long has to really step up to help out Kitse and Dian, at least in the laning phase, maybe through the ganks, through the kills, through securing RH once more to enable at least one tower in the mid lane when the objectives spawn up. But let's see what is going to be the game plan on both teams. OMG and Nova Esports potentially battling for one last time as Nova Esports is match point.
Already a match point. Now we're jumping into the Rift. One game away for Nova Esports to take the win in the series and possibly take their very first serious win as well here in Season 2.
This is what they want. This is what they have been craving, dreaming for quite a long time. 2 series loss definitely is really bad for Nova Esports. But after that win a while ago in game number 1, the motivation and just the momentum is on their side.
That's really good coming from SMK. Going in for those early few engages up against Neon. Getting those transfusions ready. The passive's now backed up. And I think that will happen all throughout these early game phase wherein Neon will just wait for the passive to come through before he goes in for those wave control, before they go in pressure up against SMK.
It's going to be very difficult for Neon to proc up that adaptive defenses as well. The only sustain he has is that tactical sweep, but the cooldown of the transfusion is much faster and he can just spam it up alongside with the auto attack. So Neon has to really be careful in the mid lane, not get too low, because Enyan is using the Lee Sin. It can just gank there anytime.
Yeah, and that will definitely be the expectation. Just wait for level 3 before the junglers come to these mid lane, especially how Neon is overextending into the mid lane and how SMK is consistently dealing out a lot of damage. Now Enyan shadowing the mid lane, Tides of Blood come through, Sanguine Pool as well, goes in for the flash. Neon is
perfect!
Gone. First blood secured by OMG.
Perfect timing, that Sonic Wave connected as well, maximizing the damage and just injecting the gold to SMK.
Yami body slammed onto Hua Hua. Farms are there as well, possibly for Nova to be able to utilize that, but Inyan will secure their scuttle into the bottom lane. A little bit more safety net for the likes of Hua Hua and their bottom laner into the early game phase.
And OMG is starting it up so explosively. That well-timed gank by Inyan definitely is gonna be forcing Neon to rethink his strategy and be a lot more safer in the mid lane, because he cannot give any more gold there.
Long. Now visits the bottom lane to hope for a gank here. The flash is there. The form connects you. Is gone. The trade is secured by Nova.
Absolutely clean from Long. Getting the charm up. Yami's still alive. They're wanting round 2.
But remember, Hua Hua could just go for the grand entrance and take the kill onto Yami, but Long's exceptional timing secures the kill onto Rakan.
2 kills to answer to that first blood kill by OMG a while ago. Completely deleted the 7,800 gold lead of OMG a while ago. We look into this replay and how it was perfectly timed, especially that charm preventing that back away by you. Properly timed by Long. Also, the gold injected here to remake is just absolutely glorious for Nova Esports. Wawa tried to answer back, but man, Long has some burst already.
Yeah, it was just the allure and then the hate spike with the flash as well. Instant charm that was really, really perfect coming from Long. But at this moment, it is currently Nova who has a little bit of that advantage. But in this early game phase, 500, 400 gold lead is such a really minute advantage to really dictate how the early game would be played. And OMG really needs to have that acceleration and has to have that startup in this couple of minutes into the matchup, considering they have the Lee Sin that could really change up the pace of these early game, and that is what they need.
So big responsibility, right, Infinity, for Inyan to make those plays happen, because they have 3 scaling champions. Long is stalking Inyan. It's also there, but SMK is also in the vicinity, so Nova Esports will respect them for now. They will just walk away.
And I like this from Nova, right? We saw how Yitze go into the top lane, how Camille went into the mid lane. Now level 5 reaches out. They have a switch in lanes. SMK really low. One combo alone coming in from Long, putting his HP down to a quarter.
Also, since he used the blood pool, right, he has to receive 20% of that current HP as a cost just to survive.
Looking into the backside, Allure is already casted out. Exhaust is there, but the clear down in the wave and how they're just able to hug turret disables the push coming from Nova.
SMK doesn't have the Cosmic Drive just yet. It's controlling the lane and gaining priority every single wave that is commencing here in the lane. Nova Esports so far is being the one in the driver's seat. Not looking so good here for OMG, but again, they have 3 scaling champions. It does take so much time for these 3 champions to scale up and be online. And Nova Esports is just maximizing what they have right now in this early game. Dragon spawning up, as well as the RH. This might be an opportunity for OMG, especially for Inyan, to make things right and get to the soul point.
Yeah, Neon already sees Neon, but they have the Risk Cutler. Information has been provided where OMG is at. Currently, Long has the priority onto the Rift Herald. Into this early game, they do not want contest the Drake, considering the Lee Sin is still available for the side of OMG.
They just straight up for the RH, can use it into the mid lane to take this tower down. No help needed. Yitzy just gonna be getting some of the plates as well to get some gold up. And OMG, what are they to respond? Yeah, you secured the first scaling objective, the Ice Dragon, but it will take so much time for them to complete the soul. And Nova Esports has gathered 2,000 golding so far that they can utilize and translate into some pressure in the laning phase. Secure maybe this tower in the top lane since it's half in HP already.
That explosive cast was a little bit unfortunate, since you just got pushed back into their own side of the lane. But so far, this is how Nova has been playing it ever since game number 1. They really want the Rift Herald to be able to get that early game advantage, get that tier 1 turret into the mid lane, and pretty much have that map control advantage up against Oh My God.
Wawa needs to be very careful whenever he casts that Grand Entrance, because if he misses it and goes back to you, Yami can just use the cast to isolate them and set things up, and there's no counterplay anymore except for the quickness.
Long is there into the bottom lane. Allure Charm could possibly hit down Neon. Going for the chase, but White Cat, as a Fiora should be, is such a good champion that can solo fight.
But he has invested the flash just to be able to escape. He doesn't have that mobility spell anymore. Come the next team fight, and Neon just pushing the wave in the bottom lane, securing the tower as well. Top side though.
Rhythmic is here. You also have Yitze into the back sides. Yami is down low, but disengaging for OMG I think is a good call, because Yitze is still there. It will be brought down into a 3v3. They don't want that.
There's so much bursting capability inside of Nova Esports. Not only for Long, but also for the Kaisar of Remake. And OMG, they cannot risk it at all. It's already a large gold lead that Nova Esports has acquired, and they can get more. Topside tower being pushed by the wave. Already close to being taken down as well.
Down to 800 HP left. The reasons coming from Nova Esports was really clever, because 4 of them went into reset at exactly the same, and that was just overall good. Yami though already down to a low HP. Wawa pushed back. Long is now catching up along with Yitze. This brings it to a 4v3. Knockup is there, secures it, and now to pull back. Wawa is down low, 1 HP left, but will still be able to come back out. Yu is down as well. Hunter Fruit is available for them. Sanguine pull, just deal out massive amounts of damage from far away from the backside. SMK be able to push back. Nova just lose the opportunity to take down anyone.
Props to OMG, because Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Nova Esports with that proper timing on the recalls gave them an opportunity through the items to have the fighting chance against OMG. And this was a great attempt, but through Wawa's disengaged tool, that grand entrance was perfectly timed. You managed to survive with 1 HP. And through Inyan and SMK fighting back, they secured a kill and denied the kills from Nova Esports.
Yeah, it could have been a 3 kill for Nova, 100%, but as you mentioned, the quickness changed it all. Changed the tides of the game.
Dragon's Rage as well as SMK on the Vladimir, just threatening. It's just key to them being able to outplay Nova Esports, at least in that fight. But it's not done just yet. Still pressure ongoing in top lane and bottom lane.
Nova Esports that has a 4k gold lead, despite losing that fight up against the OMG on top side. I think at this point in time, they just push in the bottom lane, the top lane. Both turrets are down to 800 HP. Now it's a 2v1. White Cat is stuck. And Hexic Ultimatum coming in from Neon. And now Yitze is catching up with World's Ender. And now Long follows through. A good response coming from them as a finishing blow, as they secure another kill and a turret in the process.
Yeah, it's a major investment by Nova Esports to secure both of that tower and the kill as well. And almost been there since day one. Now OMG needs to find ways to secure this dragon. Again, their goal is to stack up the dragons, get the soul, and get this over with, push this to a game number 3. But Nova Esports, after that kill, after that push, is gonna be able to dissuade them now.
Goes to cast, pushes back. Wawa, you was there as well, but I think his Yami's down very low. Going to resets now with the Honey Fruit available for them. OMG, catching up the Mountain Drake. We'll be able to push through a bit. Now Long comes into the fray. Now Nova can start up this fight. Go all in. SMK down very low. Forces out the Sanguine pull as well. Oh my word! The Void Seeker coming in from Remake. Sniped him out. And now there's a 4v5. The numbers advantage in favor for Nova.
Oh man, that timing, that Void Seeker by Remake, and also that interruption to SMK was just perfect, but they go.
And now going in for quickness, Grand Ender attacks the ultimatum to lock them down on one. Yami forces out the flash to go back a bit. Sonic Wave connects onto Nia, but if they force out this fight, it's such a dangerous position for OMG.
Nova Esports is so playful, man. OMG did not expect that tournament incoming from Nova Esports, and it cost them the soul. OMG gets interrupted again and again on the goals that they set up for this game. And Nova Esports is just being able to manipulate every single decision that they want to make. They secure their own dragon.
Secure the dragon every single time. How Nova plays throughout the map, it was just so good. You saw a while ago that Long was not in the vicinity. They just played for time, waited patiently. They're just playing back and forth, tag your it up against OMG. When Long came through, it was a signal for Dragons to initiate on those flights, which was outright really, really good from Nova Esports. Macro play is exceptional.
You need to be very, very careful. You cannot just walk forward just like that, because Long can be anywhere and can be right at your face at any time.
But OMG could just play it a little bit more safely up against Nova. Considering you also have the Baron Nashor currently up, it's such a dangerous position to just overextend up against Nova. It's really important to just play it a little bit slowly, play it a little bit more safely, just get and plant information, plant wards into the Baron's pit.
And we haven't seen Wildcat shine at all just yet with his Fiora. We talked about him being able to have a really good win rate on this Fiora, 3-1, and be able to influence majority of their fights in the previous games that they had. But so far, as of this game, we haven't seen any highlights from him at all. It's being controlled here by Yitze, being shut down most of the time, just delaying the push from the Fiora, being avoided so many times as well on the commitment. And Nova Esports having so much access, Long has been there to influence everywhere across the map since they have no vision to track him at all.
Yeah, it's just the cost of having a Fiora, right? It is the best duelist as a Baron laner in the game, but its cost is not having a significance that much when it comes to team fights. Right now, having the information that the jungler is on top side, Nova can start the Baron.
properly timed by Nova Esports, and OMG cannot contest at all. SMK is gonna try.
SMK goes in for the Tides of Blood. You have you as well coming into fray as well. Baron Nashor is open. Nova secures it. Gitse very low, but still changes the tides from that 1v1 fight. And now it is Nova who's just taking everything away from oh my god. And now Hua down very low, goes in for the stasis and Chant. Will be able to come back out. Now Neon comes into fray, goes in for the Dragon's Rage, triple man knock up, Hexic ultimatum into the backside. Neon locks down White Cat. White Cat will lose every single bit of his HP, has to go back with a lunge, and now
Body
flash
slam!
shot goes in for the stun as a CC chain with a buddy slam, and Nova takes it all from OMG.
Nova got the Baron, got the outplay at the very end of that team fight as well. OMG already got one. They should be happy with that, especially with White Cat being able to survive. But he overcommitted, got properly timed there with a body slam flash by Yami. And this is where it started. Inyan had a great kick actually there that was followed up by the damage of Yu. Yitze tried to get at least a trade, but it wasn't allowed to do so. Inyan got away. White Cat already did as well, but Wawa and Yu got overextended. Why were you there knowing that this is a Gragas of Yami, that this is Nova Esports, and they got punished heavily for it?
That was really good coming from Nova. The body snap, followed up the hook shot, flash, CC chain was impressive, and now oh my god,
so beautiful.
He's now on the back end, backfooting off this game number 2 of the series, and they lose a turret as well in the process. So much gold injection moving forward for Nova.
And Nova Esports is just dictating everything right now. OMG is just so paranoid in every part of this map that Long can just interrupt them, get a kill, get a solo kill, and now they just have to give this dragon away for free to Nova Esports. This is the complete opposite of what was happening in game number 1. Nova Esports might just got in their head.
Long allure onto you. Good backup coming from Hua. The fun being the POs, the likes of their ADC. But will not push through with that all-in onto that fight onto you. They still have a turret into the mid lane. So far, this is the current power of Nova. And now, Nova has full control over the left corner jungle. Has seen onto Hua.
They commit.
Still have SMK, the rest of the crew just around the corner as well. They're really just pushing back OMG, considering that Baron will come out really soon. So if they're able to take a win up against OMG's buck, they're going to take the Baron. They could potentially take inhib turrets in their favor.
So the question now is, what's the plan here of OMG, right? Because we just see them responding to what Nova Esports is doing at them. We don't see the split pushing power of White Cat because there's no dueling that will happen at all. Since Long is using the Evelyn, you cannot be so sure, you cannot be so safe in the laning phase anymore as a Fiora. And there's always just gonna be a 2 versus 1 against you. So OMG has limited options to approach this game right now. Nova Esports has them by the hand, gripping them by their neck. OMG is begging for a chance to turn this game around, but they're not being allowed to do so, no matter how many times they beg.
Now, OMG, that was a little bit risky coming in from the Blast Cone. Now for the face jack, Nova. Now starting out that fight, denies the grand entrance with a body shot coming from Yami.
Great follow-up there by Yami. Great response. Long, and actually gets spotted here. It's fine, he has a burst!
Along with the damage of Long raw capabilities, and now this is a 5v4 with the Dragon's Rage! Changes things up, this is a 1-for-1 trade so far, and now Wawa is pinned down, uses up the Stasis enchant, SMK is down to his last breath, his last HP, and now Lee Sin is gone, the jungler traded from both sides, but Nova got turrets in the process.
OMG got Long, but Nova Esports has this game long before the fight has started. And now they're taking this battle uncontested. OMG, what can they do? Are they gonna get reckless? Are they gonna try?
They could still try. Sanguine Pull with the Tide Blood. It's already used. Knocks up onto SMK. But they still have so much sustainability. And now it's Rakan who is pinned down. Stacy's enchant is now forced. Wahwa is gone with a body slam as well. Sanguine Pull coming from SMK. Buying time, but it's not enough.
Transfusion passive just ticked off 1 second before he used it. And it could have gone OMG's way. It could have gone SMK getting a kill, maybe even enough HP to keep fighting. But that's not what happened. Now Nova Esports wanting the Elder Dragon. They have won the team fight a while ago and has numbers advantage to just take this without hesitation. And OMG cannot do anything.
Inyan is taking quite a bit. Elder Drake is now being pinched out slowly but surely. And now Yitze with a World Ender. We're just down you as well with Long hoping to get that assassination onto these carries. Explosive Caps pushes back White Cat. Inyan is locked in, but X-Tech Ultimatum. Lee Sin is gone. Their jungler is not existent. Now Killer Instinct coming in from Remake, repositions, and 3 members is down to the ground for OMG.
And OMG is down for the count. Nova Esports is the one tapping the ground, counting 1, 2, 3. And OMG is not raising their hand just yet. Is not alive just yet. They're being beaten down to the ground. Long is stalking SMK!
What combo! Long just eliminated SMK! And Ahuahua is being chased down by Remake along with Yami. Use up the quickness for extra mobility. And now it's Nova. Putting down OMG to the back end corner of the room of this game.
That burst out of this world. Man, we're not gonna be seeing Evelyn next series for sure.
100%. And how that performance coming from Long. One combo out of proportion. SMK was gone. On top of that, with the Elder Drake, it was an easy time. And now the Baron Nash is secured by Nova Esports. It is now OMG on the losing end of this fight. Nova just brought, oh my god, to the ground. And it's Wawa trying to retreat, trying to run. 3 weeks in the making. Nova was looking for their first win, and this is it. Oh my god, cannot bring their hands to the win up against the Icons winner. And Nova will take their first win in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
Game number 1 was slightly convincing, but game number 2 is definitely a nail in the coffin here to OMG. An absolute convincing by Nova Esports. 18,000 gold lead before the Nexus fell. And Nova Esports will bow their heads as they secure their first series win. Absolutely convincing as well. 2-0 sweep. OMG, they get their first win. We cannot feel anything but happy for Nova Esports.
It was really good, right? They changed up their composition quite a bit, but they still made it work, and I love that. And the way they played both these games, game 1 and game 2, was a little bit more patient in the early game, mid game, and then they went out of control coming from those late game fights. And I think that is one of the traits that we could expect from Nova Esports coming into the following week. They're always playing a little bit more patient, and their macro is really good.
Especially Long, man. He was everywhere across the map. He was giving trauma, PTSD to the members of OMG. They couldn't find him. They couldn't anticipate where he is. It was always just out there. They were guessing where he would be, but they're always wrong. And Nova Esports just keeps punishing every single minor mistake that OMG makes, and definitely has made them regret not respecting the Evelyn of Long in this game number 2. Yitze just basically taught OMG how to use the Aatrox as well, and Neon too, teaching them how to use the Camille in the mid lane. A big flex, a big redemption for Nova Esports, and I just can't wait on their next match soon, because now that they have redeemed themselves, maybe, just maybe, they're just gonna get the wins back again, just like last season.
The redemption arc, getting back the pacing of their win, but Nova versus OMG, SMK did so much damage coming from that fight, but the thing is, they were a bit on the timer, especially Inyan with Lee Sin. When it comes to objective damage, or when it comes to objective, they will be on losing end on the mid game, late game. And for the side of Nova, this type of composition is untraditional and unorthodox. Made it work.
I'm just gonna say it out there. Long is OP on the Evelyn. Possibly the best Evelyn player right now that I have seen in Season 2. Period. Better than 0711. And 0711 is the pioneer of this Evelyn back in Season 1, but this guy is just on a different level.
He played that really well, and I think they're able to make it work because of the type of composition that they're building, right? 2 Baron lane champions, Aatrox and Camille, and now that enables Long, that enables Evelyn to always have a little bit of a different position coming in from those fights, to look for those ganks, look for those assassinations into the backside, and that is the reason why MVP is onto the jungle of Nova.
Well deserved MVP. Finally, the jungle god himself has redeemed himself as well as Nova Esports, and I cannot wait to see them against FPX next week.
Definitely cannot wait. That first series win by Nova secured today. That's it for now. That's the second series of the day. We still have one more left for the viewers watching at home. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's his last series of the day.
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! Oh, what is that, Draw? You were unhuman with that! What just happened?
Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
For the side of JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. The 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last caress.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and KBG, Taku made a perfect setup with a Skull of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of KBG. It was immediately followed up.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是 Yoho。首先恭喜 Nova 好不容易是拿下了他们这个赛季的首场胜利啊，2比0拿下了这场 BO3。我们也是邀请到了他们的中单选手念来到我们的赛后采访，欢迎念，念可以先跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Nova 中念。
欢迎念。那好不容易拿到这个赛季的首胜了，现在心情怎么样？
心情很好，因为之前2场比赛都输了，就打得很没自信。今天赢完之后就感觉可以好很多。
也好很多，也算是一扫之前的阴霾了，对不对？
对。
So the first question, for Nian is, how do you feel right now? Because you just got your first win of this season, and he said, well, actually, we are really excited because a few days ago we really frustrating because we lost the 2 games in this season. 第二个问题就是，今天拿下这场 BO3 的胜利，你们在这一段时间是调整了哪些方面呢？
主要还是团战方面吧，因为我们之前输的2场比赛就是团战方面出现比较多的失误。
就还是调整一下团队方面的可能一些配合，然后团战里面的细节。
对对对。
The second question for Nian is finally got the win today. So what did you improve during this time? So his answer is like we improved a lot in the team fight. We improved our synergy. We improved our cooperation. So in 那第一局游戏里面的时候，你当时就是先选了卡萨丁嘛，然后对方出了中单小炮去 counter 你，然后你的符文选择是选择了先攻而不是迅捷步伐，就为什么会那么带呢？
因为选择了迅捷步伐也打不过，倒不如先攻点燃烫点钱了。
就反正一切都以打钱为主。
是的。
搞钱先。好的。The third question for Nian is, in game Y, why you choose like first strike instead of flick footwork on Kassadin landing against Tristana? And his answer was like, well, actually, no matter what rune I choose, I can win the landing phase. So why not just choose first strike and earn more money with that? 那第2局游戏的时候，你们当时最后一手 counter pick 是选到了剑魔嘛？然后大家可能当时会觉得，会不会是中单剑魔打吸血鬼？因为剑魔打吸血鬼讲道理也挺好打的，但是最终你们是选择中单卡米尔去打吸血鬼，为什么呢？
因为上路的剑魔玩的都很好，比如泽塞。
OK， 就是上路剑魔有说法。
是的。
好的。In game 2, you have like mid Camille and top Aatrox, but actually Aatrox in mid is kind of counter pick for Vlad, and why you choose like mid Camille? And his answer is like, well, shout out to the Shy. I believe that top Aatrox is the best position for Aatrox this champion. 那最后一个问题。最近的几场比赛，其实你们将要跟很多这个赛季状态非常好的一些队伍去交手，比如说 J Team， 比如说 TE， 比如说呜呼 Gaming。那有没有信心在接下来的比赛里面把今天的这个状态保持下去，或者说调整到一个更好的状态，去拿下这几场比赛的胜利呢？
今天赢了，我们会后续肯定再接再厉，争取多赢下后面这些比赛。
那我们也相信你们能够保持住状态，或者说更加提升自己的士气，拿下接下来的比赛啊。In the next matches, you will play against a lot of strong teams like J Team, like TE, like WHG, and are you confident to win all of that? And Nian's reply is that we will try our best, we will hustle more and more, like we will try our best to win all of them. 那今天的赛后采访这一趴的赛后采访就到此结束了。我们接下来有一段即时花絮，大家不要走开。
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting. What? There's even no time to get a steal. Oh, what is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that. What just happened?
Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
For decided JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. A 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last caress.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and Cateroser Y, Taku made a perfect setup with a Skull of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of Cateroser Y, that was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Forge God knocks up 3. Genza's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution from BMM. Hence the life of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes, but is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around, and this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just going to die, and this game is going to be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Wan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J-Team, 3 people tried to chase down Wang Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J-Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage.
Oh, Faye, and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tried to chase him down. An explosive cap to deny, and Faye was able to survive. Never mind, DY was able to follow up with the kill. Onto the backline though, Pawn fighting against Geshon. Duwanyo might not be able to survive this fight against Soldier, but no, never mind. X1 is also gonna die on the hands of Duwan. And he is gonna get Duwan 3. And that is enough for them to say.
And number 1. We craved wanting to see Fiddlesticks into action in professional play, knowing how strong it is, and is always respectfully banned in almost every game. But in this highlight, we see exactly why Fiddlesticks is always banned. 10 minutes into the game of BRU versus Team Flash in a battle for Second Dragon, BRU got caught with a wombo combo of Team Flash, but through the perfect positioning and timing of Valdez, he landed a 4-man Crow Storm with Fear, completely turning the fight around. This play allowed BRU to secure a 4-for-1 trade plus the Dragon and completely take control of the game.
Now they're going to be going in. G68 doesn't have a lot of time. Keegan goes in. Doesn't have a lot of ways to go through. And now the knockup comes in. Horde of the Forge God is there. Wasn't able to knock up anybody. But now with the Crow Storm to the back line. Finishes everyone off.
Which highlight did you love the most? Let us know through the comment section and keep supporting the teams and the tournament by liking and sharing. My name is Giyang and we'll see you in the next video.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Welcome back everyone to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and now we're down to the very last series of the day. I'm Infinity and there's Gang with me.
KBG versus FPX definitely is going to be an exciting one, especially after KBG just recently lost against Trace Esports last Friday. Now, FPX, if we were to compare it, they're actually on a good roll. They have secured 3 consecutive 2-0 wins against EDG, against INV Esports, and against Weibo Gaming just last Saturday as well. And they're looking to have their form even more polished as they go up against KBG. It's up to them on how they're gonna be approaching this one. But here's the matchups for today as a recollection. INV Esports losing to Thunder Talk, Nova Esports winning 2-0 against OMG, and now we're down to the last series, just like what you said, Infinite.
Yeah, and it's really exciting because currently FPX is on top 3 of the CN Conference leaderboard for the regular season. Now, Keep Best Gaming is on a little bit on the low side, currently on the 6th place at the moment, having 2 series wins and 1 series loss. And the thing is, if Keep Best Gaming is able to win it and take it away from FPX, they bring themselves back into the same position that Fun Plus Phoenix is currently at.
This is going to be so exciting for sure. What is going to be the surprise of KBG this time around? Since they're mad. They started this tournament with a banger, getting their win, getting their revenge on Nova Esports. But after a series of events, after win against Team Flash, they got upsetted by Trace Esports. It's them that actually got the revenge against KBG in last Friday. So now, as they have gone through some replanning, re-strategizing after 7 days of thinking what they can actually do next, this is the time for them to implement those plans, implement those new strategies that they're going to be using against FPX. We look at the matchup, Andrew9 definitely is still the god in the mid lane here in Wild Rift, especially with his MVP performance of Season 1 of WRL-A. But Sky is not so bad at all. He actually had some really great highlights with the Akali and even with the Jace at some point against Weibo Game that landed an MVP.
Yeah, it is currently like a really heated matchup when it comes to the mid lane, because it is Sky, it is Andra9 who will be facing off each other. We all know Keep Best Gaming, we all know Andra9 to be such a huge, strong player coming into Rift, having so much titles already into his name, winning the Huya Legend Cup. You have Snapdragon as well, so much tournaments already, having to win it, and also winning up against former NGX. So there's just so much currently looking into KBG that FPX really has to overcome into the series.
We could never discount Keep Best Gaming, not at all, not even a single day. Even if they suffered a loss, it's just going to be one loss that they can use as motivation to strive even harder. We look at the matchup, the head-to-head here between the Ton and the Shingdao 7 as well. The Ton has been still spamming his Kha'Zix lately, and his influence and his impact has been increasing as well. Though during their match against Trace Esports, it didn't actually turn out as great as he wanted to on the Nilla and on the Vi. But maybe this time around, he would have better movement.
Yeah, once again, it is the Ton who was able to really just carry the team as well. Similarly, into the mid laners that we've touched about a while ago onto Anran, and really a lot of expectations into both these junglers, expectedly, since the junglers will be the ones who will dictate the pace, whether it become the early game or mid game, late game. They have a really crucial role when it comes to these objectives and when it comes to the laning phase into these matchups. So a lot of expectations on the line for both these players.
Absolutely, especially that Shingdao 7 is not to be joked out around. He loves getting for the team. He loves getting those damage champions like Lee Sin, like the Evelyn as well that he got an MVP with. Lee Sin as well, he used it 2 times already and landed an MVP on 1. But before we start, let's go into the introduction.
欢迎各位回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是YOHO。今天的最后一个 BO3 将由 FunPlus Phoenix 对阵上 Keep Best Gaming。FunPlus 凤凰涅槃已经拿到属于他们的3连胜，而 Keep Best Gaming 刚刚在上周拿到他们的赛季首败。这一场冠军豪门的争夺，究竟谁能够拿到最终的桂冠？让我们拭目以待。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho, and today's last best of 3 is FunPlus Phoenix versus KBG Gaming. The Phoenix just lights on his flame and gets on the hot streak, while KBG just failed in the last week. It's a battle for two kings, and who's gonna get the final crown? Let's witness. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give your applause for the kings, FunPlus Phoenix and KBG Gaming.
今天就让你们知道当年 KBG 谁在混。
今天这场比赛打完，我会告诉大家，当年在 KBG 到底是谁在 C。
FPX looking so confident right now in this matchup. And take note, FPX is sitting at the top 4, right? Infinity, and KBG Gaming is on 6. So if KBG wins, they will be on top of FPX.
Yeah, and it's honestly just a lot of the line coming from the side of KBG. And even FPX, because if FPX also wins up against KBG, they bring themselves up into the current leaderboard of the CN conference. So pretty much a lot of stakes on the line for both these teams. And that to add onto both these teams being a part of the same conference, having a lot more.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。In the solo lane, FunPlus done 128. KBG KG.
So, especially with so many talented players on the stage right now. Between FPX and KBG, the first handshake that we're
接下来，让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, FunPlus 星斗7
on FPX and
KBG DAT.
And these players, these teams have known each other for the longest time.
有请双方中路选手登场。In the mid lane, FunPlus Sky FL KBG Aram 9.
But at the end of the day, this will be a rivalry coming from both these teams. Personalities, though, being showed up across the board for KBG. I love that.
Yeah, even a wink there by Admiral.
有请双方射手登场。In the duel lane, FunPlus 空 KBG 小马。
Where to buy? Where to buy?
Can't answer that question. You have to ask. You have to ask the mid laner for KBG.
LPM.
最后有请双方辅助选手登场。And a support FunPlus Chao KBG UU.
UU versus Chao. Again,
first side.
Massive playmakers on FPX and KBG Gaming side. It's up to them how they're going to be countering each other out.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready.
If we're
Let's start into the
crown
round.
someone as the most aggressive team, it has to be FPX.
So far, can that aggression come to fruition here today up against KBG? With the performance coming from Season 1, this is a titan that they have at the moment. For all these teams are currently ready to jump into the game for 5 per side. Remember, for the viewers watching at home, the winner here in the Howling a Bit will be able to get the priority into the side selection.
And blue side definitely has been the trend lately. Both of these teams surely are comfortable on blue side or red side. But to add in on the spice here between FPX and KBG Gaming, FPX, they are the team that secured the fastest game in the entire Season 2. And that is against INV Esports, 12 minutes and 19 seconds. But KBG is the only team to so far not have a single 20+ minute game. Every single game has been faster than that.
This is the aggression. This is basically the synonymity of the likes of the teams currently in CN conference. Their aggression is what makes them unique and is what makes them so strong coming into the day. There's so much capabilities to run up on aggression, and I think that is also like the running meta at the current moment. It's all about how you change and how you capitalize the early mid game to be able to secure and snatch away the win from your opposing side.
Let's see. Who is gonna snatch this win? Will it be KBG Gaming or will it be FPX? Again, this is two titans right now, basically battling against each other. The unstoppable force, immovable objects, metaphor, but these teams are both unstoppable forces basically, and only one will remain unscathed here. Definitely, that just such an important match for both of these teams, especially that they're really on the grind. They have been working on their lineups, they have been working on their strategies mid-game as well. We see even Sky picking up so many champions, including the Aurelion Soul against INV Esports, though I don't think we're going to be seeing that. But we see a Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank goes for the hook, gets on security on Dawn 128. The knockup for the counter engage is there as well, but yeah, the body stand from the KBG. No kills will be secured by both sides though from that third fight.
I just love the draft of both of these teams. We see an Ornn, we see a Yone, Darius, and of course, what I love the most, the Senna.
So much capability coming into the fight for Drive, in the how this is one of the expectations already of the matchups is that we have the Wukong, the Senna, the Yone. These are really strong picks, and even the Ornn as well for part of FPX. And I think when it comes to the fights, both these teams has their own certain advantages.
Now Sky just going in. The damage. We'll get this. KBG getting first blood.
Was almost taken down. With 1 HP left for KBG Xiaoma. And they're still looking in for those engages. The hook coming in from the Darius as well. Coming in from Xiaoma. Got the 2-man CC. And now to follow up with a Fate Sealed. KBG is just wrecking havoc in this Howling Abyss.
Almost a clean ace there by KBG, but they didn't get the final kill. Slicing Maelstrom just to sway them back. 2-2-2.
Apparently it's a single level playing field, but the thing is KBG was able to stack a lot of gold for their team, be able to buy items, and now they're back into their first pick.
Is that a pentakill by Shingo 7? Not for sure, we will check that out later on, but the ace was secured by FPX. They got a lot of gold in their name as well. But they had received so much damage in their tower. It's about to get fallen down. And then goes in.
And then knocks up onto Dawn 128. The hook was so close yet so far as yeah, the delayed back in from FPX. But for KBG and both FPX as well, a little bit more patiently than what we have been used to.
A slow-paced one. In the meantime, both are taking their time. Though there's a lot of fights that is happening consistently. Keep us gaming, being very stable.
Up top, you have Andra 9 though at a very low state when it comes to HP. Single 7, hope to get that kills, but the ultimates from Xiaoma secures him.
Andra survives. On the Forge Guard.
Well, not anymore. Now, Blitzcrank will be punished as Kai uses up the Slicing Maelstrom. It's a 2-man CC. Dawn 128 uses up the flash to go back away, but they are pinned out. KBG utilizes it so well, and the charge up coming from Xiaoma along with the flash secures him.
Finally, they do secure the turret. Xiaoma as well gonna be falling down, but not without a fight. A death mark to try and outplay him, but oh, Xiaoma survived for so long. Finally falls down. Shingo 7 though, a little bit low.
Was so close as well. Under 9 was stolen down. The overextension into the backside. Blitzcrank be able to get that hook. Under 9 once again will be the target of Kong. Will not push through for an all-in. Really risky stuff here for FPX. Not having any tier 1 turret disables them to go for an overextension for the engage up against KBG.
Chow got hit though. Big pick onto the Senna, and Yu will just run it down once more. Slicing Maelstrom not gonna be used by Sky just yet.
And now Yu just rushes into the backside. Dawn 128 has to force a knockup to delay that engage from KBG. Single 7 with the shadows. Almost stating his own death. Woo! Coming in from the backside, and now you have Andra 9 going to the back with a soul unbound, securing that kill once again. About to Forge God, and it's enough to be able to kill down Andra 9.
How are you just going in the wrong direction? We'll go back into the base after getting killed there by Chow. But another hook by the Thon.
Flash hook! Ooh. And now it is KBG who secures another. Dawn 128 is really low, and Xiaoma just uses the ultimate to reset And now it's Kong who will face the threat of KBG.
Chama trying to pick up the slack though, is able to heal up. With Sky, of course, they will just secure the kill. Actually, it's Chao that picked it up. The Senna slowly getting the goal that he needs to get his items going in this match. What a close game so far, 14-16. Keep us gaming though.
9 into the backside. Chao is the target. Really squishy. But Yu will be able to fall back a bit, but Singdo 7 just follows through.
And FPX not going down without the fight. They want to secure their first turret right now. The Taunt is here though to defend. Has the static field to maybe clear out the minions. Building AP as well.
Oh, that protobell was interesting. And now he gets the hook on Don128. Don128 has no escape. KBG secures his kills. KFL goes over the slicing Maelstrom. Every single one stuck in his storm. But KBG answers back with an ace.
Man, KBG running it down in this one lane of the Howling Abyss, of course. And they will secure a tower here since the death timers are starting to get longer. Our fastest Aram so far has been 6 minutes. And it was achieved today as well. But KBG, they might want to go faster as well.
Kong now jumps into the backside. Call to Forge God is cancelled, but it's not gonna matter as KBG loses their 4 members.
FPX wanted to push, wanted to take down Yu as well, the last remaining member here of KBG. It's gonna be hiding behind the tower for now. FPX will get a chance to push this though.
But they still have your tier 1 turret for KBG. More difficult time for FPX to be able to secure that engage on the Yu and under 9.
It's just there. KBG is just so clean actually here in this fight per side map. Mark.
It's upon to Kong. Singdo 7 goes in with a deck mark but pulls up under the turret as well. Now it's KG. Explosive cast. Isolates Chao. This will bring it down to a 4v4. But Kong's pinned down. KBG got the numbers advantage from here on out.
And they can just run it down this lane. Go straight to the base. There's no more shield left in the Nexus. Hook will not connect, but Shindo 7 is just so low to try and even go in to KBG. And they're just gonna be waiting for the wave, push it right into the Nexus, and maybe end the mystery here of FPX.
Protobell hook with a flash. KBG secures another. Shindo 7 is gone. And now Call to Forge God goes in for the knockoff. SkyFL also follows up a slicing Maelstrom. Now KG and Xiaoma has to retreat.
They cannot discount this cannon. They're going one last time. Fate Sealed!
Fate Sealed! Treatment knock up! Kong! It's just removed, and you have Don128, SkyFL, Chao as well to follow through. KBG gets the ace.
Man, I thought that FPX would be able to at least push this again. But KBG says, no, we're not gonna allow you. Single 7, one last try, but everything is in vain. KBG will get side selection priority.
They will indeed. That dominance from early to end. Fantastic showing of their prowess in that game, but Hecarim will not be expected into the Rift, as it is always consistently banned away, but that potential coming from KBG, it's a signs of life coming into the series that they could be dominant as well in the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams just warming up so far to the fight for side, but KBG securing blue side, securing that fight for side might allow them to pick blue side. They have more wins on blue side, but it's pretty even actually on the side of Kipis game. You have more losses though on red side as well, so it's up to them how they actually want to start this. Maybe they have been going on a look on how FPX's games were, and they actually more so were focused on blue side, only securing or only receiving 2 losses there, but they have secured 5 wins on blue side. So maybe it's a good choice for KBG to actually pick up blue side here.
Could definitely be. It opens up a lot of pick for them as well. If FPX leaves that Hecarim open, we saw how Yu play that out. We can expect them to pick it up for themselves once more coming into the game, especially how Hecarim is just so overpowered when it comes to engaging on those fights, immediately shortening up the distance gap.
And actually, we have received some news like KBG is gonna be picking... not yet, actually. False here. My bad. I false. KBG. Which side do they want to secure here? Will it be a blue side or red side? Looks like it's gonna be red side.
That is going to be something still of a side that they could play with. Right? On the red side, there's still advantages coming into side selection. They have 2 priority picks immediately coming into their first phase rotation. And their picks after the second banning phase also gives them priority. So there's just so much into the red side selection as well that they could utilize. The only disadvantage for them is the first priority pick that FPX could utilize into this draft. And also the banning phase that they lost up against FPX, or well, the flexibility of the banning phase that they would lose up against FPX. But looking at this, we're jumping into the draft immediately with Viramoon.
It's a champion that the Ton actually had the most success with, and FPX is wanting to disable that, maybe force him out on the Kazakhs, force him out on killer champions that he's not really the best at, but is equally as good. But I think he shines the most on engager champions like this and the Hecarim and the Shen as well. But everything is being banned away. So that leaves only the Nilla and the Kazakhs that he has used so far.
I like the Evelyn ban here from KBG. We've seen it a while ago. Nova always constantly leaves the fiddlestick open. We could expect the same thing coming from KBG. Because the thing is, there's a lot of counters to the likes of fiddlesticks, right? You could go in for the Zonias, or you could play a little bit more distance. There's the Alistar that you could play with that could deny that engage coming from fiddlestick to ultimate. So KBG could still leave that open and ban something else.
Especially with the nurse on 2 items, the Crown and the Meta Soul Stealer, right? So that kind of influenced the priority, or at least the preference of these pro players and teams to pick up that fiddlestick, and that opens up more chance for KBG to actually ban out more other champions like the Camille and the Evelyn. But the Ornn gets picked up by FPX. KBG not gonna be so sad about it, since they can pick up the Fiora here for KG.
Yeah, they could also go for Alistar. They could go with Braum. They could go with Gal. There's still a lot of options when it comes to the support role for KBG. They could pick that up for themselves. Now FPX, we all already know Jax is one of the priority when it comes to their Baron laner. Don128 consistently makes it work into the Baron lane, despite having a Camille as the opposing side, Fiora as the opposing side. It is always Don128 who's capable enough into using this specific champion, and that is one of the expectations once again if FPX decides to go for that route.
So far, Don128 has a 100% win rate on that matchup as well. He has matched against a Camille 4 times already in the Season 2. And they're not gonna hesitate picking it up once again and go with the odds.
And now FPX could follow through with a possible mid laner. Vladimir is still open for them to pick up. We all know the capabilities of that champion coming into fray, but Kha'Zix is also a good option for them.
This is gonna force out KBG, the Taunt, to maybe pick up something like a Lee Sin. But that's not the usual playstyle here of the Taunt. But this is gonna be very risky. FPX taunting KBG to go very aggressive in the early game, make those flashy moves. That KBG is kinda not wanting to be there for the Ton and force him out of his hand. But let's see, because the Jace is gonna be picked up. This is very solid.
Yeah, very solid indeed. Could still be flexed into the jungle. Could still be flexed into the mid lane if they opt to do so. So KBG had a really good pick here. Will still depend on what FPX will pick up right after. So far, KBG could now focus on the carries. They could go on to Zeri. They could go on to Ziggs, Tristana, Zaya, Kaisa. But there's just a lot of options. Ashe removed from the table.
Ashe, they can maybe take away something like a Zeri here. Unless FPX also removes some of those ADCs to kind of force out KBG to flex something out. It's gonna be interesting, but the Zoe is equally as interesting. Possibly a target here into the mid lane for Andran. Maybe that FPX is gonna be gifting away something like a Zaya here for KBG in exchange for something like a Vladimir.
Lucian removed. I'm liking this from KBG. It is one of the signals that Jace might be placed into the mid lane instead of the jungle.
FPX, what's their next move? They know that this is going to be a Jace in the mid lane. Do they still opt for the Vladimir? They remove the Xayah here. And will just give KBG an option. Xayah gets pushed through. And just as how we anticipated, looks like KBG will be comfortable with the exchanges so far.
Now, the thing is, if KBG wants to double down, when it comes to the early game, Lee Sin is still available for them to pick up. Sai goes into the bottom lane. You have Jace that's capable enough to fight into the mid lane, especially with the likes of Vladimir, pushes them back into the early game possibilities that Jace has against the specific champion.
But what will be the ADC? Do they opt in for the Ezreal? Like that's gonna be the case, going for a more safe laning phase. Also for team fighting, True Shot Barrage can be useful, especially when paired up with the Call of the Forge God, and also can just chip down the HP bar seed of KBG. But looks like we're gonna be seeing a switcheroo. A bit of an outplay here in terms of the drafting. This Jace doesn't go to the mid lane, it goes to the jungle instead, and they pick up this Kassadin for Amnan.
And that is the flexibility that we're talking about. They banned away the Lucian and hope or think, you know what, FPX could pick something else. They force the hands of FPX to go into the Vladimir, and then they go for Kassadin as a soft counter for the specific champion. And now, it is just an outright mental outplay against FPX for game
Absolutely. 61% rating approval here on the KBG side, more than FPX. I'm going to see it really coming into play here for Keepest Gaming. A massive outplay with the similarities of counter champions on both the Kassadin and the Jace. And FPX thought it's going to be the former, but it was the latter instead. Kassadin gets picked up here by KBG, and they will have more late game insurance. 3 scaling champions though by KBG. Maybe FPX can make something happen in the early game, deny the Fiora from ever scaling up, slow down the scaling of Andran in the mid lane, maybe allow Kong to actually be the one dictating in the Dragon lane.
Absolutely, but the thing is as well, we have to remember the KBG has the Jays in their pocket as well to be able to utilize into the early game. A lot of expectations as well when it comes to these early gaming phase, the laning phase, the mid game as well to be expected. And this is the reason of importance of having quite a balanced draft tier composition, having the capabilities of early game power spikes and mid game, late game power spikes.
As he was gonna be getting this win, would it be FPX or Keepest Gaming? Again, both of these teams are titans in Season 2 of Wild Rift League Asia. FPX going on a great win streak so far with 3 wins in their name. KBG losing just recently to Trace Esports, but still quite positive on the scoreline.
Yeah. One of the expectations that we can set here pretty early, that KBG at level 3 coming in from their own jungler will visit the mid lane or the bottom. That is one of the expectations. Kha'Zix at this point in time could visit at level 1 to level 3, or well, level 3, but one of the expectations is that level 5 will be the spike wherein the jungler coming from FPX, the will come visit. So it's a little bit more patience here coming in from FPX this time around in game 1.
They can also utilize Kha'Zix into the mid lane, right? Pressure out Andran since Kha'Zix deals physical damage. Sky will have a bit of trouble poking him out since Kassadin kind of overwhelms almost any mage in the mid lane matchup. FPX needs to be very creative. Top lane as well. KG will be able to dictate some of the flow here against Dawn 128, though we can never discount Dawn since he has so far an unscathed record with this kind of matchup. Especially that he's just spamming jacks all over the place here for FPX.
Nah. Ability of visit on top side, but will not go for that. And this is the power of Dawn 128, right? Even despite having a Fiora as the opposing side, he just finds the way to just hold on up against the opposing team, up against the opposing mid laner, despite using the likes of a Jack in their composition.
The Jack sticker on will take some time though. All 3 champions here of FPX, the Jack, the Vladimir, Ezreal, it will be a long game for sure. KBG also possesses so much late game scaling though. The stun will punish this overextension.
Guy Has to force out the flash to be able to retreat. One of the expectations is the early rotations coming for the Ton or the jungler for KBG into the mid lane, and that was what happened there.
Sky needs to be a lot more careful. He got too far forward a while ago. Will use his ult, but bot lane.
Now Yu goes in for the Shield of the Ron. Tons onto 2, and Xiao Ma will be able to go after retreat.
Props to Yu. That could have been first blood already in the bottom lane. Almost even a double kill had he not cancelled out.
Smites onto Andra 9 will be able to deal so much damage.
So much threat from FPX onto KBG. This team, again, is the most aggressive team in the Season 2 history. And you can never discount them out. Even actually, considering or adding up Season number 1, they're the most aggressive team. They're not stopping now.
Yeah, 100%. Looking at the aggression of FPX, keeping up the pace, even the likes of the early game champion of KBG's jungler. It is still FPX, who is even level playing field up against KBG at this point in time. 3 minutes 30 seconds already. A minute after, we could expect rotations, resets coming through with the dual laners coming into the mid lane. But for now, Chao goes in for the knockup. Yu will be able to dodge it out. Single 7 though will be able to get that steal on to the Brisk Cutler.
Shama is just going to be walking away, clearing out the wave as well. KBG will not like go toe-to-toe just yet here for FPX. They know their power spikes. They know that it's not the time for them to actually engage onto FPX. They're just going to be patiently waiting at the first objective, possibly give the first dragon here to FPX to allow the taunt to get this Rift Herald and maybe push mid lane and then work their way from there.
Yeah. Now, to the side of FPX, see what they will do. Goes in for the reset for now. You could actually cancel it out. Good call coming from Pong to just go in for the Mystic Shot instead, but coming into the mid lane, Sky. A lot of damage coming from Andra 9, but the transfusion also hurts quite a bit. Now the Justice Punch, going for the double taunt here, along with the Shield of Durant, has to force out the flash along with Arcane Shift. Chao's down very low, but good Summoner Spell burn coming from KBG.
Especially after that CC chain that Yu and Shama's made to force Kong to just disengage and even flash out. It's just absolutely glorious here for KBG. They win the laning phase, they win the Pry as well, and they will try to set up more vision here in this bot side river. I think Tatan has more interest in the scaling part, and this is actually a good sign for KBG. It's all because of their win in the bot side a while ago.
He has so much capabilities coming into this early game. FPX utilizing the Rift Herald. We need to put them at an advantage here in the early game. Needed that gold injection. Use rotation coming at the top side is really relevant as well. Pushes us back the possibility that Single 7 places the Rift Herald into the Baron lane. Now Rift Herald spawn into the mid lane though. Really push down Andra 9.
They will be able to at least get this tower. It needs more help though. And since Andra 9 was able to defend his tower the entire laning phase, FPX will not be successful in getting this first turret.
A lot of golden plates going into Kazakhs and the Vladimir, but really sufficient enough to get the Tower First Blood. KBG just can buy a lot of time to reach their power spike with the likes of the Kassadin and also Saya that needs a lot of ample time to be able to reach their spike. Sky coming around, the phase thrust is in their favor. Justice Push connects onto the wall, and now he has to utilize the flash.
Yeah, Chao will not be able to second proc that Call of the Force draw, but it's not anymore needed. They were able to display KBG already in that mid lane, but Don won't wait. Being ganked here by the Don is pressing him. Oh my god! 9! Woo, close.
That was so close. That caster minion always was able to bring him down, but able to go back to safety. But Tower First Blood secured by FPX into the mid lane. It's really good.
FX finally was able to unlock that. A while ago it was kind of difficult, very risky as well. But through some help with Shingdao 7 of course, they are able to finally crack down that tier 1. Next up possibly is going to be bot lane since the HP of this tower is kind of low. KBG will not go down without a fight for sure. They are still very consistent in defending, stalling out this game. That is the key to the victory here of KBG. And wait for Aram to just get this power spike and completely steal it.
Yeah, another thing about looking into that perspective of prioritizing the bot lane turret for any of these two teams is that Ice Drake will come out first. The Ton putting out a lot of damage onto Chow. Single 7 follows up as they jump in through. And now the Ton is dead. Under 9 follows up. So much isolated targets coming from KBG, but the trade is there. 2 for 1 secured in favor for FPX.
And they get 2,000 gold lead as well. Let's try to still engage. Quite risky.
Justice Punch along with a Shield of the Ground. Tons onto Razorel. Has to force out the flash, but Xiaoma also has flash to follow through. And that will be the trade that they're looking for.
They had no reason to actually stay there in the bottom lane. Chow was already quite low, down to 25% of his health remaining before that small skirmish even happened. KBG just basically punished them for it. Started already with the Ton, forcing the flash of Chow. They got a good counter play and even got the kill onto Under 9 because again, it's not yet the time for the Kassadin to actually pop off. But Xiaoma did secure at least, or Under 9 secured the kill onto the Kha'Zix. But Xiaoma secured an outplay there. The FPX
goes in for the smite. Single 7 is really low, but Japan will not go for the overextension here, considering there are 2 members coming from FPX still in the bottom lane.
KBG still equally as deadly. And again, they're just sleeping right now. They're just being very, very patient.
Under 9.
Not at the time.
Going for the rotations. In the top side, Riftwalk comes through. Silence is there. Dawn 128 is in danger. Along with Ignite to take him down a bit, but Counter-Strike to disrupt the engage of KBG in top lane.
KBG though starting to be more and more aggressive as they pick their items up. Bot lane might be the next tier since Dawn is here. Chow needs to be a lot more careful. Doesn't have flash anymore to disengage at all and can be blocked by the members here of KBG, especially with the amount of crowd control that they have. So a good choice to just walk away. Just focus on clearing out the wave. Sky and Shingdo 7 though leading in terms of gold here from FPX, and this is actually a good sign coming from them. Massive kill potential from both of them.
Definitely a good sign because this is one of their dependencies. Sky into the early game, or well, into the late game rather, will be such a crucial champion for the side of FPX. Chow goes in for the knockup onto Yu. Just a sponge connects onto Ezreal. But now, Cause the Forge God has to be used to delay the engage for KBG. But Sky follows up. Transfusion is there. Tides of blood onto the Ton. Utilization of the flash over the wall will be able to bring him back to safety for FPX.
And FPX was already able to secure that second dragon for themselves. So that's a major macro decision. And impact as well. Aram.
Single 7. Onto the right quadrant jungle for KBG. Has the information. Has to retreat. Not push through.
And FPX got away with a free objective. That was very risky as well. So far, the trend has been Kong getting cut out a lot of times with the engages here of Yu, and he has to be more careful in the next upcoming fights.
Now the third takedown brings the advanced side of FPX, now leading in a 1k gold up against KBG.
What's gonna be next here for FPX? Do they stall out? Do they let Sky farm out for a while? Do they look for more picks here to KBG? Because again, KBG is gonna be happy any time of any more delays happening in this game because they have so much late game scaling. Though Sky as well is gonna be so deadly later on, especially to the back line. They need to be very careful in their approach here. They need to find ways to slow down this scaling of the Kassadin.
Yeah, FPX macro in this game number 1 is outright phenomenal. They're just able to take turrets out of turrets. They're getting objectives from the bottom of the hands of KBG unexpectedly. And now the counter engage is there. Chow has to use the Gargoyle Enchant to buy time and extra sustainability. 2-man knockup. But there's just no members for FPX to push through for that team fight.
They'll never commit onto a fight. Not without Shingdo 7 and not without SkyFL. They're the ones who have the most damage that they can deal on FPX's side. And Keep Us Gaming, they're fully aware of that as well. As long as there's no Vladimir, as long as there's no Kha'Zix, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be safe here. Kong doesn't deal any damage just yet. And even with the influence of Dawn 128, again, since both of them still does take so much time to scale.
That was unfortunate. But
yeah, it's weird.
At the moment, FPX has complete control over map advantage against KBG. Still no turrets for the side of KBG at the moment. The Baron is already up. Infernal Drake coming out in a few. And it is FPX who has a tier 1 turret across every single lane this game.
Still 2,000 gold lead. Still 3 turrets up against KBG Gaming. They're not looking to have that change just yet. KBG Gaming looking for avenues in where they can actually force fights. One of the ways they were able to get some slight wins here against FPX is through that picks onto Kong. If Yu can find ways to prevent him being able to escape, maybe to land a multi-man knock-up or maybe multi-man CC chain onto the members of FPX, that can pave a way for Shama to just be online alongside with Andra 9. Just helping out in terms of the damage. It's 30 minutes in. We're almost at our last elemental break.
And once again, we're seeing the prowess of macro plays from FPX. They're pushing every single lane, top side, bottom lane with Jax as well, and also the mid lane from FPX. Considering that the Baron is also alive, and Infernal Drake is also coming up really soon. Map control, map advantage, and how you manage the waves are quite significant coming at this stage of the game.
You cannot make any slight mistake, not even a single mistake against FPX and KBG Gaming. Both of them can land a solid punch onto each other, a knockout punch that will just make them be the one to determine who will win here in this game number 1. Hullbreaker has been picked up here by KG just for the split pushing and to match Chengdao 7 as well on his own Hullbreaker.
I will not be a full-on engage, except if a mistake happens. It's just Yu going to push back FPX's possibility. But Kai, really dangerous position here. The silence is there. Under 9 though, getting ignited, and the transfusion hurts so much. Xiaoma is getting pinned down. Calls the Forge God, knocks him up. The flash coming from Don 128 is perfect, but counter strike is denied to follow up. And now Chao goes for the knock as well. True shot barrage within inches of distance onto Xiaoma will not connect, but no more HP left for Saya. For KBG, denies them of that possibility for that steal. And now looking at the backside, Sangun pull coming for Sky FL. Just buys a lot of time from KBG. There's no reason to fight here for KBG.
Just because they put Xiaoma in a low HP threshold, FPX was able to get 2 dragon stacks in their name, and now starting the Baron. This is going to be very risky though. KBG is running towards this. They have no vision so far in the other side of the river.
Good use of the flash. They got it. They got the steal. It's KBG who's the thief in this game. KBG secures 2 more kills on top.
You had the first objective already. You had the dragon, but you can never disrespect KBG because they will slap you in the face with that major mistake. And that steal by the Ton, top notch. Now they're in the driver's seat. Look into this replay again. Just the Ton, picture perfect timing, shock blast into the flash, into the smite, and he gets that. And everyone got punished. Everyone that stayed got killed.
And KBG is now looking for the finish. Has been looking in for the push as well. Kong uses up the flash as well. Crucial barrage onto Xiaoma. Good utilization of the Featherstorm to go back away. And now 1 inhibitor down. Into the top side. Yu already stock knocked up. This is a 3-man pinned out. And Yu has just no way to escape. Cancels the hero's entrance. And KBG loses their support.
But it's okay. FPX lost the Baron, lost a tower in the top lane, and lost a lot of gold potential in this game. Now KBG is the one actually having a bit of a gold lead rising up towards their name. KG as well having split push potential just because of that Baron to add up on his Hullbreaker. And just causing so much problems here on the side of FPX. But still, so many avenues in which FPX can still resolve this problem. And that's through the Elder Dragon take. They cannot allow the Ton anymore to get in those steals.
Now it's a good defense play coming from FPX. Burns out the Baron buff already into this matchup. Thing is, the lane priority is in favor of KBG already on one side or 2 sides in the map. 2 inhibitor turrets are already gone, and FPX has played really safe from here on forward before the Elder Drake occurs and the Baron comes up.
KBG can just play for time. Dawn? Almost. Good thing he had the shield. But it's gonna be fine. KBG can just play for time. There's only one lane that is being pushed here by FPX. Top side is very vulnerable. They have to send someone out. It's gotta be Sky.
Has to hold on. KBG already has 2.2k gold lead at this point in time and 17 minutes into the matchup. If Elder Drake comes up, this will be another clash. A catalyst for any of these two teams to success.
And KBG has priority over this. They have established vision already in some parts of this jungle of Xingdao 7. And again, just because of that inhibitor tower takedown in the top lane and bottom lane as well, KBG is the one that can play for time here and can have just the wave crash down in the top lane. Dawn128 is in the base waiting for the teleport play.
I like what KBG is doing. They're forcing out the Elder Drake already because look at the position of Andrew 9 to go in for the silence as well. Chao has to use up capabilities to go in for the retreat, so that is one engage duel already removed. KG is now on the chase. Sky FL
flash away,
hoping to get that kill. Riposte is there as well to deny the possibility for Sky to take him down, but Hero's Entrance already used up the one big ultimate. Already move and 9 into the front of KBG. Now Yu goes in with Shield of Duran along with a Justice Punch. Chao is gone.
Xingdao 7. One member down here on FPX side. KBG can just play for time. Once again, they turn.
Sky, with utilization of the Sanguine Pull, will be able to
retrieve
the
damage.
Shatan already down to his last bar of HP. Has to reset. Dawn128 use up the flash.
That is bad. What happened there? Oh man, that could have been keen towards the back line, but now since that spell has been removed, someone has to back away towards the base as well as Dawn128. And KBG gets them by the hand once again, pressuring them to commit onto this Elder Dragon, playing for time. They know that Dawn128 is in the top lane, and FPX is losing options here, losing their chance.
Going to the backside, Singdo is seen! And Anra 9, an immediate Rift Walk coming there through it all, and goes in for the silence as well. And now Sky, Sanguine Pull on to Anra 9, but the utilization of Yu is Sky who has got, it's Ezreal who is erased. And KBG has the numbers lead.
Xiaoma as well with the Blade Caller outplay towards Sky to take him down. And now KBG will just get this Elder Dragon for free. It has been 2.5. They had this Elder Dragon dance for 2 minutes. But again, playing for time, it is a luxury for KBG. And they get this objective. Might just go with a double objective here. With the Baron as well spawning up, Xingdao 7 is trying to establish vision over the top side river. But again, just because of this Elder Drag, there's such a high kill potential there of KBG.
And the thing is, 18 seconds before Vladimir and Ezreal comes back up. The jungler is still alive. Xingdao 7 just waiting on their Trebrush. And I think KBG still has that huge respect onto the likes of Xingdao 7 because one steal onto the Baron to change the tides of the game.
But one chance is only here on FPX's side. KG finds Xingdao.
Nice edge. Already removed from Xingdao 7. Baron is just getting melted, and that will be KBG who secures it.
Man, Infinity, this has been such a tight game between these two strong titans of a team. The first 20+ minute game as well here by Keepus Gaming. That is all worth it so far. They get double objectives, get the Baron and the Elder Dragon, and they're running for mid.
And KBG is looking to end it all. Call of the Forge God already used. Knight's Edge onto 2 will be utilized. Guy going in for the Sanguine Pull as well to come back into the base. But this is a 4v5. Xiaoma is really low. Here's Entrance to go into the CC. Zones away the enemy team. Sanguine Pull looks into the backside. Xiaoma is gone. A Sky brings him down, but the Nexus is gone in the process. It's KBG who strikes first in the series.
KG focused on the Nexus for goal and focused now. Aim no with next. The series is going to be a blast as we anticipated is. But KBG now match point into the series. Definitely is a bit of a head scratcher here for FPX. They had been the driver of this game in the initial parts of the game, the early game. Especially after that long team fight, that long Elder Dragon dance that they want to do their endurance pave the way for them to get both of the objectives and just get this game as well.
The objective plays coming from KBG from mid game, late game just changed the tide of the game. It was FPX who was really aggressive early on. It was FPX who was slowly building up the stack when it comes to their advantage. They got 2 Drakes in the end of the day, but the thing is, it was KBG who played it for the long term, for the long run. We mentioned this a while ago already. They just have to play and wait for their Kazanin to come into a position of really just dominant. And then you also have Xiaoma, who has the Saya into their favor as well, who played it really, really well. And overall, it's KBG who got game number 1. They're currently on match point.
Match point. 1 game away from being able to secure this victory against FPX and claim the throne of the best team still here in Wild Rift League Asia. Redeemed themselves as well in their previous performance last weekend. Again, it's a tough journey so far here for both of these teams. 2 incredible teams, 2 very aggressive teams. FPX definitely has been really amazing as well here in this game. In terms of closing out this game, they have been, especially at high pressure situations, and that's something they need to address.
Yeah, the Ton with that steal as well onto the Baron, that was the start of the momentum shift for the side of KBG.
Oh man, it's a tough one. Tough one. I think there is still a chance for FPX to actually push this to a game number 3. But if KBG gets another chance in outplaying them, that's not gonna happen. First 20 plus minute game here for KBG, but definitely worth it for them, especially after they made it work in the crucial part of this game. The Ton on the steal on the Baron, and them being able to outwit FPX in that Elder Dragon fight was pivotal, was key towards them securing this victory.
Plus, I want to tip my hats on to Yuyu. Yes, not the most damage taken as well, but the thing is, Yuyu was the reason why Sky wasn't just able to go into that fight in the middle of it all, because if Sky used a Sanguine Pull, it was Yuyu who was ready to use the Shield of the Grand. If ever Vladimir comes into the middle of that fight into looks onto Xiaoma or the Ton, he's just gonna get haunted.
And FPX would be needing to go back into the drawing board, but not as long will be the time for them to actually prepare. They need to be ready as swiftly as they can for game number 2, or else KBG's just gonna 2-0 them.
Absolutely. Fantastic start of the game here. Fantastic start of the series for the side of Best Gaming. And the MVP, the man who did that, it is the Ton with that impressive steal into the Baron, getting the MVP title here in game 1 of the series.
Absolutely, well deserved. He stole the Baron right under the nose of FPX and paved the way for Best Gaming to extend the game, paved the way for them to get the inhibitor towers, get the Elder Dragon and the Baron, and close out this game number 1.
But the fight is not over. That is only game 1 of this series. We still have 1 more game or 2 games away to end it all. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's match point for KBG.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
These are tough times in the Dreamscape. The Phantom roams the dark corners, corrupting ideas and stealing dreams, leaving nothing behind but his calling card. Calls himself Thresh, and he doesn't play by the rules. But neither do I. That's why Detective Cinna put me on the case, I think. So, Swirly, what are you planning next? I thought I was up to the job. I had the whole picture. But it's all out of focus now. Thresh and his Dream Raiders took everything. Guess I'm out of my league after all. But what about all those stolen dreams? Those people. I can't give up. Maybe I am out of my league, but there has to be something I can... Wait a minute. What's this? A piece of art? I've got to stop him. I knew Thresh was up to no good. But this was bigger than anyone at the agency imagined. I tried to arrest him, but he slipped through a portal. Not before I busted his lantern, though. And that's how I saved the Dreamscape. Sure, Thresh got away, but I restored the stolen dreams. Not bad for a rookie. And now for the paperwork.
Ride out. Crush them underfoot.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 of KBG up against FPX with Keep Best Gaming is currently on the lead with already match point in the series.
It's a tough battle between FPX. Especially after that Baron steal coming in from the Ton. That paved the way for KBG to actually be the one to win this game. It's through the split push that they have made and unlocked with the Baron. The top lane and bottom lane being secured as inhibitor towers fell down there. And also that Elder Dragon securing of the Ton at the very end. And Baron as well acquired for the second time. Now it's going to be the same size of both of these teams. Looks like they want one last time on same position.
Now we're down into the draft for game number 2. FPX and KBG still retaining onto their side selection into the series thus far. KBG currently on red side, still on FPX on blue side. We're having a similarities when it comes to the banning phase. Hecarim, Evelyn removed by KBG, and for the side of Fun Plus Phoenix, we have Vi and Chen removed.
This is gonna be very, very tough for sure. What's the necessary change on FPX is the question here on their side, since they're going on same bans. Same bans for blue side, same bans for red side. Lee Sin though gonna be banned away as a change here instead of the Camille. So maybe KBG would actually set their eyes on this champion for Baron lane for KG.
Or could still be even KBG going for the jungle pick into the early rotations of their picking phase into this draft. But for the side of FPX, this is already expected. Ornn already picked up for them. Now KBG locking on to them.
Even the Kha'Zix.
As expected.
Yeah. They want that single target lockdown and assassination, and also deny this Kha'Zix from Shindao 7. Because he was actually very good on this champion a while ago.
Yeah. This mental warfare coming from KBG is just too much. You know, banning away the Lee Sin, it is already an expectation for them to pick up the jungle. Now for the side of FPX though, this is already the staple for Fun Plus Phoenix to pick up. Jax into the second rotation of their picking phase, because it is always the comfort pick of Don128. This is the active practice champion pool of their Baron laner.
If they add one more scaling champion, this might be kind of risky here for FPX. There's already Kha'Zix, there's already Camille that can allow KBG to get that assassination. And that's such a big threat to FPX's scaling. And since they have Jax, they have Aatrox, they will pick up an ADC later on as well. That's triple scaling champions already. What more if they pick something up like Vladimir in the mid lane? It's gonna be very difficult for them to handle KBG in the early stages of the game. But late game, maybe they will be the ones steamrolling next.
The thing is, I expect KBG to ban away the Vladimir. I feel like KBG is looking to remove the Vladimir away from FPX, but
they should.
Because the thing is, they already have Zeri, and coming into the bottom lane, they could still play onto the like the Ziggs if they want to have a safety net into the bottom lane. This is one of the traditions that we've seen in the past couple of weeks. Question is, what will KBG do? Will they
Vladimir
still bring up the Ziggs into the draft? This is one of the expectations already. But for the side of FPX, this is now the question. I'm expecting Ziggs to be removed, and that's just it. It's perfect.
That's just it. Perfect. Perfect respect on both sides, but the support will be secured as a Galio here to help out on the Camille. Pretty much fantastic combinations already here by KBG. Also can help out the Ton whenever it goes in. And as a supplement, Hero's entrance, it can prevent any sort of engages here from FPX's side. Now, last is going to be the mid lane here for KBG, but FPX gets to at least secure the Xayah here, possibly blind pick something up in the mid lane.
And the thing is, FPX could go Xayah Tristana if they want to go for a little bit more of a shift into their type composition. However, if they're gonna pick this up, they're going to lean double down towards the late game, which they cannot risk. So Jace is still available for them if they want to secure it, or an Akali to pressure on the possible double ADC that KBG could do.
This wasn't banned away during game number 1, but now as it is also open, they're not gonna hesitate taking it up. But since Andra9 is the last one to pick his champion, and he saw the Akali being picked up here in the mid lane possibly, and he just doesn't hesitate picking this Kassadin up. Again, mage matchup gives way for the Kassadin to shine.
You called it. You called it. I'm not totally in a disagreement onto Kassadin going into the mid lane once more for Andra9, despite not having any Vladimir to the side of FPX, considering the Akali has been locked in by FPX. So when it comes to the mid lane 1v1 matchup, it is still KBG who can keep up.
Laning phase, early objectives, early fights, it's gonna lean towards KBG, especially with this kind of composition. FPX needs to be the team that becomes more patient this time around. Quite contrasting to their usual playstyle, but let's see if they can still pull off a really aggressive approach against Keepbest Gaming with this lineup. It's up to them and how they actually want to execute this, especially that KBG is now match point in the series.
Match point already in the series, 1 win away to take game away from FPX. Keepbest Gaming, can they keep their best coming from game number 1 here into the second game? One of their wins, or one of their last games, if ever they secure it into the series. But FPX, we all know their potential here in Wild Rift League Asia. Their aggression could change the tides into their favor.
But only one last game. Again, KBG, they really want to redeem their performance against Race Esports. 2-0 is the way to go here for them against FPX, which can never discount FPX, especially with Sky here on the Akali. He's just so good on this champion as well. And even last season, we saw him really shining with the Akali at times. And in this case, he would want to win against Andra9, the best mid laner in Wild Rift League Asia, especially from his performance in Season 1, had the MVP even secured when they had the champion. And FPX definitely needs to step up here in this game in order to push this to game number 3.
So, right now, coming into the bottom lane, what are the expectations here is that both Xiaoma and Kong is in a vulnerable state in this early game matchup, so it will mainly depend on how Chao and Yu will play this out if they want to commit into engage into the bottom lane. But for now, level 5 is the expectations for Kong and even Tiama to be able to really go aggressive in this early game stage. Dawn 128 and KG into the Baron lane, already in expectations that they're just playing Taiyi Red all throughout the early game laning phase. This will not be like huge expectations to have these aggressive playstyles. And now considering the junglers as well, you have Kha'Zix, you have Aatrox into each side, there will not be a level 3 gank from both these teams.
Yeah, both of these teams are just gonna take their time. Tatan is going towards bot side since he did start red side in his camp, so possible engage later on here in the bottom lane, costing when this Kha'Zix is already level 5 and you hit level 4. Maybe pin down Kong since he doesn't have the feathers on his hip. Chao tried to interrupt the recall. It's a bit cheeky, but unfortunate.
Really unfortunate. Now, this is already the expectations, but we're already nearing that level 5 mark. We're in. Both these teams could now start up and ramp up when it comes to their pacing, when it comes to looking for those ganks. Sky already level 5 though, so Anran overextend. Perfect execution is available for them. The flash from Sky over the wall, turret trade. And now the Ton will be able to look up, catch up, and now Sky is stuck into the bush. Perfect execution, just turret trade. And now it's Kassadin who still will be securing that kill.
The Ton tried to invest the flash. Sky tried to stall for execute there. Good attempt, but still Anran is the one who received the goal there in that kill. Just look at that replay, properly timed by Sky. Level 5 immediately engaged and immediately flashed away, denying one auto attack on the turret. But a little bit sad since the ignite did take some time to actually just cool off. The Ton flashed in, unable to get the kill, but still Anran securing the gold is pivotal for KBG.
Now looking at the bottom lane, we already expected this. No casualties thus far when it comes to the first couple of minutes coming into this matchup. Level 5 already though coming in from FPX. Gives him a lot more opportunity to go a little bit more aggressive because you have the safety net of the Xayah built into the Feather Storm. So that's one thing that FPX could utilize into the bottom lane.
I just love seeing Sky being very aggressive against Anran, but again, that's the luxury of picking up the Akali against Kassadin. Kassadin will take such a long time. 2-3 items before Anran would even attempt to be so aggressive against anyone here against FPX. And Sky is just making sure he's the one dictating the flow of this early game in the mid lane. Top lane is gonna be an island for sure, unless the junglers actually get pissed.
Look at Dawn 128, not caring anything about in the world for KG. Just focused on the turret, get some turret plates. Let's look at the Ton into the bottom lane. Level 7 already, level 6 for Xiaoma, but good game sense and good call from FPX. That map awareness. Go and retreat. They've seen Kha'Zix just roaming around with her ward in the jungle.
And this allows FPX to be more efficient in the map, securing a slight gold lead actually against Skip Gaming just before the objectives spawn up. Now, this is where we look at the composition and see the strengths on either side. And we talked about KBG actually having a bit more isolation damage benefit here, especially because of the Kha'Zix, with the influence of the Camille as well. But FPX on team fighting is not looking so bad, especially with Aatrox, Akali, so much crowd control by Kong and Chao as well. KBG recognizes that and might actually give at least an objective here.
Yeah, a lot of bruisers to the side of FPX. Dawn 128, Bingo 7 and Chao. A lot of frontliners to be able to utilize and protect Xayah. However, Chao, Kong already has information. Infernal Drake is there, calls to Forge God, but too late! It is a smite secured by KBG. Infernal Drake comes into their favor. And now it's Yu who is forced to flash away over the hills. Dawn 128, hoping to get a counter-strike in, but will not connect onto Yu.
Needs to be careful.
And right on the chase, will be able to secure that kill. Chao has to use up the flash to go back away as FPX now jumps back in along with the smite as well. Xiaoma is gone, but the trade is secured. And Ren9 walking back into the mid lane. Shuriken flip at the right time. Won't be able to connect, but Singdo 7 with a flash available. comes to secure the kill.
FPX gets the tower in the mid lane as well. KBG and Ranai secured 2 kills though. That is a lot of gold injected towards the mid laner here of Kipes Gaming. And since they have secured the Infernal Dragon as well, that's gonna amplify the amount of ability power that he actually possesses. We look into this replay and see Kong missing the Blade Caller there after the Feather Storm. That allowed Anrain to just finish up the kill. A bit of an overextension, miscalculation actually on the potential of them actually getting KBG. And Anrain getting the kill onto Dawn 128 just allows them to get more gold in his
mid
team.
lane. A 2v2 occurs. Call to Forge Gun knocks up onto the Dawn. But Yu, the Shield of Duran, disables FPX to finish up the kill.
Great disengage tool from the Galio, fully utilized by Yu. Anra 9 now going on the split push journey, but needs to be very careful.
Into the backside, onto the tri-brush at the moment. But KBG is aware, goes in. Well, able to push back FPX, considering how much rotations have occurred for KBG. Now FPX is denied of that possibility for gank.
And so much gold injected to the carries right now here of KBG. It's a little bit more scattered on FPX's side, but at least Sky has been able to secure 3 kills so far. Rhythmic has been picked up, going towards the second item right now. And Kipes Gaming will be a lot more cautious on the next succeeding fight just because of the pressure of the Italia.
But the thing is, it is only Sky who has the advantage across the board for KBG. Every single other lane is pretty much near exact when it comes to gold lead. For now, there's FPX still holding on. KBG, on the other hand, on top side, wants to go for the push, wants to go for the engage, but a counter strike denies them off. It's double man stun. The Taunt has to retreat, but the turret is already gone. Now FPX could be denied of their Baron laner, but the use of the ultimate coming in from Dawn 128 buys enough time for them. And now it's KBG who loses a turret into the mid lane.
Turret for turret, but FPX gets the kill. Sky chasing down Anran.
Fog over the hills, and now along with the shuriken flip, Sky yet fell just chases him down. Another kill to the back of the mid laner of FPX.
Great backup by Shingdao7 as well, slowing him down, making sure that Sky gets his 4th kill. And now Kipes Gaming having more problems than solutions right now on this Akali. Let's check that replay one more time, especially in the mid lane. They got the kill onto Yu, got the great catch. Call of the Forge God fully utilized to pin him down as well. And despite Shama desperately trying to return the damage, this set is still not online yet, so we can't really pressure them off.
And Shingdao7 as well, going really clever move there for KBG. For now, we're back into having a little bit more of a stalemate with FPX and KBG. Considering that Mountain Dragon is going up quite soon, everyone will be playing it a bit more safely before the objective comes up.
KBG wants to secure Soul Point right now. FPX wants to deny that. But they have actually the highest potential in the next team fight.
Now looking into the back, and 9 has to focus on to Chao, has to use up the flash. Don't want to able to counter strike as well. Denying the engage from the Taunt into the back, and Chao and FPX just turn things around. And now Shingdao7, so much damage onto Xiaoma. FPX just got the Quadra with only 1 member left standing for KBG.
That outplay by FPX, especially with Chao remaining alive with 1 HP, that allowed the counterplay, especially with the Taunt fully committing to try and take that kill. And it got heavily punished for it. There's a massive turnaround here by FPX, and again, that is the reason why you can never discount FPX. Look at this replay once more. Chao is the one that actually paved the way for them to get this win. The Taunt committed 1 HP, and then the Call of the Forge God as Shingdao7 is slamming his sword onto everyone is definitely a massive mistake by KBG.
Yeah, 100%. And Dawn 128, when Chao was being chased, he used up the counter strike and stayed on top of Chao. So if ever someone comes through, even if they get the kill onto Chao, they could trade. So that was just really clever from FPX. Just those tiny little bit of micro plays was impressive. And now the Baron Nashor is coming up pretty soon. FPX has 4k gold lead across the board. That will be a difficult time for KBG.
Oh no.
And 9 goes in for the Rift Walk. Misses out the call of the Forge God, but at this point he has to accept his fate.
Sky though, not accepting his, despite the gaps there of KBG, and now the rest of FPX in the mid lane can actually position themselves later on to the Baron, but they won't just yet. They want to fight.
Single 7
is here.
On the flank. Going through. Now an extra ultimatum on the Sky FL, but we'll be using up the Shroud as well, denying the ultimate from KG. FPX does punish KBG's HP bar.
30 seconds before the Baron spawns up. FPX is prepping right now hard, getting the resources away from KBG, pushing top lane, pushing mid lane, and establishing vision in this top side river. 5,000 gold as well by FPX. Definitely is going to be helpful in the next fight.
Definitely be. Now the Baron Nashor is up. Information will be crucial from here on out.
KBG, what is their next move? That was a massive mistake a while ago into the mid lane. They overcommitted to try and take down Chow. They also lost Andra 9 in the top lane a while ago, gifting another gold to FPX, and now the FPX is pressuring them in all parts of the map.
Is seen by FPX. Still hovering around the right quadrant jungle. Single 7. Now locking onto 1. Chow just faked it. Goes for the call of the Forge God towards the mid lane.
But that is a key ultimate already not available for Chow. KBG can maybe make something happen. That something is actually Andra Knights pushing into the top lane, but the tower is quite far, so might need to go towards the mid lane now.
Just look at the Khan as well, going for the left quadrant jungle. Possibly push the top lane, get the wave priority, and after then, Baron Nashor will be available for them to take. But considering Ice Drake will come out really soon as well, I think this will be the priority for both these teams to pick up first before jumping into the Baron fight.
Oh man, Baron fight is what allowed KBG to win in game number 1 through the taunt, stealing the Baron.
Chow overextends a little bit. Still has Warmugs as you stated, but KBG just punished that overextension. His HP will come back up really soon, but 6k gold D is not something that we can belittle for the side of FPX.
It's gonna be an FK for FPX. Just waiting for the next.
At the moment, KBG is hovering around. Both these teams already in expectations that they will not engage and just wait for the Ice Drake to come back first, because that will buy them a lot of upscale when it comes to their capabilities coming into the Baron fight, and as well as the consideration that one team loses that Ice Drake battle, it will be the Baron that will be in trade for any of these two teams.
2,000 gold lead by Shigdo 7 against the Taunt is just absolutely insane as well. 3-4 members of FPX ahead by KBG. And that is very crucial. Again, this is a composition that is heavily invested on late game scaling as well. KBG Gaming, they need to be very careful later on the next fight. Dragon's gonna be spawning up in the next few.
Magic is already up. Single 7 will start this up. Well, Chow, you have Don 128 zoning away the opposing side. And Ice Drake will be given for free.
They're just gonna give it. And again, you cannot risk it just yet here. The most important objective is still in the top side of the map. KG is getting leverage here in the lane as well, in top lane. And again, they're not gonna risk anything just yet, not without the Baron. That is the one that they want to focus on here for KBG.
Yeah, I think the point here is FPX will not start up the Baron Nashor anytime soon. They will wait for KBG to start the fight, or they will bait the Baron to do a double bluff there for KBG to overextend, and they will punish. They will turn around. Because the point is, they already have the Ice Drake. So now they could just play towards the lane control. This is what we're saying! If you overextend, this will be the punish that FPX needs. Now here's entrance, followed up by the Extinct Ultimatum. KG has to force up the flash on run 9. But the Rift Walk comes into fray as well. And that is what we're saying. FPX just has to wait for KBG to overextend.
That was almost for the Ton. Had it been a kill for him, FPX would have taken the Baron.
Don't want to wait. Goes in for the counter strike along with a leap. Stuns onto Yu. Sure can flip. Comes in fray. And that one a finishing blow with a 5-point strike. Sky flashes in. Perfect execution. 2 men down for the side of KBG. And now Sing those 7. Reverse bender into the backside. Hoping to go in for the flank. And now KG is dead.
Like a 3rd kill, Sky? Almost. They're tanking!
Stuck in the middle. He has got 2 members gone with a turret damage. FPX overextend. Gone 1, 2, wait. Pinned down.
And Andran secured 3 kills. That could have been amazing for FPX, but he overstayed under the tower. And it's because the tower is attacking Kong. Everyone committed to try and tank the damage as he stasis up. But that paved the way for KBG to actually counterplay them and get the 3 kills, denying the opportunity for the Baron. And now it's a reset once again.
Too confident coming for the side of FPX. They had no minion wave pushing into the top lane, but yet still, they opt to push. KBG brings it down to a 5k gold lead. Chicken flip is there as well. Call of the Force gun knocks him onto Yu. TP's coming in. Good call. Come back over the hill onto the Baron's pit. TP's coming right up for Singdo 7 and Kong.
FPX will never, ever give this Baron away to Best Gaming. Teleports invested just to catch up on 2 members of them. KBG will need to look at 2 major objectives as well. Not just the Baron, but now the Elder Dragon is spawning up as well. And
FPX now pushes in the meat grinder. It is KBG who's just being shredded apart piece by piece. And FPX dominates, gets the eliminations. It's Yu who is in the brink of defeat. KG pushes them back. Hextic ultimatum onto Chow. Sticks his intent to buy time. Don't want to wait. Is there to zone away Chow?
The Elder Dragon. It's being started already by Singdo 7.
Started up by Singdo 7. No junglers available for the side of KBG. Still wanted to opt for this fight. The knockup is there. And now Xiaoma hoping to use the ultimate to change the tides of this game. But KBG lost 4 of their members. It's FPX's aggression that won them this game. Yu with last hopes, but in the end, it's the ace secured.
And they have Kong already starting the Elder Dragon up. The opportunity arises. They get the pick onto Andran, get the pick onto Tuton. And that paved the way for KBG to be desperate. Force them to be desperate. Andran tries to interfere, but it's already too late. FPX gets the Elder and they can bait them into the Baron.
Now Tuton is seen. FPX has information that KBG's jungler is coming in from the mid lane. Look at Sky. Just waiting patiently. Hoping to get the zone away. The jungler for KBG. Sure can flip over the wall. Perfect execution follow up. 5-point strike. The damage is enough. The ignite might take him down. That is the burrow, but the Elder Drake execute. And KBG just lost everything.
Sky might just allow the FPX to end this game and push this to game number 3. The only thing they need to do is run it down mid and overpower KBG.
KBG lost this game out from the left flank. It's FPX who's now in control of this game too. They're pushing down the turrets. They're pushing down each and every single lane. This is what they want. This is what they need. And KBG holding on to their last hope, grasping for their last Brit. And KBG lose another member. FPX, it's their time to shine. Fun plus Phoenix will rise. It's KBG with 3 members left, but the Nexus shall fall. KBG will lose this game too. And game 3 will come into fruition for the side of FPX.
It's not gonna be the same result as yesterday. This day, we have a game number 3 thanks to FPX not giving up without a fight. And man, that game absolutely insane. Sky outplayed mid-diff Andran 9 in this game and got the kill as well. that allowed them to initiate for that Elder Dragon a while ago. And it all is because of so many series of events. Top side, it was very risky for FPX. But they got the TP, they got the delay through the help of Sky and Chow as well. And I'm not going to be surprised if Sky gets the MVP here.
Yeah, it was really good compared for the side of KB. Oh, well, for the side of FPX. They were able to utilize, or they were able to now capitalize coming into the mid-game, late game, which they totally was having a little bit more of a hard time from the early game. They did not give any shred of hope that can change the tide to the favor of KBG that they did in game number 1. They lost Baron Nashor, they lost the game.
Man, FPX. So much potential on this team. Akali, definitely, surely is gonna get banned next game. Sky just so good on this champion. And despite the attempts of Titan, Anra9, and even KG at times to try and pin him down, every single attempt was unsuccessful, and it got the perfect opportunity to catch Titan as well in that Baron takedown of FPX. He was just stalking him at that point, and through the Elder Dragon take, it was already calculated by this guy. Was able to flash away as well. We got a major outplay that allowed FPX to just get this one last game against Deepest Game.
Yeah, and now we're jumping into the long distance of the series, jumping into game 3, and I am excited for it. I mean, FPX, totally game number 1 and game number 2, they were really proficient when it comes to the early game. The time they lost game number 1 was KBG in taking the steal onto the Baron Nashor. So if FPX did the same thing that they did for game number 2, just hold still, wait patiently, they could still win game number 3, go for the reverse sweep.
I mean, man, this is gonna be so traumatizing for Deepest Game if this ever happens. The second reverse sweep handed over to them, that is a nightmare to any team. And Keepers Gaming doesn't want that to happen to them. Not them as well. Because there's also a CN team that received 2 reverse sweeps in this tournament as well. And Keepers Gaming is about to be handed with that 20 minutes and 20 seconds. And FPX now one step away from dethroning Keepers Gaming again.
Yeah, and 10k damage for the jungler speaks a little bit more of volume for the side of KBG. Was the Ton wasn't able to look into the back sides and look for those engages to happen. I think one of the big reasons for that is how FPX played their composition. They went in for triple tap into their composition and having one assassin to look into Zeri, to look into KBG's squishy targets. And overall, it was just Sai just always consistently having the capabilities of free hit into game 2.
It's J-Team that received a 2 consecutive reverse sweeps. KBG is about to be just like J-Team if they don't win this game number 3. Oh man. This is a chance of FPX and Xingdao 7 getting the MVP here with his amazing Aatrox performance. Definitely is well deserved, but so does the rest of FPX. Everyone shined in that game too.
Yeah, he was just very, very well proficient on these 8 fronts. Into your very own jungler. I mean, 818 KDA as well, 76% kill participation. Really is quite a bit for the side of FPX, but that is only game number 2 of this series. We're still in the game. Anyone could win it all. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's match point for both these teams.
Ride out. Crush them underfoot.
Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority set selection will be determined through an Aram, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
Welcome back to the last game of this series between KBG and FPX. Both teams already in match point with one game away to take the crown for this game.
One last game. It has been such a gruesome game between these two teams. KBG getting game number 1 after that amazing Baron steal by Datan. Game number 2, Shengdao 7 with an amazing Aatrox performance, and SkyFL as well. Absolutely manhandling Andran and Datan even in this entire game as well. Surely this Akali will be a big threat if KBG either doesn't have an answer to the Akali and also leaves this open as well.
Camille still being picked up for the side of KBG. Another expectation already, because the thing is, FPX will never go in for Fiora. It's always on 1-8 who will get his Jax on the second rotations on pick. So that is already the expectations. And once again, if Lee Sin is picked or banned away, KBG is opting to go in for the Kha'Zix.
Are they gonna go for round 2 here? I don't think so. KBG really needs to respect Sky's Akali. Either ban it away, or later on, maybe since Andra9 is the one to last pick, maybe we'll have a proper answer to this instead of the Kassadin. But still, that is definitely gonna be a big pressure right now here for Keep's Gaming. Jack's gonna get picked up once again here for Dawn 1-8, and it's not so bad with his performance this time. He has redeemed himself after the loss in game number 1. And the Aatrox, of course! Of course! Shengdao 7 after an MVP and still open, he picks it up without hesitation.
Yeah, and this will give a lot of sustainability when it comes to the jungle of FPX. Now KBG could ban away Akali already coming through, but Ashe is prioritized by Keep's Gaming.
Are we gonna be seeing the same lineup so far? First 3 picks, all the bans as well, very, very similar. It's as if we're watching game number 2.
Yeah, now Zoe removed. Vladimir still picked up or banned away. So Keep's Gaming could actually pick up Akali for their own, but instead, Galio going back to the classic combo of Camille and Galio into their composition. Not the worst play, but the thing is, FPX will leave the Akali open. But the thing is, Galio is still also a soft counter onto the likes of Akali. He won't be able to use the Shroud as easily as he would coming in from game 2.
This is it. The last picks. Akali or Sky. It's the same lineup that worked for FPX. We're gonna be seeing the first redemption story arc here in Season 2. Same lineup from game number 2. Gonna be made here by both of these teams in game 3.
Yeah, it is quite interesting to see exactly the same lineup coming into game number 3. I am loving it thus far, because it is definitely going to be a little bit different from what we have seen in the past, but completely exactly the same draft is something a breath of fresh air when it comes to the aspects of things when it comes to composition.
I'm sorry, Infinity. I'm just getting out of my mind right now with this happening. FPX and KBG going for round number 2. KBG definitely wants to redeem their performance in game number 2, but FPX wants to say that you're making a big mistake.
And here we go. Game number 3, match point for both FPX and KBG Gaming. The series that will dictate where the positions will be in the CN conference here in week 3. That is far before the weekend, but here we go, jumping into the Rift.
Sky definitely has a big responsibility to win against Andra 9 for the second time. Andra 9 as well. Big responsibility to not get overpowered once again, just like in game number 2. We saw a lot of potential for KBG to actually win team fights in game number 2 as well. And this time around, a different approach will be made by both of their junglers as well. No longer starting top side. They start on the bot side of their camp.
Yeah. So far, pretty much exactly what we could expect into the series. Is that no one's really going back aggressive once again. There's pretty much the same expectations, the same type of thing that we have seen in game number 2. In the early game, everyone's going to play it a bit more patient, and everyone's going to play it a bit more slow before level 5 and before the first objective.
Kong securing 31% damage is also expected, since most of the fights were actually extended and FPX was either committing hard, but also Kong was very consistent in kiting the members of KBG. And one of the reasons why FPX was actually able to win, especially with Sky leading the charge, is through his amazing first blood kill against Andra 9 when he had the level advantage against him. So he has to be able to do that once more, possibly even better, in order to overpower him.
Let's clear out the jungles, clearing out every single thing. This is already an expectation. Coming into level 5 though, this will be a little bit more different. And just look at how Andra 9 is currently playing. A while ago, he constantly goes in for that overextension up against Sky. And right now, he's just constantly hugging the turret. I think this is one of the change of pace that KBG really needs, because a while ago, it was Sky who was able to get so much gold lead in early mid game, getting 4 kills already in what, 8 minutes into the matchup?
Man, it's just such a tight contention between these two strong teams that it is very high pressure top lane though.
Oh, going for the hook shot, has to use up the flash, but the shuriken flip was just perfect. Now FPX once again, first blood secured to Sky.
Yeah, Sky getting so much gold.
Single 7, a little bit low when it comes to HP. The taunt could still push through into getting that kill. Already used up the flash. The taunt will secure the trade.
Man, 1 for 1 at the very least. But Sky getting the initial gold is key for FPX again to overpower KBG Gaming. Chao's taking a bit more damage than he is supposed to. Tama popping ult.
Already at level 5 though, has ultimate ready if ever the all-in engage occurs. He has the capabilities to run it back to under his turret. Single 7 comes into the bottom lane, and now that's a signal for Chao to use the Call of the Forge God, but Siama is one of the more mobile champions in the game.
Siama definitely needs to step up as well in his kiting ability. A while ago in game number 2, he has been really pressuring the members of FPX, but since Zeri does take so much time to scale up, a lot of times we have seen him lacking the damage to actually force FPX to back away. Now Sky with the first blood has picked up a prerequisite of his item already. Andra not really trailing that much behind.
Far, so good. Under 9, still holding under turret. Here's down a wave. Shuriken flip is there, but the resets are to be expected. Already forming into the matchup.
Tough situation for both teams. We can just sense the pressure on both sides. A while ago, some of the players of KBG and FPX actually has their hands a little bit shaking. And it takes a lot of time. This series is very important for them. The game too was definitely high pressuring for every single member of FPX and Keep Us Gaming. And they have to do it one last time.
They have to do so. So far, that reset's going from Andra 9 a while ago. Now opts to have a switch in lanes for Andra 9 into the bot side, and Sky FL as well to follow suit. Those early aggressions are quite difficult for Andra 9 to really just keep up the pace here in this laning phase, but 10 seconds before the first objective comes up.
This gaming, what are they gonna decide this time around? Will they commit onto the RH or will they go for the dragon this time around? The ton
now going in, but Sky FL with the shroud, an easy escape for himself from the bot lane engage. But looking at the opposite side of the river, it is Chow who uses up the Call of the Forge God, knocks up onto Yu, follows up with a CC chain, don't want to wait with a counter strike, but Yu's still alive!
Survives with 1 HP! Keep Us Gaming can still go on a reset, and FPX cannot commit onto the dragon just yet. But since they have taken the RH already, they can charge into the mid lane. Kong as well helping out. Don wants to wait to secure this tower, and they can still go for this second objective, which is the dragon.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the side of KBG. The reason they lost a while ago was a huge goal lead to the side of FPX, and currently it's happening once again. Sky FL going into the hills. Push back KBG. 2 objectives given away for free for the side of FPX.
And the reason why KBG couldn't commit and couldn't intercept that dragon taking FPX is because of Sky once again. Just going in hard, no hesitation at all, not scared at anyone against Keep Us Gaming. And since they cannot find him in the shroud, the FPX was called off to just take and focus on the dragon. Now double objective has been picked up. Singdo 7.
The Ton gets the isolation passive onto Singdo 7. Seeing huge chunk of damage, and now Chow calls the Forge God, knocks up onto Andra 9, but good dodge coming in. Trick and flip going through with a CC chain. Now Hero's entrance. Zone away FPX, but Sky, the timing of the trick and flip secures it, but with a 2-for-1 trade as Xiaoma comes into fray.
Double kill for Xiaoma is actually more massive than the outplay of Sky, especially onto Andra 9, because that's massive gold injected to Xiaoma right now, and will be able to pick up an item.
Really
check this replay out, especially that Chow took so much damage a while ago in the tower, and we saw that amazing outplay by Sky. Call of Fortune actually did not connect as much as they intended it to be, but with Chow tanking so much of that damage, Hero's entrance got called, but Andra got surprised with Sky actually committing. But since the Justice Fund connected and Xiaoma was there, easy rotation for this Zeri, everything just got handed to him.
So for now, FPX sustaining their complete lead into this matchup is a good sign for FPX. Again, if they want to run it back coming from game number 2. So you mentioned it a while ago already that Xiaoma got the 2 kills that you want, so the huge gold injection is towards himself. Getting the Bloodthirster already and hoping for the second item to release soon, but Singdo 7 now rotating the 3-man roll for the side of FPX. Calls to Forge God, knocks up onto Yu. Xiao Mao is also moved in, and it's just Singdo 7 who rushes through with a kill. It's a 2-for-0 trade.
Yeah, Xiaoma gets 2 kills, Kong gets 2 kills, and it's all because of this amazing play of FPX. And again, even if this Zeri gets so much gold, FPX can just easily close in the distance. That's the power of the Ornn, of the Aatrox, of the crowd control that even this Xayah can give off. That's so much damage that Chao is just tanking in the tower as well. FPX 2.5k.
Now Dawn 128, counter strike, double man stun. Xiaoma has to use up the ultimate as well to gain a little bit more of mobility. Coming in from that fight, Dawn 128 uses up the ultimate as well to gain extra sustainability from that fight. And now it's Chao, called to Fourth God. The taunt is really low. And another kill secured by FPX.
KBG is getting nervous. KBG is feeling the pressure. FPX is the one to apply it. 4,000 gold lead. This is so different from the game number 2 that was won by FPX. This time it started as a dominating lead by them.
Now FPX securing 5k gold lead. Coming to game number 3 in 9 minutes is really fast, and that is a good sign for FPX if they want to change things around, have the reverse sweep in their favor. And KBG just has to play towards objectives, has to play for value, has to look for places and locations where they can get gold for their carries.
And this is exactly the reason why I said a while ago as well, it's not the best that Xiaoma was the one that received the double kill. It would have been better if Aram 9 is actually the one. Because even if this Zeri is rich, they can still kill him easily.
Now, KBG playing a bit safer. This is what they should have done minutes back from this game. Especially considering they have Zeri into their lineup. They have Kassadin into their lineup. They have to wait for level 13 for Aram 9 to really be able to scale into this matchup, gain the power spike into his favor. It takes a little bit more time, but they lost everything already. FPX already with a 5k gold lead, and getting that Ocean Drake is another favorable thing for FPX as they're one dragon away for the soul.
Soul point 3-0 as well on the structure, on the tower takedowns. And FPX is basically loaded.
And now Aram 9 with a ref walk, hoping to go in for the silence, just denies the crown away, and Sky can flip to retreat.
Mid lane though!
Pulls back in! It's Galio who's gone! Xiaoma has to retreat onto the base. Singdo 7 jumps into the base. And now Xiaoma was just able to go in for the free hit on top side. It's the V1. Sky in a very low state of HP. KG, Hextech Automato onto Singdo 7 as the jungler is down to 1 HP! Was able to bring it down as Aram 9 will secure the finishing blow. But in trade of FPX, Kong, who's able to bring down one more shot to the face. And the Ton will not be able to get that kill. The Quadra is secured by FPX. And this is their moment to shine.
FPX is slaughtering KBG right now. Yuya's gonna be next. Give the Penta.
2-game taunt on FPX, and it's Dawn 128 who will able to take that kill. The ace is secured.
11 minutes and 45 seconds. They bashed the inhibitor tower in the top of KBG. 8,000 gold lead. What is happening here to KBG? FPX is Super Saiyan mode right now. And we look into this fight, the Aatrox has been taken down. But the rest of FPX outshone. KBG Kong getting an outplay to the Ton with 1 HP. That Bloodthirster pick, that item, top notch.
Yeah, and it was Chao as well, was able to go in for a lot of knockoffs a while ago from that team fight alone. But that was just phenomenal for the side of FPX. God, the Forge God knocks up onto the Todd. CC chain along with Singdo's pull. There's just no escape for the jungler of KBG. And then Chao is really low. It's a 1-for-1 trade for now.
Oh my god!
2-way coming to free Kong! Obliterates the front lines. It is Zeri who just got erased. FPX now looks for the Baron.
Kong 3 hits on the Shaman. He's dead. That's how much damage Kong deals right now. And FPX, after getting those kills, will easily take the Baron. Holy smokes, 10,000 gold lead as well for FPX. This is the dream. This is the dream for FPX.
Absolutely is. Game number 2, it was only 6k gold lead that FPX was able to accumulate. Now that it's 10k gold lead, there's no one stopping FPX to be able to take this win.
It's a dream for FPX. But also a dream, but a nightmare for KBG right now. It's up to them. How can they recover from this? but it's just so hard to do so right now. Every single lane is now ahead and being pushed by FPX. They're one team fight away from achieving this massive win against KBG.
Now, it's FPX utilizing their Baron. Call of the Forge Gods will miss it out! But still, nevertheless, they get the inhib turret into top side, and now inhib turret in mid lane as well falls.
Bottom lane is the one left standing, but I don't think it's gonna matter. One more fight to end it all. FPX is posing threatening. Donald Wade is pushing bot lane. KBG, one last fight, one last hurrah.
Chow goes over the two-man knock-up. It's Yu who's gone, and now KBG is left alone, and they're fighting to fight. 4 members left. The reverse sweep by FPX is secured as they take the win away from KBG.
And J-Team's curse has been passed down to KBG. 2 reverse sweeps in a row received by KBG. But FPX, blessed by the gods, this team is outstanding. And they have secured this amazing win. Reverse sweep against Keepest Gaming bows down to the crowd. And Sky definitely as mid-diff Andra 9 once again. It's just absolutely amazing to see. FPX right now is the team to watch.
And expecting the same result, or expecting a different result using the same composition is not exactly Keepest Gaming's possibility into taking game number 3 away from that series. FPX took that series away, but a reverse sweep is such an impressive look on how aggressive they could play in the early game, and their utilization of their lead coming from mid-game leads them to success in the following 2 games in that series.
Oh man, Einstein even said that Insanity is expecting the same result with the same thing that you're doing. But FPX tackles absolute insanity in their outplay against Keepest Gaming. They're the one that actually proved that this draft, this rematch, this round number 2 in game 3 is in their side, and made KBG regret every single decision that they've made coming towards game number 3, as they outplayed them, outshone them, and just overpowered them as well.
Phenomenal overall for the side of FPX. And now, with FPX taking the win away from Keepest Gaming, they're now moving up the CN Conference leaderboards. They're now, I believe, on par or not below. Rather, on top of Woohoo Gaming coming into CN Conference. And I think that is something that FPX really wants and opts to do so. Being one of the Titans as well, being placed a similar rankings towards the likes of Thunderclock Gaming and Woohoo Gaming at the current season. Very exceptional, but Kong with a 30k damage is outright criminal.
30,000 damage! He even secured a quadra kill a while ago. Had Dawn 128 not stole the kill onto Yuyu, it would have been the first Penta of Season 2. But it's okay! FPX is happy with the result already. And man, this team, I'm so excited on the next games of FPX, because this is an incredible victory. And their next game is actually going to be against Race Esports. 2 teams that reverse swept KBG will battle on Wednesday.
We'll see if they can perform up against these teams already in the following weeks and following days of their matches here in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. But thus far, Keepest Gaming has to keep up with the strengths of these teams in the CN Conference. Especially considering in the same conference, matches are much more valuable and has more weight into these series.
Xiaoma, or rather Kong, with the MVP, 9-0 as well. All thoughts as well, 44% damage. This is insane as well, because so far the top damage dealer in terms of percentage before the series is actually from BMM, Service Esports, when they won against G2 Blacklist. But now we see another one contending, 41% was the score to beat. Now it's 44. Man, these teams just keep on exponentially improving, and FPX definitely well deserving of this victory. I'm so looking forward to their match against Race Esports, man. Infinity, this team is out of this world.
Absolutely out of this world. Today's result, we have 2-0 in favor for Thunder Talk in their very first series of the day, up against Invade Esports. Then to follow through, it is Nova, who takes a clean sweep up against Oh My God.
And FPX, man. FPX, reverse sweep against KBG. This team, we see so many redemption stories coming from the teams that struggled in Season 1. And they're the teams right now shining in Season 2. Nova Esports, Keepus Gaming, J-Team are no longer the teams to watch. It's Thunder Talk, Woohoo Gaming, and FPX. And these teams are just so good right now, especially after today's performance. And I can't wait to see their next games as well.
Yeah, it is FPX who's still below Woohoo Gaming just because of the 2-1 series loss. If it's like a 2-0 clean sweep up against Keepus Gaming, that is the time we're in. They're going to be match par onto Woohoo Gaming. But looking at the side of APAC Conference, it is still Naos Esports who's leading the charge of this conference, with G2B to follow suit.
Pretty much unchanged here, since it's only Invade Esports that had a game today, and well, I hope that they will find a great game for them in the next coming days for their side, because it's a long journey for them, and actually they have one of the most games as well that happened so far. So it's, again, if you're at the bottom, right, the only way to go is up. Two choices: either stay down or rise back up for Invade Esports, while the rest are also climbing the ladder here to reach the top 4.
100%. Top 4 really important for every single team here for APAC Conference. But for the next matches to come here in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, it's November 17 that we have Team Flash versus G2B.
We have Woohoo Gaming against J-Team as well, Weibo Gaming against JDG. So many great fights about to happen here for tomorrow's matches, and of course, both Infinity and I cannot wait to see this happening as well. G2B coming up of a loss recently against Cerberus Esports is looking to redeem themselves. Team Flash as well, looking to redeem their performance so far in this tournament, as they have no wins just yet. So an interesting fight is gonna happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I was thrown a bit off. It is going to be November 18 matches that we could expect these teams to be able to play it out. But aside from that, so much Titans have performed today. But before we end the show here, Giang, do you have any final thoughts before we end the day?
I just love the series of events today, especially as a congratulations to FPX. And as always, of course, it's an honor casting with you, Infinity, and definitely enjoyed.
Definitely an honor as well to be here alongside with you, Guillaume. But that's it for today. For the viewers watching at home, thank you very much for in support. Still do have a follow into our socials to be able to be kept up into the updates here in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. But for now, that is it. My name is Infinity, and this is Guillaume alongside with me. See you guys tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.